Xianxia used burning his dantian as a price to raise his yuan qi to an astonishing level. The yuan qi surrounding Xianxia became dazzling and dazzling, illuminating a small area of the night sky. Xiang clan spear, wild tiger pouncing on food. Xianxia roared angrily. At the expense of spontaneous combustion of his dantian, he instantly drained nearly 70% of his yuan qi and fired a shot. This spear, however, condensed into a terrifying spear light that was 40 meters tall. The spear light rushed in and collided with the scarlet sword light. The moment the spears and swords collided, the moonlight seemed to have lost its luster. It was also at this moment that the night sky suddenly became silent. Immediately after, two violent forces finally erupted. Boom! The earth-shattering yuan qi collided, forming an unprecedentedly large circular shock wave. Right below, there were more than 20 buildings in the Xiang clan that were instantly razed to the ground by the circular shock wave. Xianxia's face suddenly flushed red as he coughed out a large mouthful of blood. The enemy of the night attack also floated backwards a few zhang, his arms trembling slightly, and the viper phantom behind him also disappeared. Evidently, the Earth Fiend Snake King sword used by this enemy caused his own consumption to be quite serious. He glared fiercely at Xiang Nan, turned around, and shot into the night sky, disappearing. Xianxia originally intended to catch up, but before he could take a step forward, another mouthful of blood spurted out. Grandfather! Xiang Nan hurriedly ran over and mixed in the tottering Xianxia. However, Xianxia said anxiously, "Quick! Let's see if there are any casualties among the members of the clan." Xiang Nan hurriedly shook his head and said, "No, you just destroyed some houses and didn't hurt anyone." Hearing Xiang Nan's reply, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. The Xiang clan had just returned, and they were not considered prosperous. Coincidentally, the houses in this area were empty. Fortunately, they were not able to injure the Xiang clan. At this time, the Xiang clan had already been alarmed, and a large number of them had rushed over. It must be the Kai clan. Looking at the ruins, Great Elder's beard danced horizontally. The second elder's eyes were fierce as he coldly said, "What a Kai clan! He actually dares to ride on the Xiang manor's head and act wildly." The Xiang clan and the Kai clan had just formed a grudge, but they hadn't expected their revenge to arrive so quickly. However, Xianxia and Xiang Nan exchanged glances and shook their heads. Xianxia coughed a few times and said weakly, "From what I've seen, the person who attacked tonight may not be the Kai clan." Yes. Xiang Nan's face was filled with anger. Although the Kai clan has many experts, their cultivation methods are definitely not that high. Xianxia said, "This person chose this opportunity to sneak attack the Xiang clan. On the one hand, it was to frame the Kai clan. On the other hand, it must be because he did not dare to openly attack Little Nan. The enemy's strength was tyrannical, and their cultivation techniques were frighteningly high. At the same time, they hated Xiang Nan to the bone and did not dare to openly kill Xiang Nan. They only dared to sneak attack when the Xiang Kai clan and the Xiang Kai clan were at odds. Then this person can only be Xiang Nan." And Xianxia looked at each other again and said in unison, "Wang Xiaoyun." Hearing these three words, the expressions of everyone in the Xiang clan changed slightly. The current Wang clan was different from the past. Wang Xiaoyun was a disciple of Qihua sect. To some extent, the Wang clan's current status was even higher than that of the city lord. Isn't Wang Xiaoyun at the 5th level of the origin reversion? How could he fight with second master to such an extent? Did we guess wrongly? Xiang Zhonghua, the grandson of the great elder, cried out in shock. Then, isn't Wang Xiaoyun at the 5th level of the origin reversion? Xianxia was at the 9th level of the origin realm and Wang Xiaoyun was at the 5th level of the origin realm. There were 4 small realms between them. If it was a Xiantian realm expert, killing an enemy across 4 small realms was difficult, but it wasn't impossible. However, the difference between each small realm of the origin returning realm was much greater than the difference between a small realm of the Xiantian realm. In other words, the higher the cultivation level, the more difficult it would be to kill enemies across borders. If one reached the late martial arts realm, the difference between each small realm would be an insurmountable heavenly chasm. This is the strength of the sect. Xianxia sighed. Wang Xiaoyun's cultivation in Qihua sect is no longer something a remote martial artist like us can imagine. How could a martial artist from a remote small clan be compared to a martial artist cultivated by a second-rate sect? Xianxia waved his hand and said, Great Elder, from today onwards, we will arrange for our clansmen to patrol every night. We cannot give the Wang clan another chance. Understood. The Great Elder nodded and began to clean up the mess with his clansmen. Little Nan, follow me. Xianxia glanced at Xiang Nan and both of them left the underground secret room of the Xiang clan. Just as Xianxia sat down, another mouthful of blood spurted out. Grandfather, are you all right? Xiang Nan's face was anxious and he hurriedly went up to help. Xianxia shook his head and said, The Wang clan has been relatively quiet these days. It made me relax my vigilance. I was too careless. The Wang clan had always been ambitious and secretly wanted to get rid of the Xiang clan. This was the hatred they had accumulated over the years. In particular, Xiang Nan had ruthlessly dealt a blow to the Wang clan's arrogance at the martial arts town election and the celebration banquet, making Xiang Nan a thorn in the Wang clan's side. Xianxia sighed helplessly. He looked at Xiang Nan and said, Little Nan, if you are not chosen by the sect in the martial arts city selection in 9 days, then the Wang clan will no longer be afraid. Then Wang Xiaoyun will definitely bring a large number of experts to flatten the Xiang manor. The life and death of our Xiang clan is at stake. At this point, Xianxia's face was filled with shame. I, Xianxia, am incompetent. I placed the burden of the life and death of the Xiang clan on a child of ours. Xiang Nan hurriedly said, Grandpa, don't say that. I'm a member of the Xiang clan. This is all my responsibility. Xianxia let out a long sigh. Although he didn't say anything, his eyebrows were filled with deep self-blame. Right, Grandpa? Xiang Nan suddenly changed the subject and said, Do you remember what I said? There is a mysterious expert secretly guiding me in cultivation. I told him about your situation. He gave me a few things and a cultivation technique. As he spoke, Xiang Nan opened his storage ring and took out a 3rd-grade fire bath pill, a 3rd-grade marrow cleansing pill, and a 3rd-grade origin tempering pill. These were the only 3 3rd-grade pills that Xiang Nan had. There were 2 for each of them. At this moment, he took out half of them and handed them to Xianxia. Xianxia was shocked and asked in disbelief, 3 Tier 3 pills? Is this for me? A Tier 3 medicinal pill was priced at least 5 million gold coins on the market. The value of the 3 was already close to 20 million gold coins. The value of these 3 pills was nearly 3 times that of the Xiang clan's total wealth. Not to mention Xianxia, even the Wang clan's clan head, Wang Changhe, would definitely be shocked to see these 3 pills. Xiang Nan nodded. Yes, this was given to me by that senior. Let me pass it on to you. Xianxia took the pill with a look of ecstasy on his face, but immediately after, he stuffed the pill into Xiang Nan's hand and said happily, With these 3 Tier 3 pills, little Nan, your cultivation will be even faster. When Xiang Nan heard this, his nose couldn't help but turn sour. The first thing his grandfather thought of was actually him. This was the depth of kinship. Xiang Nan shook his head and said, Grandpa, my realm is too low to withstand the fierce medicinal properties of Tier 3 pills. You should take it yourself. Only when you break through to the Tian Yuan realm will our Xiang clan's foundation be more stable. Moreover, Xiang Nan smiled and said, If I can become a disciple of the sect, a Tier 3 pill is nothing to me. And what you said makes sense. Only then did Xianxia reluctantly accept the pill. Then Xiang Nan took out a pen and paper and began to write a cultivation technique. As he wrote, he said, That senior asked me to memorize a cultivation technique. I'll write it down now. Grandpa, you can start cultivating immediately. As Xiang Nan was writing, Xianxia lowered his head to look at it. He watched as the words were written into incantations, but his expression became even more shocked. When Xianxia handed Xianxia a newly transcribed cultivation technique, Xianxia was dumbfounded. "This is an Earth-level beginner cultivation technique?" Xianxia looked at the 5 words, Zhang Yuan Tian Yang Pom, on the cover of the cultivation technique in horror. Xianxia smiled and nodded. "It should be an Earth-level junior, right? That's what the senior said." Actually, Xianxia also had a higher-level cultivation technique, but it was not suitable for Xianxia to cultivate it. Because Xianxia's talent was relatively ordinary, only at the mortal grade. Although Xianxia was only a Xiantian realm martial artist, he possessed heaven-defying divine talent, so he was able to directly cultivate the Earth-ranked cultivation technique, Flash Shadow Steps. However, Xianxia's talent wasn't that strong, so even though he had the 9th level of origin return, his current limit was that he could only cultivate to the earthly elementary stage. If Xianxian was given a higher cultivation technique, it would only harm him, causing him to go crazy and destroy his cultivation. Xianxian held the blue origin heavenly yang palm in his hand, but he did not immediately flip through it. Instead, he said to Xianxia in a serious tone, "Little Nan, no matter how high your achievements are in the future, you must not forget the great kindness of that senior. Those who practice martial arts must remember to repay their kindness and guard one of their hearts. They must not be swallowed by greed." In this way, Feng is a man and a martial artist who stands tall in the heavens and earth. Xianxia nodded solemnly. He really didn't expect that even though his grandfather lived in a remote place like Green Cloud Town, he had such a broad mind. Xianxian added, "In the next few days, I will cultivate in seclusion again, and strive to advance to the heavenly Yuan realm as soon as possible. Until then, don't expose yourself. Continue to pretend that the Kai clan did what happened tonight, in case Wang Xiaoyun jumps over the wall. Grandson understands." Xianxia stood up and said goodbye. The selection of Wudao City was a hurdle for the Xiang clan. Before that, the Xiang clan had to hide their strength and keep a low profile. After leaving the secret room, Xianxia was found by his father, Xiang Xiaohua. It turned out that he wanted to give Xianxia a shock and to have a family reunion dinner together. This was the first time he had eaten with his parents since Xianxia's rebirth, and the 3 of them were enjoying themselves at the table. Xianxia looked at the kindness in his parents' eyes, and his heart was melted by the thick and selfless affection for his family. It turned out that having parents to love him was actually such a beautiful thing. After eating a meal for a long time, his parents constantly warned him to take good care of himself. Even if the Xiang manor was gone, his family would not disperse if he was still alive. After dinner, Xianxia personally sent his parents back to their room, experiencing the warmth of the human child. Outside the courtyard, Xiang Zhonghua and his older brothers and sisters were waiting for Xianxia. "Little Nan, after tonight, there are 8 days left before the martial arts city selection. The few of us will also participate," Xiang Zhonghua said. Xianxia was stunned for a moment and asked curiously, "Cousins, do you want to participate in the martial arts city selection as well? Although we are inferior to you, we still have dreams and aspirations in our hearts. We cannot let all the responsibilities of the Xiang clan fall on you alone." Xiang Zhonghua smiled. Xianxia hurriedly apologized. "That's not what I meant. Brothers and sisters, don't misunderstand." Xiang Zhonghua and the others were the previous contestants. They had passed the town elections a few years ago, so they could directly participate in the city elections this time. Xiang Zhonghua smiled and said, "Don't think too much. We only notified you in advance so that you can know that you are not alone. There are still us behind you." Xianxia smiled sincerely and nodded forcefully. "Yes, I know. Our family fought together and carried the Xiang family together. Right, do you still remember Huangpu Ruyan? She gave me some pills and cultivation methods before she left." Xianxia took out all the Tier 1 and Tier 2 pills and distributed them to everyone on the scene without hiding anything. He said, "The cultivation technique is still stored in Miss Ruyan's mansion. After I retrieve it, I will send it to my brothers and sisters." Everyone had originally come to comfort Xianxia, but they didn't expect such an unexpected harvest. All of them revealed expressions of ecstasy. "My God, This is a second-grade fire-bathing pill. Xiang Zhonghua was shocked and said, such a precious medicinal pill Xiang Nan smiled and said, take it. These things are nothing to Miss Ruyan. Xiang Nan originally didn't know that Xiang Zhonghua and the others wanted to participate in the city selection. But now he knew that he could help as much as he wanted. But, although Xiang Zhonghua was happy, his expression was ugly. Such a precious pill should be used on you. Give it to us. Xiang Nan shook his head. I've kept a few for myself. It's enough. As he said that, Xiang Nan sincerely said to Xiang Zhonghua, brother, when you first returned, I hope you don't mind if I went too far. Xiang Zhonghua and the others all laughed amiably. Xiang Zhonghua said, I won't mind just calling you brother. Actually, what I did was even more excessive than yours. All right. Everyone is a family. Don't be such an outsider. The one who spoke was a cousin of Xiang Nan named Xiang Fei. At that time, when the clansmen returned, Xiang Fei was also one of the people who made things difficult for Xiang Zhanxiong. She was the granddaughter of the third elder. She was also one of the outstanding members of the Xiang clan. Like Xiang Zhonghua, she was also a Xiantian fourth-stage martial artist. Good brother. Xiang Fei grabbed Xiang Nan's hand and smiled. The family doesn't say anything out of the ordinary. Yes, Sister Fei is right. Xiang Nan smiled brightly. This was the first time the siblings of the Xiang clan had gathered together to remove their grievances. The Xiang clan truly embraced the foreign enemies. This was the atmosphere that a clan should have. Xiang Nan returned to his room and quickly copied out 2 mid-grade earth attribute cultivation methods. Then, he handed them to Xiang Zhonghua and the others. Xiang Zhonghua and the rest of the Xiang clan disciples didn't have the talent for the 5 elements, so they could cultivate any type of cultivation technique. The reason why Xiang Nan gave them the earth element cultivation technique was because of certain considerations. With Xiang Zhonghua and the others' current cultivation and strength, it was unlikely that they would be able to shine in the martial arts city selection, and it was not very meaningful to increase their combat strength in a short period of time. Fighting power was not only a manifestation of strength and speed, it also took into account a martial artist's combat awareness and combat experience. Therefore, relatively speaking, earth element cultivation techniques emphasized defense, and defense didn't require that much combat experience. Xiang Nan's idea was very simple. He did not ask Xiang Zhonghua and the others to be able to top the selection in martial arts city. He only hoped that his older brothers and sisters could survive. At the very least, they would not die. After arranging these things, Xiang Nan began to make plans for his own martial city. My realm is still pretty good. After absorbing the white flame lightning twice, I've also improved a lot. However, Xiang Nan rubbed his temples. However, he did not have a martial skill that he could use. You can't use lightning to shake your moves when you're fighting with someone. This is very unrealistic. But where can I find the lightning meridian martial skill? Xiang Nan was in a difficult situation and couldn't find an exit even after thinking for a while. The lightning meridian technique was too rare. Even in the auction house of the Gathering Money Pavilion, it could not be found. Let's go to the Heavenly Thunder Martial King's treasure cave again. Xiang Nan decided to pay attention and rush to the Black Sharp Mountain range again. At present, the lightning vein expert that Xiang Nan already knew was the Heavenly Thunder Martial King. So he could only learn from this person's experience. After returning to the treasure cave for the second time, Xiang Nan searched through the treasure cave and found nothing. Xiang Nan rubbed his chin and looked at the treasure cave that he had flipped through. He muttered to himself, "This is the first treasure cave of a martial king. It also means that he cultivated here in the early stage of martial arts. Even if there isn't any martial skill he cultivated in the early stage, he should at least leave behind some clues to his cultivation." As he spoke, Xiang Nan suddenly felt something. He raised his head and glanced at the surrounding walls. Could it be? This cave had existed for thousands of years. In the past, a thick layer of dust had accumulated on all 4 walls. Xiang Nan raised his right hand and a ball of early weather appeared in his palm. Then, the early weather whistled out and swept through the 4 walls. After the thick dust fell, some words appeared on the east and south walls. Indeed, Xiangnan was overjoyed. The heavenly thunder martial king had really written something on the wall. He studied the words seriously. In the process, he frowned, suddenly came to an understanding, and sometimes had doubts on his face. The words on the wall weren't martial skills, and no martial artist would write a martial skill incantation on the wall. As expected, the words on the wall were essays from the heavenly thunder martial king's cultivation. Those words were one after another, and there was no orderly connection between them. It should be that the martial king would write down 2 strokes on the wall at any time with a flash of light. According to Xiangnan's deep understanding of martial arts, he copied all the words into a blank book and arranged them in order. After that, he carefully examined these words and muttered to himself in surprise, "This is a random book of lightning veins." All of the words recorded were the heavenly thunder martial king's insights into the attributes of thunder veins, and the general direction was towards chi condensation. For nearly 1,000 years, martial artists had focused on body refinement. It was because their body refinement experience had made them stronger and brought them more durable combat abilities. It was not like chi refinement, where they would lose their combat strength after the weather had been used up. Xiangnan was greatly amused and continued to flip through it, muttering silently. According to the martial king's own understanding, the wind, wood, water, fire, and earth elements were all existences in the world, but lightning was originally something that did not exist in the world, and it was derived from it. Xiangnan nodded as he watched. The martial king's insights into the lightning meridian allowed Xiangnan's understanding of the talent of the lightning meridian to rise to a new level. This saved him a lot of time to explore it himself. And the real usefulness of this thunder vein chat lies in the second half, which is about 2 things. One is called chi condensation into lightning, and the other is called thunder king seal. And it's interesting to train chi to become electricity. Xiangnan laughed and nodded. The lightning attribute precedes the weather, not the real lightning, just like the fire attribute precedes the weather, not the flame but the explosive power. However, through the cultivation of cultivation techniques, fire attributes could be used to cultivate the primordial weather flame and primordial energy flame. Obviously, lightning attributes could also be used to cultivate the primordial weather flame and primordial energy flame. As Xiangnan flipped through it, he raised his right hand and a ball of early weather appeared in his palm. This early weather contained the attributes of thunder veins, but it still looked like gas on the outside. Xiangnan swiftly passed through his mind according to the formula of chi condensation and lightning condensation. The weather swiftly flowed through his meridians before rising from his palm. Unexpectedly, a ball of weather floating above his palm quickly transformed into a thunderball at a speed visible to the naked eye. It really succeeded. Xiangnan's eyes widened. The ball of lightning was made of lightning, and it floated in the air with a cracking sound. He casually threw the lightning ball out, and with a loud boom, a large crater with a radius of 2 to 3 meters exploded on the ground, causing the entire treasure cave to shake a few times. This power is too shocking. Xiangnan was both surprised and delighted. After the same amount of early weather had been converted into thunderballs, its power had explosively increased by at least 2 to 3 times. Xiangnan himself did not expect that he would actually be able to directly condense the lightning attribute of the first weather into lightning. And this chi condensation into lightning is quite easy for my divine talent. However, this lightning king seal is... Xiangnan continued to flip through it, but the introduction to the Thunder King seal on the right opened his eyes wide. The martial king believed that lightning was something that did not exist in the world, so its plasticity was endless. If it was activated in some specific way, it would allow lightning to achieve an unexpected effect. Based on this, the martial king created 6 methods of sealing. These 6 hand seals are Thunder Seal, King Sparrow Seal, How Thunder Seal, Lightning Photoelectric Eye, Group Lightning Array, Tyrant Body Lightning Body. The prerequisite for cultivating these 6 hand seals was to learn how to cultivate chi into electricity. The reason for that was because the 6 hand seals were all purest methods of killing enemies with chi. Martial artists used moves to fight, using skills, while chi to fight, using magic. If body and chi dual cultivation, then it is a technique dual cultivation. However, according to Martial King's own experience, although he had created the Thunder King seal, he had not gone deep into cultivation. This was because a martial artist's energy was limited. Even if a martial king possessed a heavenly-grade lightning vein, he could only cultivate his body to the limit, but he did not have any extra energy to cultivate his qi. Xianxia muttered to himself, "I have divine talent. Cultivating any martial skill and technique is faster than ordinary people. Perhaps the Thunder King doesn't have enough energy, but I do. But how are these 6 lightning king seals used? Find out." He took out the spirit testing stones he had obtained from Misruyan and injected them into the early weather. Therefore, the spirit testing stones began to run in circles around the open space. This spirit measuring stone was beaten into a human form. In fact, it was a humanoid puppet. After injecting it into the weather, the puppet could perform some simple basic movements. Xianxia watched as the spirit measuring stone puppet ran. He followed the first stance of the Thunder King seal and began to form seals. He poured the weather into his hands before refining it into lightning. The weather attached to his hands turned into lightning visible to the naked eye. Afterwards, his hands quickly formed seals. His fingers constantly changed shape and collided with each other in a strange posture. The lightning attached to his hands changed astonishingly according to the process of forming seals. He aimed at the running spirit measuring stone puppet and shouted, "Fallen thunder!" Boom! Luo Lei did not succeed. Instead, Xianxia's own hands formed seals and exploded. A powerful lightning explosion sent Xianxia flying. His body heavily smashed against the wall and bounced back, causing all the muscles in his body to twitch violently. What the hell? Fortunately, I absorbed the white flame lightning and cultivated it to be more resistant to electricity. Xianxia rubbed his shoulders and stood up, smiling bitterly. Otherwise, I would have exploded myself to death. Forming a seal seemed simple, but in fact, it was extremely difficult, and the slightest bit of deviation would be useless. Again, Xianxia twisted his neck and formed another seal with his hands. Fallen lightning. Boom! It exploded. Fallen lightning. Boom! It exploded again. Xianxia had formed seals for nearly 2 hours in a row. He had formed seals more than 200 times, and he had finally succeeded once. However, when he saw that the lightning seal had succeeded, his face was filled with joy. His index and middle fingers merged together to form a sword finger, and his finger slashed down from top to bottom. Under the high dome of the treasure cave, the air was originally empty, but the moment Xianxia's sword finger landed, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky. The lightning drew a Z shape, as thick as an arm, and slammed into the ground. It actually triggered lightning? Xianxia suddenly jumped up. It turned out that after the lightning falling seal was triggered successfully, a bolt of lightning would fall out of thin air. Unfortunately, the angle he controlled wasn't good. This bolt of lightning didn't hit the spirit testing stone puppet. He hurriedly rushed forward to examine his battle results. He saw that after this lightning struck the ground, it did not cause an explosion like he had failed to form a seal. Instead, it left a hole in the ground. On the ground, an arm-thick, bottomless black hole was still emitting green smoke. Ha ha ha! Xianxia looked up and laughed loudly. Sure enough, 2 hours of hard work was not in vain. Then, he ran off into the distance and formed another seal. Because he had already formed a seal for an hour, he had already found his way to the door. This time, he had only failed a dozen times before succeeding. This time, the lightning struck the puppet directly, hacking the spirit-testing stone puppet flying horizontally. This caused Xianxia to be shocked once again. What was the use of spirit-testing stones? It was used to detect attacks. This kind of thing's ability to withstand attacks was unimaginably strong. After the lightning struck the spirit-testing stone, it left a 2-inch deep lightning-penetrating wound on the spirit-testing stone's shoulder. Oh my god! Xianxia widened his eyes and said in shock. When I was testing myself with Misruyan, I fought with all my might and didn't even leave a single scratch on this spirit-testing stone. This was only the lightning-falling seal formed by the previous weather. What if it was Yuan Qi? That kind of power was truly powerful to the point of being unbelievably powerful. The key point was that although the lightning falling seal was also terrifying to the previous weather, it was much better than the thunderclaps. At the very least, it wouldn't use the lightning falling seal to empty the dantian. However, this lightning seal is a bit too difficult. Xianxia took a deep breath and muttered to himself, "With my divine talent, it's so difficult to form the simplest lightning falling seal. If it were anyone else, it would be unimaginable." Then, what is the Sparrow King seal? After Xianxia had witnessed the first lightning falling seal, he couldn't help but feel great anticipation for the second Sparrow King seal. He carefully studied the description of the Sparrow King seal and discovered that this stance could not be accomplished solely by forming a seal. Instead, he needed to use something. Beast soul. The so-called beast soul was the soul of a demonic beast. Generally speaking, beast souls were commonly used in weapon forging. Powerful weapon forgers would seal the beast soul into weapons, producing unexpected effects. In the pill refining process, one would occasionally use something like a beast soul, but a martial skill would also use a beast soul. This was the first time Xianxia had heard of it. However, according to the Martial King's description, the power of the Sparrow King seal belonged to the enhanced thunder falling style, and its power ranged from 2 to 10 times that of the thunder falling style. Find an opportunity to draw out a beast soul. Xianxia made up his mind and went on to look at the third style, the How Lightning seal. After hundreds of failures, a complete lightning seal finally succeeded. He saw his hands clashing with lightning, his fingers forming a strange shape, leaving behind a prismatic gap between his hands. Then, Xianxia condensed the weather into his mouth before turning it into electricity. Then, he let out a sigh of relief at the prismatic gap in his hands and spat it out. As soon as that breath passed through the gap in the palm print, it actually formed a thunderball the size of a fist, and the thunderball rolled forward, becoming bigger and bigger. The ball of lightning had just left the palm of his hand and was the size of a fist. After flying out, it turned into the size of a watermelon and then into the size of a boulder. When the lightning ball rolled on the spirit measuring stone golem, it was already the size of a house. Xianxia was shocked. The power contained in the thunderball is unchanged, but its volume is getting bigger and bigger. Isn't it equivalent to the lethality being dispersed? Boom! The ball of lightning instantly exploded when it touched the puppet, and lightning shot everywhere. Just as Xianxia thought, this lightning ball, which was getting bigger and bigger, did not have much lethality at all. It did not even possess 1/5 of the power of the lightning seal. However, another phenomenon caused Xianxia to be overjoyed. The spirit measuring stone puppet stopped. The How lightning ball was actually used to stiffen enemies. When the lightning ball hit the humanoid puppet, the puppet truly stopped for a moment, and then it resumed running. The speed slowly returned to normal. Xianxia simply couldn't believe his eyes. He was truly too surprised. Although the thunderball didn't have any powerful lethality, it could instantly stiffen the enemy. This was much more precious than directly inflicting lethality. One had to know that the battle between warriors could be said to be extremely fast. An enemy pausing for a second could often decide whether they were alive or dead. Xianxia panted and sat on the ground, laughing heartily. Indeed, the Thunder King seal was not prepared for the weather first. It was ideal to use Yuan Qi to form a seal, but it was still quite good to use it at a critical moment. Too strong, really too strong. Xianxia took out a small piece of elementary-grade spirit stone. As he flipped through the fourth type of lightning photoelectric eye, he absorbed the spirit qi provided by the spirit stone and quickly recovered the missing spirit qi in his body. "Oh, I see." Xianxia nodded slightly. He quickly formed a seal with both of his hands. This time it was a success. After forming the seal, he wiped his fingers on his eyes, which were immediately covered by a layer of thunder. Compared to the first 3 moves, the fourth move was much simpler. Moreover, the lightning optoelectronics purpose was not to attack but to. Xianxia's eyes flickered with lightning, and he could clearly see the fluctuations of the first weather in the air. The lightning meridian attribute belonged to the Supreme Yang. After injecting the power of thunder and lightning into his eyes, he could see the demonic energy flowing in the air. Xiang Nan had already known this when he broke into the black sharp demonic forest. However, the only drawback was that Xiang Nan could not see the fluctuations of yuan qi due to this type of yang attribute. The lightning photoelectric eye strengthened the lightning meridian's eyes. Not only could it clearly see the existence of demonic energy, it could also see the residual fluctuations of yuan qi or the residual fluctuations left in the air by the weather. Xiang Nan nodded and said, "If Wang Xiaoyun ambushes me again, I will be able to catch the yuan qi fluctuations he left behind with my lightning-like eyes." The last time Wang Xiaoyun appeared, Xiang Nan was unable to sense Wang Xiaoyun's whereabouts, and the appearance of the lightning bolt had greatly improved this point. The fifth form of the Lightning King seal was a group lightning array. Xiang Nan did not practice this hand seal because the Xiantian qi contained in his body was not enough. As the name implied, the group lightning formation was a group lightning formation that could trigger a large amount of lightning to smash down together. It was a group attack. This could only be cultivated after Xiang Nan condensed his yuan qi. Sixth stance, Tyrant Body Lightning Body. After many failures, Xiang Nan finally succeeded. The moment this palm print succeeded, Xiang Nan's entire body was completely enveloped by a layer of dense electric current. From afar, Xiang Nan had completely turned into a lightning bolt. This Xiang Nan, who was immersed in thunder and lightning, looked at his hands in shock. He felt that his strength was exploding crazily. Double. Twice. 3 times. My God. 9 times. Xiang Nan felt as if his entire body was about to explode, and the surging power in his body was like waves, as if it was endless. The divine grade lightning meridian innate talent had tripled in power, and after using the Tyrant Body Lightning Body, it had soared to 9 times. He was at the 6th level of the Xiantian realm, and his basic strength was 2,600 Jin. A 9-fold eruption had reached an unbelievable 23,400 Jin. This was only the basic strength after the explosion. If Xiang Nan made a charge, chop, and other actions, his power would continue to increase. Xiang Nan roared. The surging power that he had nowhere to vent caused him to run wildly with his saber in his hand. The moment he charged forward, it immediately turned Xiang Nan into a lightning maniac. As he explosively ran, there was actually a lightning tail that was nearly a meter long behind him. Things frantically retreated in his field of vision. He sprinted through the treasure-hidden cave and sprinted wildly through the long corridor. He instantly crossed the corridor. Both sides of the corridor were cracked and broken stones fell off. In the black sharp mountain range under the night sky before dawn, suddenly, a strong light appeared on the mountain where the treasure cave was located. Then, the secret stone door shattered with a boom, and it flew out in a radial manner. At the same time, Xiang Nan rushed out. He jumped into the air and slashed out with his saber. The 2-meter saber energy transformed into lightning. The lightning saber energy raged wildly, crazily climbing to 10 meters in size. Even the air was engulfed in chaos. Wherever the lightning saber energy passed, the trees and rocks were destroyed. What was even more terrifying was that Xiang Nan soared into the sky, but he did not fall. The powerful explosive power brought by the Tyrant Body Lightning Body could actually make him run wildly in the sky. Lightning Xiang Nan ran wildly through the mountains under the night sky. Every turn turned into a refraction of lightning. He continuously charged left and right in midair, causing thundershocking bursts. "I can fly." When he used the Tyrannical Body Lightning Body, he actually temporarily possessed the ability to fly. However, Xiang Nan quickly realized the shortcomings of the Tyrannical Lightning Body. Although it was extremely violent, the consumption was astonishing. After Xiang Nan entered the Tyrant Body Lightning Body, he only lasted for 5 seconds before his body weakened and he quickly fell down. Fortunately, there was a small river flowing between the mountains below, allowing him to fall into the river without falling to his death. Xiang Nan swam weakly to the river bank and lay weakly on the bank, panting for breath. He muttered to himself, This tyrannical lightning body is indeed tyrannical, but like thunderclap, it can only be used once to weaken." At this moment, Xiang Nan probably wouldn't even be able to kill a sheep. "Something's wrong. My weather is still here." Suddenly, Xiang Nan's eyes lit up. It turned out that the tyrannical body lightning body only consumed physical strength, not the weather. At this moment, the weather in his body was still abundant. In other words, Xiang Nan was shocked. If I had used the tyrant body lightning body and entered the weakened stage, I would still be able to use the lightning falling and lightning flash skills. This is great news. Haha, what a big harvest. Xiang Nan lay by the river and laughed loudly. With the tyrannical body, lightning vibration could be discarded. In the future, when absorbing the lightning source, he could only use the lightning vibration to consume the excess divine lightning power in his body. I finally have my own trump card. Afterwards, he picked a few leaves of the spring return grass and put them into his mouth to chew and swallow. After exhausting his stamina, he could recover through spirit herbs, spirit medicines, and pills. With the 6 styles Lightning King Seal, my confidence in the selection in Martial City has increased a lot. But, in this way, will my Lightning Meridian talent be exposed? Xiang Nan frowned again. Once the 6 styles Thunder King Seal was used, it would produce real thunder and lightning. Anyone with good eyesight would be suspicious at a glance. He thought for a while and finally focused his mind on the giant black-scaled saber. He smiled and said, "Many people have seen the effects of this saber before. Then give this saber the blame of the lightning produced by the Lightning King Seal." He heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Looks like I have to go to the black sharp demon forest again. I have to draw out the beast soul of a bird before I can practice the Sparrow King Seal." Black sharp demonic forest. Xiang Nan's figure was like lightning. This was already the 3rd day he had wandered through the black-edged demon forest. There were still 6 days left before the martial arts city selection. For the past 3 days, he had been walking around the demon forest's core region, trying to catch a flying demonic beast with a higher realm. By noon, Xiang Nan was leaning against a tree and eating roasted meat. On the ground beside him, there was a Xiantian 8th level yellow finch tied to it. Xiang Nan ate a large mouthful of cooked meat and said to himself, "Although this little bird's cultivation level is not high, it is barely enough. If we can't catch a demonic beast with a higher cultivation level today, then let's just use it." Although Xiang Nan had returned to the Black Sharp Demon Forest this time and his cultivation had improved a lot compared to last time, he was still only a Xiantian 6th layer martial artist. Without Miss Ruyan following him, he did not dare to venture into the core region alone. In that core region, any demonic beast was above the origin returning realm. Thinking about it gave him a headache. After eating a large piece of meat and drinking a pot of strong liquor, he stood up and patted the dust on his body a few times, then bent down again and advanced through the demonic forest. Gradually, the sun began to slant to the west, and evening arrived. It was getting dark, but Xiang Nan still found nothing. He stood outside the core area with the yellow finch in his hand, his expression uncertain. "Why don't we go in and take a walk? As long as he didn't encounter the wind bull, he should be able to escape, right?" Just as Xiang Nan was in a dilemma, a roar suddenly came from the distant demon forest core. The roar echoed through the clouds. Even Xiang Nan was so far away that his eardrums hurt. Immediately after, the birds and beasts that filled the sky fled for their lives. Not good. Xiang Nan was shocked. Such a terrifying roar. "I'm afraid that a big demonic beast is furious." He didn't even dare to think too much, so he ran wildly. No matter who disturbed the demonic beast, as long as it encountered him, it would definitely not let him off, or it would be better to escape. Just as he pulled out his leg and ran wildly, he felt a beam of intense light suddenly arrive from the core region. He shot out from the corner of his eyes. "Ah, it's a flying bird demonic beast. Its realm is so high." Xiang Nan was overjoyed. He really had no place to find after stepping through the iron shoes. The great demon was furious and frightened the birds and demonic beasts in the core region out of their wits. That shadow was a flying bird demonic beast, and it flew at an extremely fast speed. A light flashed in Xiang Nan's eyes as he saw clearly the demonic aura of the flying bird demonic beast. Origin realm, 1st level. That's the Gale Sparrow. The 1st level of the origin returning realm was Xiang Nan's most ideal prey. If his cultivation was higher, Xiang Nan wouldn't dare to provoke him. Because demonic beasts didn't know any martial techniques, even though Guiyuan first layer was very strong, it was still easier to deal with than Guiyuan first layer martial artists. Catch up to it. Xiang Nan jumped into the air and lightly tapped his toes on the treetop. Flash shadow steps. With the help of the ejection force beneath his feet, Xiang Nan turned into an afterimage in a flash and charged 500 meters into the air. This sprint caused the distance between Xiang Nan and the Gale Sparrow to shrink to 20 meters. The Gale Sparrow also noticed Xiang Nan, turned around and cried out to Xiang Nan. This bird cry actually brought out a thin and narrow wind blade. Xiang Nan raised his hand and slashed the wind blade away. Heh! Even if I encounter the wind bull again, I'm not afraid of it, let alone you little bird. Xiang Nan drew an arc and landed. He poked the treetop with his toes and rushed out with his second flash step. This time, he controlled the distance very precisely, and the landing point was right beside the Gale Sparrow. When Xiang Nan's shadow flashed and appeared beside the Gale Sparrow seemed to be a little panicked. It blew up all its feathers and let out a cry of alarm. Ah, not good! Xiang Nan had just raised his saber to cut down. But who would have thought that the Gale Sparrow's scream this time would have fired layers upon layers of wind blades? Xiang Nan did not expect this. He hurriedly moved his saber forward, only to hear the huge black scale saber being smashed by the wind blades. Every time the wind blades struck the black scale, Xiang Nan felt as if he had been hit by a siege car, and all the bones in his body were about to scatter. This bastard Xiang Nan gritted his teeth, the veins on his forehead bulging out. This time, the wind blade was much more powerful than the first wind blade it released. Clearly, the Gale Sparrow had gone berserk. The intense collision sent Xiang Nan flying back to the ground. The furious Gale Sparrow's eyes were red. It did not continue to flee, but turned into a flash of light and rushed towards Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan was stunned for a moment and said angrily, "You little bird, do you still want to imitate Feng You's temper? It's against you." Xiang Nan raised his hand and slashed out. The first thing he did was to refine his qi into lightning. The saber qi was accompanied by crackling lightning as it slashed heavily onto the Gale Sparrow's body. If Xiang Nan was hacking a martial artist, then the martial artist would definitely set up a weather shield to block it, but the Gale Sparrow wouldn't. This saber was actually hitting its body. The Gale Sparrow was struck by Xiang Nan's saber and flew out, screaming miserably. As for Xiang Nan himself, he felt even worse. In the end, he was an Origin Realm demonic beast. The backlash from the strike caused the long saber in Xiang Nan's hand to shake and fly away. He even shot backwards, breaking 3 towering ancient trees in succession. Xiang Nan felt a mouthful of sweet blood spill down his throat and was forced back by him. The Gale Sparrow flew up from the ground and turned into a ray of light as it charged towards Xiang Nan. Still coming. Xiang Nan raised his hand and grabbed the giant black-scaled saber in his hand. He jumped up and slashed at the Gale Sparrow again. Boom! Xiang Nan and the Gale Sparrow were blown away by the surging waves. Xiang Nan kept bumping into ancient trees. He was angry and anxious in his heart, but he still didn't dare to use the tyrannical lightning body. If he killed the Gale Sparrow with a single slash, then the gains would be more than the losses. Then, the Gale Sparrow flew back and launched its third charge. Xiang Nan was helpless and could only endure the intense pain in his body and continue to fight against the Gale Sparrow. His slashes were heavier and heavier, and the Gale Sparrow's charge was fiercer and fiercer. After 10 moves from both sides, Xiang Nan still exploded with 3 times his strength. He used all of his qi condensation and lightning condensation. His body was still covered in bruises, and the bones of his right forearm were shattered. The Gale Sparrow also felt uncomfortable, and its feathers fell off a large part of its body, causing it to be in a terrible sorry state. Seeing that the Gale Sparrow was coming again, Xiang Nan's eyes reddened and he angrily said, "What the hell? Don't worry. I hope you can withstand the lightning once." As he spoke, his hands quickly formed seals. Thunder King Seal, Lightning Falling. Printed. Xiang Nan's sword finger slashed down. Failed. Damn your grandmother. I failed at such a time. The Gale Sparrow hit Xiang Nan's lower abdomen. Xiang Nan was sent flying by the collision. Xiang Nan felt as if his internal organs were about to be shattered. As he shot backwards crazily, he coughed out a large mouthful of blood and stars appeared in front of his eyes. Fortunately, the Gale Sparrow was much weaker, and Xiang Nan was wearing black armor. Otherwise, it would have pierced through Xiang Nan's stomach. Xiang Nan's consciousness was about to dissipate when he was hit. His eyes darkened and he almost fainted. Fortunately, the last time he distributed the pills to Xiang Zhonghua and the others, Xiang Nan had left some of the rejuvenation pills for himself. At this moment, he hastily stuffed a Tier 1 rejuvenation pill into his mouth. Damn it! This isn't right. Birds should be very docile. Why is this guy getting fiercer and fiercer? Furthermore, it's a bit incredibly strong. Xiang Nan felt that something was amiss and hurriedly formed a seal. Lightning flickered in his eyes, and he could see the situation of the Gale Sparrow even more clearly. Looking at it, Xiang Nan discovered that there was something in the belly of the Gale Sparrow that emitted a strong yellow light. Huh? Yellow essence pill. Xiang Nan was dumbfounded. Why did the Gale Sparrow have the yellow essence pill in its stomach? The yellow essence pill was not a medicinal pill, but a precious treasure bred within the body of a snake-type demonic beast. Generally speaking, a snake-type demonic beast would transform into a flood dragon, and a flood, a powerful python demonic beast, would give birth to a yellow essence pill after a fortuitous encounter. After that, it would spit out the yellow essence pill to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and the essence of the sun and moon. After repeating this for nearly 100 years, the yellow essence pill would take shape. At that time, if the snake demon swallowed the refined yellow essence pill, it would be able to transform into a demonic flood dragon. Moreover, not all snake demons could produce the yellow essence pill. It could be said that only 1 out of 100,000 snake demons could produce such a pill. More snake demonic beasts would continue to cultivate, and their cultivation realms would continue to rise. However, it was impossible for them to become flood dragons for the rest of their lives. Then the yellow essence pill is clearly ripe. Xiang Nan slapped his forehead. That's right. The roar from the demon forest core just now was not the roar of the great demon, but the heaven and earth phenomenon after the snake demon lost the yellow essence pill when it transformed into a flood dragon. This Gale Sparrow actually stole someone else's yellow essence pill? Xiang Nan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he couldn't laugh anymore. He pointed at the Gale Sparrow and scolded, "Bastard! What's on your feet?" There was a ring hanging on the little leg of the Gale Sparrow, and what was that ring that wasn't Xiang Nan's storage ring? It was unknown when the Gale Sparrow had stolen Xiang Nan's storage ring. "Thief! Give me back my storage ring!" Xiang Nan was so angry. "You're a bird, you know? Not only did you steal the yellow essence pill that someone used to transform into a flood dragon, you even stole my storage ring." The Gale Sparrow's eyes sparkled as it charged towards Xiang Nan. This time, Xiang Nan saw that it didn't want to fight to the death with him, but to snatch his black-scaled saber. Xiang Nan was anxious. He quickly formed a seal with both of his hands. He spat out a mouthful of lightning from his mouth to his palm. How lightning! A ball of lightning rolled away. The ball of lightning grew larger and larger, engulfing the Gale Sparrow. It immediately exploded, causing the bird to instantly stiffen. Xiang Nan quickly formed a seal with both his hands, and his sword finger slashed down. Falling thunder! The moment the Gale Sparrow regained its freedom, lightning flashed in the sky and an arm-thick bolt of lightning descended without warning, hitting the back of the Gale Sparrow. The Gale Sparrow was instantly sliced to the ground, not moving at all. Xiang Nan panted heavily and came to the Gale Sparrow's side. He took a closer look and found that the thief was still alive. He removed his storage ring from the bird's leg, put it on his index finger, and condensed lightning into his finger. He was about to poke it down at the Gale Sparrow. The soul-absorbing needle was needed to extract the beast soul of a demonic beast, but the Thunder King seal that Xiang Nan cultivated contained the function of extracting the beast's soul. The lightning in his hand shrank to the thickness of a needle, but after aiming at the head of the Gale Sparrow, his heart softened again. Seeing the little bird lying on the ground with tears in its eyes, Xiang Nan could not do anything. This thing had cultivated for quite some time. It was already human. could even shed tears when feeling sad. It was really strange and unbearable. Sigh. Forget it. Xianxia sighed and said, I won't smoke your beast soul anymore, but you have to promise me that you will help me cultivate the Sparrow King seal. It wasn't impossible to directly use demonic beasts to form the Sparrow King seal, but there was one drawback. If the Gale Sparrow escaped, Xianxia wouldn't be able to release the Sparrow King seal skill. The little bird lay on the ground, looking pitifully at Xianxia without moving. Xianxia said helplessly, Don't worry. I'll let you go when I catch a new bird demonic beast in the future. Finally, Little Sparrow nodded in understanding. Damn, it's really scary. Xianxia held the bird in his hand. They say that demonic beasts have a high cultivation level and can understand human nature, but your cultivation level is not high. Oh right, it must be because of the yellow essence pill. If you swallow the yellow essence pill, you will definitely have a bright future in the future. I can't bear to kill you either. Who told him to be soft-hearted? Xianxia placed the Gale Sparrow on his shoulder and left the Black Sharp Demon Forest. Instead of returning to the Xiang Manor, he went to the treasure cave in the Black Sharp Mountain Range and started cultivating the Sparrow King seal here. Since this little bird could understand human language, it would be much easier. After several hundred consecutive failures, Xianxia finally succeeded in forming the Sparrow King seal. Come! Xianxia shouted in a low voice. The bird immediately jumped into Xiangxia's palm and was wrapped in dense lightning. Xianxia took a step forward and threw the bird forward, shouting, Thunder King Seal, Thunder Bird. The little bird passed through the palm print and instantly transformed into a lightning bird made of pure lightning. The lightning bird flapped its wings and crackled as it collided with the spirit measuring stone puppet. This collision actually sent the puppet flying. The puppet smashed into the wall and sneaked deep into the mountain. Xianxia was stunned and shocked. What a great power! He took out the puppet and looked again. There was actually a bowl-shaped half-circle pit on the puppet's chest, and it was as deep as a fist. Moreover, there were dense cracks at the edges of the crater. This Sparrow King seal was truly even stronger than Luo lightning. With the naked eye, the King Sparrow seal's lethality was currently around 5 times that of the Thunder Falling seal. As for the Sparrow King seal, it only consumed 3 times the amount of lightning. It's finally done. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief and said, I'll be in Martial Arts City in 6 days. During this period of time, I need to properly master it. Where's my storage ring? Xianxia shouted angrily in the cave. There were a total of 6 styles of the Thunder King seal. Xianxia could only learn 5 of them at present, but the advantage was that the Thunder King seal was different from other cultivation methods. There was no small success, only the difference between proficient and unproficient. This was because the Thunder King seal was determined by Xianxia's weather. The stronger Xianxia's weather was, the more powerful the Thunder King seal would be. Currently, Xianxia's speed and proficiency in sealing were still very beginner. In the following days, he chose to stay here and practice sealing gestures non-stop every day. As for the little bird, it had temporarily become Xianxia's pet. However, it had to eat a large amount of spiritual herbs, which made Xianxia's flesh hurt. What the hell? I don't know what happened to you. Xianxia touched the little bird's head and said, A bird demonic beast actually likes to steal things. I really don't know who you learned it from. Xianxia was helpless and began to practice sealing. Suddenly, he found that his right index finger was empty. Where's my storage ring? You stinking bird stole it from me again. In the following days, Xianxia had been cultivating in the treasure cave, and he had to undergo a large number of complicated sealing exercises every day. Because the Thunder King seal itself was the purest form of Qi cultivation technique, Xianxia had unknowingly surpassed the other martial artists of the same level in terms of the intensity of his innate weather during the days he cultivated the Thunder King seal. This level was naturally a Xiantian realm martial artist. At the same time, he also used this period of time to examine his experience after his rebirth. He could say that in less than half a year after his rebirth, what he experienced was even more colorful than his previous life. In his previous life, Bai Muqin's reputation as the #1 genius in the starry sky had given him unparalleled glory, and at the same time, It had made it impossible for him to see the real world. If you are a high-ranking person, then everyone else, good and bad, will greet you with a smile that makes you unable to see the real dark side of the world. Or perhaps it could be said that Bai Mukin had lived for 18 years under the protection of the profound sky sect in his previous life, but he was a pure-minded, hot-blooded youth. However, Xiang Nan's experience in this life was completely different from his previous life. Almost every outsider was hostile to Xiang Nan, which allowed Xiang Nan's mind to begin to leap forward, quickly mature, and gain a clearer understanding of the world. Then there was the little gale sparrow. Xiang Nan had thought that this stolen bird would find a way to escape, but that was not the case. The little bird enjoyed following Xiang Nan because Xiang Nan could always feed it some leaves of spiritual herbs. The yellow essence pill was a genius treasure that the snake demon needed to transform into a flood dragon. But now that it was eaten by the little bird, this was probably the first time that the world had been opened up. Even Xiang Nan couldn't tell what this bird would evolve into in the future, but from the looks of it, the yellow essence pill gave the bird a space for a hungry period after its death. This little bird eats almost everything. Not only does it eat spiritual herbs and grain, it even occasionally absorbs Xiang Nan's lightning power. Xiang Nan was also happy with the beauty of an adult bird. As long as he wanted to eat those expensive Tier 1, Tier 2, or even Tier 3 spirit herbs, Xiang Nan would feed them to him without reservation. The reason why Xiang Nan did this was on the one hand because this little bird was quite cute, and on the other hand, because the two of them had the intention of cherishing each other. Xiang Nan was destined to embark on an extraordinary life, and this little bird was also walking on an extraordinary bird life. Treasure Cave. Who? Xiang Nan succeeded for the 100th time, forming the most complicated sparrow king seal and finally stretched. I'm already proficient in controlling 5 types of palm prints. Xiang Nan raised his palm, and the Xiantian qi in his body focused on his palm like flowing clouds and flowing water. The little bird stood on Xiang Nan's shoulder and gently poked Xiang Nan's cheek with its mouth. Xiang Nan smiled and picked a leaf of the 2nd-grade spirit grass snake gallbladder flower, sending it to the little bird's mouth. The little bird immediately cheerfully grabbed it and swallowed it. Xiang Nan took a deep breath and looked at the black-scaled saber lying horizontally between his legs. Although the Lightning King seal is strong, it is still the purest move to use qi. I still need to find a common body skill. As he spoke, he took out a pen and paper, pondered for a moment, and then wrote down the scripture on the blank book. The running thunder spear was the only body skill he had, but the spear technique was too low and was no longer suitable for Xiang Nan. Hence, Xiang Nan had a sudden idea to rewrite a new one according to his current formidable weather. The thunder running saber had a total of 4 styles: Raptor Waving Tail, Azure Dragon Exiting the Sea, Berserk Dragon Battle Tide, and Dragon Shocking Day. In the Black Sharp mountain range, a mountain peak towered into the clouds. Xiang Nan looked at the sea of clouds and breathed in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to his heart's content. His eyes were sharp and he was making a posture of drawing a saber. He held the hilt of the saber in his right hand and pressed the saber with his left hand. Fierce dragon position was a hand stance. To be exact, it was a saber pull stance. It relied on the instant the saber was pulled out to make a powerful attack. He recalled the incantation he had created in his heart, and his eyes suddenly flashed with light as he shouted. The raptor wagged its tail. As soon as he finished speaking, the weather in his body stirred up, and a violent saber-pulling motion came with a large horizontal slash. This time, Xiang Nan chopped out an incomparably large crescent blade qi. The blade qi was already close to a complete circle, and it was the shape of a large crescent moon. The power of this saber slash was incomparably powerful. The saber qi swept out against the upper end of the sea of clouds, causing the boundless white clouds to be shocked into a wave of clouds. Yes. Xiang Nan nodded in satisfaction. I put the Lightning King Seal's qi condensation method into the lightning rushing spear. Sure enough, I obtained a great response. Looking at the power of the saber, I'm afraid the lightning rushing saber is already comparable to an earthly elementary grade cultivation method. Afterwards, he trained the Azure Dragon to go out to sea. The Azure Dragon went out to sea in a charging style. Xianxia held the hilt of the saber in his right hand and pushed down the tip of the saber. Almost half of the front of the saber was inserted into the rock. At the same time, his right arm was elbowed, and his elbow was on the back of the saber to provide support. Afterwards, the weather inside his body exploded violently, and his entire body bombarded forward. There was an aura of a person charging forward, and everything had to be avoided. Because his charge was too fierce, his large amount of early weather created a rapid friction with the air, causing a flame to rise. As for Xianxia, he was advancing against that flame. Just the visual impact alone was shocking to the heavens. After charging to its limit, Xianxia raised the giant saber that had plunged straight into the ground. The giant saber raised up and picked out a large crescent saber chi that was even more powerful than the raptor's tail swing. From the time he charged to the end of the charge, even the ground trembled. The effect is not trivial. Xianxia gritted his teeth. The excitement brought about by the charge hadn't dissipated yet. He merged the principle of the flash steps into the charging process, allowing the charging to become faster and fiercer. However, the Azure Dragon's speed at sea was slightly slower than the flash step because of the large amount of pre-weather that erupted during the charge, causing friction with the air. At the end of the charge, he used the raptor's tail swing as a reference. He used the earth as his scabbard and used the power of charging and drawing to execute a slash that was even more powerful than the raptor's tail swing. The third was the Berserk Dragon Battle Tide. Xianxia moved like a dragon with his saber in his hand. The huge black saber in Xianxia's hand began to slash violently. Each slash was aimed at the sky, and each slash was even more powerful than the previous one. A blade was stronger than a blade, and a blade was fiercer than a blade. The air above the sea of clouds howled and bees roared. The sea of clouds beneath it was lifted up with waves that could not remain calm. This Berserk Dragon Battle Tide relied on its momentum to borrow the power of the first saber to slash out. Xianxia swung his energy and slashed out a second saber. The power was stronger than the first saber, followed by the next 2, 3, 4, 7, and 10 sabers. Before he could retreat, his posterior momentum had risen again. This allowed Xianxia to continuously break through his physical limit, break through again. The final move, Shocking Dragon Sunshine. Xianxia slowly calmed down, allowing the surging weather in his body to gradually calm down. He looked at the sea of clouds and took a deep breath, saying, "This stance is a sudden idea of mine. I hope it will succeed." Afterwards, he abruptly placed the saber in front of him, his eyes looking into the distance through the sharp edge of the saber. Immediately afterwards, the weather in his body surged once again, and then he slashed out at Fong Fong with a knife. The saber slashed out a 5-meter-long saber chi. The saber chi was about the same size as the raptor's tail swing, but the strength of the saber chi was not as strong as the raptor's tail swing. But this was not the end. Xianxia immediately used the lightning vein attribute to entangle the saber chi, causing it to no longer advance violently, but to slow down greatly. Moreover, Xianxia struck out a second time. The second saber chi quickly rushed out and merged into the slowly advancing saber chi. The two 5-meter-long saber chi merged into a broader, larger 6-meter-long saber chi, but this was still not the end. Xianxia immediately chopped out a third blade, a fourth blade, a ninth blade, a 10th blade. He slashed 10 times in a row, and the 10 saber energies merged together to form a huge saber energy that was 3 meters wide and 15 meters long. The width and height of this saber chi were incomparably astonishing. Although it was 15 meters tall, it looked like it gave off a heaven-piercing visual shock. Shocking Dragon Sunshine. Xianxia leapt up, the saber in his hand pierced through the saber chi, and he actually felt like he was in harmony with the saber. Then, he slashed down vertically with a single strike. The enormous saber chi moved. The saber chi rumbled and slashed out, causing the rocks to shatter and the sea of clouds to boil. The saber chi slanted downwards and slammed into a mountain wall. The mountain wall instantly collapsed and was destroyed. Xianxia retracted his momentum. His gaze was like lightning as he unleashed a ferocious set of thunder-rushing sabers, causing Xianxia's own heart to surge, and his battle intent to soar to the heavens. Battle was all about fighting intent. The higher the fighting spirit, the more ferocious the momentum became. It's done. A smile appeared on Xiang Nan's face, and the little bird circling in the sky landed on his shoulder. Little fellow, I'll take you home. Counting the days, there were still 2 days left before the selection of Martial Arts City. It was time to return to the human world. After returning from cultivating in the Black Sharp mountain range, Xiang Nan's temperament was completely different. His entire body emitted a sense of vicissitudes. Although his eyes were calm, they were filled with sharp light. During his cultivation days, he had reflected on his previous life, which made him understand that in this world where the weak preyed on the strong, kindness to others might not be rewarded with kindness. Only with strength could one have the ability to speak. He mounted the wind-chasing horse and rode away, slowly arriving at the Blue Rock City area. My realm has loosened. It shouldn't be long before I can break through to the 7th level of the Xiantian realm. As he muttered to himself, he also saw a strange scene. He passed through several small towns and saw that the towns were decorated with lanterns and had a strong festive atmosphere. Xiang Nan was surprised and asked an old man who was hoeing the ground, "Old sir, what's wrong here? Why are there red lanterns hanging in every house?" Seeing Xiang Nan's dusty appearance, the old man said, "He came from other places, didn't he? You probably don't know that today is a joyous day for our entire Blue Rock City region. Because the martial arts city selection is about to open, all the powerful sect messengers have come. Those sect messengers are holding a banquet in Bluestone City. All the martial practitioners from the various towns have gone." So that's the case. Xiang Nan suddenly realized that the martial arts town selection was the only day for all the young people in the 6 towns of Bluestone City to make a name for themselves. Now that the sect envoys had arrived, it was only natural that the entire family would be decorated with lanterns and colored lights. "Thank you, old man." Xiang Nan cupped his fists and cupped his hands. He stepped onto the wind-chasing foal and continued on his way. "Looks like I'm still a little late. The sect envoys have begun to host a banquet. I'm afraid I'll be late if I rush over now. I just don't know how Xiang Zhonghua and the others are cultivating." With this thought in his heart, Xiang Nan felt even more eager to return. "I'm back." After returning to the Xiang Manor, Xiang Nan laughed loudly and shouted, "Aya Xiaonan, you're back." Xiang Xiaohua was the first to charge forward. He grabbed Xiang Nan's arm and said, "I thought you wouldn't be able to catch up. Now, the sect envoys." "Father, I already know." Xiang Nan smiled and nodded. "It's fine. I'll be heading to Blue Rock City soon. Little Nan." Xiang Xiaohua looked at Xiang Nan with satisfaction and said, "You seem to have grown a little taller, and your body is much stronger." The childishness on Xiang Nan's face had already been washed away by bitter cultivation. The edges and corners of his face were even more resolute, and the aura of a man was beginning to show. 16 years old was a good time to grow his body. With his hard cultivation and the nourishment of spiritual herbs, Xiang Nan's height was already close to 1.8 meters. Xiang Nan smiled and said, "Where are Brother Zhonghua and Sister Fei? They should have already arrived at Bluestone City, right?" At this point, Xiang Xiaohua's face darkened and he hesitated. "This?" Xiang Nan frowned and said, "What's wrong?" "Sai, you can ask yourself." Xiang Xiaohua shook his head. "Are they still in the Xiang Manor?" Xiang Nan was greatly surprised. Since when did Zhonghua and the others stay at home? He vaguely felt that something had happened and immediately rushed to Xiang Zhonghua's room. The moment he pushed open the door, a faint aura of blood filled the room. Xiang Nan saw Xiang Zhonghua sitting cross-legged on the bed, and Xiang Fei and the others were also there. "Brother, are you injured?" Xiang Nan frowned. Xiang Zhonghua forced a smile. "Little Nan, hurry up and go to Bluestone City. There." Xiang Nan narrowed his eyes and asked in a deep voice, "What happened? Who injured you?" As he spoke, Xiang Nan noticed that not only was Xiang Xiaohua injured, even Xiang Fei and the rest of his peers were slightly injured. Facing Xiang Nan's many questions, Xiang Zhonghua only sighed and didn't say anything else. He said, "Don't be distracted for us, Hugo." Xiang Fei, however, could not continue listening. She angrily said, "Isn't it Kai Jianyun who did this? Little brother Nan, when you left the Xiang Manor to cultivate, Kai Jianyun brought a group of people to find you to pick a fight with. They stood in the doorway and insulted you. Zhonghua couldn't listen anymore. He stood up for you, but he was viciously insulted by Kai Jianyun who injured us." Then Kai Jianyun also said, the anger in Xiang Nan's heart was almost out of control. He asked in a deep voice, "What else did he say?" Xiang Fei gritted her teeth and said, "He also said that if we see each other in the future, he will beat us once. If we dare to go to Bluestone City, he will break Zhonghua's dog leg." "Fei, quickly stop talking." Xiang Zhonghua hurriedly interrupted Xiang Fei and scolded, "It's not like you don't know little Nana's temper. If you tell him this now, it can only affect his mentality." "Haha, Kai Jianyun." Xiang Nan's voice became even deeper. Xiang Zhonghua hurriedly said, "Little Nan, don't be impulsive. Although Kai Jianyun is the second expert of the same generation, he is from the city. More than half of the top 20 experts in our group are close to Kai Jianyun. Right now, the city selection is imminent. We would rather offend Mo Hai, the #1 expert, than touch Kai Jianyun." Hearing this, Xiang Nan laughed heartily and said, Kai Jianyun, said that if we dare to go to Bluestone City, he will break your dog leg? All right, brother Zhonghua, sister Fei, come with me. I want to see how he breaks your legs." Xiang Zhonghua originally intended to persuade Xiang Nan, but when he saw the unquestionable expression between Xiang Nan's eyebrows, he swallowed his words back into his stomach. Bluestone City. The city selection was imminent, and the various sect envoys responsible for recruiting outer sect disciples in Wulong Prefecture had all arrived. Among them, there were 3 sects: the Cavalry Sect, the Absolute Saber Sect, the White Sword Sect, the Fierce Tiger Sect, the Berserk Lion Sect, and the Second Grade Sect, Chihua Sect. There were a total of 6 sects. At this moment, the 6 sects held a banquet in the Coliseum of Bluestone City, entertaining the young geniuses of Bluestone City and giving a speech to recruit disciples. Every sect did their utmost to describe their own sect's strength in words, as well as how bright the future of young people would be after joining their own sect. Only Wang Xiaoyun, the messenger of the Chihua sect, did not say a word from above. He did not need to speak at all. With just the words Chihua sect, he had absolute weight. Under the envelopment of the Chihua sect, the 5 third-grade sects could be said to be subservient to the Chihua sect. They all had flattering looks and were eager to establish a good relationship with the Chihua sect. For this banquet, Bluestone City had even spared no expense in providing all the facilities, delicacies, and wine. Whether the young people of Bluestone City could jump through the Dragon Gate and change their future depended on the selection of Martial Arts City in 2 days. At this moment, the Wang clan was the most proud of themselves. Wang Changhe was sitting on the first seat, and his seat was even higher than the city lords. It was all because of his eldest son, Wang Xiaoyun. Wang Xiaoyun was speaking from a high place. He looked around the crowd and said, "I believe there is no need to say anything else. Everyone knows the status and strength of the Chihua sect. That's. The elders of Berserk Lion sect nodded their heads and flattered Wang Xiaoyun. The elders of the other sects were also eager to flatter him, expressing how much they admired the Chihua sect. The seats in the spectator seats had long since been pulled out and replaced with wine tables. The representatives of the various clans raised their glasses to express their admiration for Chihua sect. On the huge open space inside the Coliseum were the contestants who had come to participate in the competition. Xiaoyun. Brother Xiaoyun has done a lot for our Bluestone City. Mo Hai sat beside Wang Jingyun and said with a smile, "That's." Li Qingchuan said proudly, "Brother Xiaoyun is the #1 figure in our Bluestone City. He will definitely be able to dominate the Blue Tide continent in the future." Wang Jingyun smiled sweetly and said, "Thank you for your lucky words." At the other table, Kai Jianyun and the others walked over with wine glasses in their hands. These people were all powerful, and their average strength even surpassed Mo Hai's group. "What are they doing here?" When Li Qingchuan saw Kai Jianyun walk over, he lowered his voice and said, "We must be on guard against this Kai Jianyun. Wang Jingyun smiled and stood up to welcome Kai Jianyun, saying, Jianyun. Kai Jianyun smiled faintly. The dozen or so super experts beside him made him feel extremely confident. However, he said, Jingyun, mo hi. Let me propose a toast to you. Xiao Yun has made an appearance this time. He is worthy of being a great hero of our Bluestone City. When the time comes, I hope that Jing Yun can put in a good word for me in front of brother Xiao Yun. After all, the names of the three of us carry the word Yun. This is not a shallow fate. Mo Hai and Li Qingchuan also stood up. Mo Hai raised his glass and said, Jian Yun is too polite. We still hope that you can show mercy to us in the city selection. Haha. No, Mo Hai is too polite. Wang Jianyun smiled faintly and then said, I don't dare to call myself merciful, but maybe we can cooperate. Oh. Mo Hai raised his eyebrows and subconsciously looked at Wang Jingyun. Kai Jianyun lowered his voice and said, Although we don't have a deep relationship, we have a common enemy. Xiang Nan. The smile on Mo Hai's face disappeared. That's right. Kai Jianyun nodded. This child is arrogant. He has to be beaten. Li Qingchuan laughed loudly. That brat? I already wanted to teach him a lesson. Coincidentally, this martial arts city selection is a good opportunity. As he spoke, a group of people walked in from the entrance. Ha! Kai Jianyun was in a position where he could see the entrance. He saw Xiang Zhonghua and the others with a single glance. Kai Jianyun and Mo Hai looked towards the Xiang clan team at the same time. Xiang Zhonghua and the others sensed Kai Jianyun's cold and fierce gaze, and Mo Hai and the others, who were eyeing Mo Hai covetously, were afraid to walk into the banquet hall. Kai Jianyun laughed from afar. Isn't this Zhonghua? What? Have you forgotten what I said? Your dog leg doesn't want it anymore. His voice was so loud that all the contestants immediately stopped and looked towards the Xiang clan. Kai Jianyun and Mo Hai's team represented the highest battle prowess of the younger generation. Now that the two teams were standing together, they were simply existences that no one dared to provoke. They were so frightened that no one dared to say anything. Xiang Zhonghua was humiliated by Kai Jianyun, and his face immediately turned red. He opened his mouth, but didn't know how to respond. At this moment, a figure flashed out from behind Xiang Zhonghua. This person was carrying a huge black saber. It was Xiang Nan. The moment Xiang Nan appeared, Kai Jianyun, Mo Hai, Li Qingchuan, and the others narrowed their eyes. Everyone originally thought that Xiang Nan would make a harsh remark first and return the favor to Kai Jianyun. But who would have thought that this was not the case? Xiang Nan asked directly, Brother Zhonghua, who injured you? Is it Kai Jianyun himself or his subordinates? The distant city lord also noticed Xiang Nan. Seeing that Xiang Nan's expression was not good and he was afraid that Xiang Nan would cause trouble, he stood up and said, Little Nan, today is the wedding day of Bluestone City. Don't act recklessly. Oh, is he Xiang Nan? The messengers of the 5 third-grade sects looked at Xiang Nan differently. The elder of the Absolute Saber sect said, I've long heard that one of the top contestants in this year's competition is called Xiang Nan, so that's him. The people who came to this banquet were not here for delicious food and wine, but for the word martial arts. Now that they saw the Xiang clan and the other clans being at loggerheads, they were all enjoying the fun, and there were even some people who cheered and started to heckle. This was a fierce confrontation between the two powers. Xiang Nan represented the number 1 expert among his peers. In front of him, no one could compare to the 2nd to 5th place. As for Mo Hai, Kai Jianyun, and the others, they represented the highest combat strength of the old-school contestants. Now that the new and old sects were on the verge of war, everyone felt that a good show was about to be played out. Brother, who hurt you? Name him. Xiang Nan faced everyone's gazes, but he was not afraid. He had the posture of causing a huge commotion in the Colosseum. It's the person behind Kai Jianyun. Xiang Zhonghua finally mustered up his courage and pointed at a tall and thin man standing behind Xiang Zhonghua. This person's name is Huang Tianyu. He is a 19-year-old Xiantian 8th layer expert. He possesses a rare talent for the wind meridians of ordinary grades. His cultivation method is the water-severing slash. He is very tyrannical, Xianxia said. Especially since his strength ranking is extremely high. He is almost on par with Li Qingchuan, who has the same wind vein. He is only half a notch behind Li Qingchuan. Xiang Nan's gaze fell on Huang Tianyu. He was tall and thin, with a hooked nose and thin lips. From the looks of it, he was an unkind person. Huang Tianyu's weapon was a pair of half-meter scimitars. In today's world of martial arts, martial artists are generally used to using giant weapons. That's because martial artists often have to fight large demonic beasts, and giant weapons can play a better role. Huang Tianyu's pair of daggers looked exceptionally different, but this also showed that Huang Tianyu was a speed-type martial artist. What? Kai Jianyun sneered and said, "Hearing this? Are you still here to take revenge? You really don't know whether to die or not." Xiang Nan, Wang Xiaoyun, the messenger of the Qihua sect, spoke in a faint voice that was transmitted to the ears of everyone present through Yuan Qi. He said, "This place is full of sects. How can you be so wild?" Once these words were spoken, everyone thought that there was no longer any liveliness. The 6 sects were all here, and no one dared to speak loudly. No one believed that there were still people who dared to cause trouble here. However, Xiang Nan walked to the nearest table, picked up a bowl of liquor and drank it all in one gulp. He smashed the bowl to the ground and laughed loudly. "Wang Xiaoyun, don't think I don't know what you did." Next, Xiang Nan pointed at Wang Xiaoyun, the messenger of the Qihua sect that everyone wanted to curry favor with, and shouted, "You'd better pray that I can't come out. If I, Xiang Nan, have the day to turn around, I will definitely not spare you." Nuoda's Colosseum was completely silent after hearing Xiang Nan's words. Crazy. Then Xiang Nan is really crazy. It was too late for everyone to curry favor with Wang Xiaoyun. But this Nan actually dared to point at Wang Xiaoyun and curse angrily. Moreover, how could such words be put on the table? Even if you, Xiang Nan, hate in your heart, you still hide it in your heart. If you say it in front of everyone, wouldn't it be a fight with Wang Xiaoyun? Wang Xiaoyun was also stunned by Xiang Nan's scolding. The veins on his forehead bulged, but in front of the other sects, he couldn't personally go down and fight Xiang Nan. Could he? Good. Wang Xiaoyun's face turned red with anger. He also pointed at Xiang Nan and said, "You have guts. You really have guts." But Wang Xiaoyun's eyes turned cold as he shouted, "I don't care if you, Xiang Nan, are a bug or a dragon. Today, you have to pinch your tail for me. The city selection is imminent, and no private battles are allowed. If you dare to move, I will immediately disqualify you from the city selection." Everyone was in an uproar. Wang Xiaoyun's threat was too powerful. This time, he'll see what you do, Xiang Nan. Do you want revenge? Or do you want to run for the election? Unexpectedly, Xiang Nan picked up another bowl of liquor and drank it up. He laughed loudly and said, "Earlier on Welcome Street, Mo Hai Wang Jingyun and Li Qingchuan injured my Xiang family and forcefully attacked me. How can this be settled? A few days ago, Kai Jianyun led a group of henchmen to the Xiang Manor and injured more than a dozen of my brothers and sisters. How can we settle this debt? You said you can't fight privately before the city election?" Xiang Nan laughed loudly. "They hurt people first. If you want to disqualify me, disqualify them first. If you don't disqualify them now, there's no reason for you to interfere with me." Xiang Nan's words were like needles, causing Wang Xiaoyun's heart to bleed. Wang Xiaoyun was stunned from choking. He opened his mouth several times, not knowing how to return the favor to Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan also knew that breaking up with Wang Xiaoyun would not do him any good. But saving his face? It had already been torn apart. "I, Xiang Nan, told you to take a step, but you all moved closer. I'll take another step, and you'll force me to take another step. Do you really think that I, Xiang Nan, have such a good temper? It wasn't magnanimity that was obtained by blindly tolerating, but the other party was even more unscrupulous." Seeing that Wang Xiaoyun was speechless, Xiang Nan laughed loudly. "What? Don't you punish them? If you don't punish them, I will make a move." As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia clanged his black-scaled saber out of his back. The saber was buzzing in the cold wind. Chow! This brat really wants to make a move. The other spectators stood up in unison, their faces filled with disbelief. However, most of them gave Xianxia a thumbs up in their hearts. Copy the guy. Under Kai Jianyun's command, the friends beside him drew out their weapons one after another. On Mohai's side, many experts looked at each other and revealed their weapons. They chose to form an alliance with Kai Jianyun. Ha 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 ha. Good job. Xianxia looked up and smiled. He stabbed the giant saber into the ground, held it in his right hand, and put his left elbow on the back of the saber. He shouted, Azure Dragon, go out to sea. In an instant, Xianxia turned into flames and charged in Huang Tianyu's direction. None of Mohai, Kai Jianyun, Li Qingchuan, Wang Jingyun, and the others had expected Xianxia to attack so violently. Everyone showed their martial skills to block Xianxia. But Xianxia's charge was too fast, too fierce. He was like a fierce, roaring tiger, instantly bombarding through the gaps between all the experts. The few experts weren't prepared enough, but they were sent flying by Xianxia. Everyone was shocked. Even experts as strong as Mohai and Kai Jianyun were sent flying by Xianxia's attack? What kind of martial skill is this? The faces of all the spectators turned deathly pale. Looking at the battle scene, Xianxia only had one target, Huang Tianyu. None of the martial artists blocking Xianxia's path of advancement were able to withstand the Azure Dragon and flew into the sky on both sides. When Xianxia's charge arrived in front of Huang Tianyu, he left behind a hand and didn't release his final saber-drawing slash. Otherwise, he would definitely slash Huang Tianyu at the waist this time. Huang Tianyu was no less than a speed-type athlete. Although he was stunned by Xianxia's domineering martial skill, he still dodged immediately, especially when Huang Tianyu stood behind the crowd. He had enough time to react. When Xianxia's charge arrived in front of him, Huang Tianyu immediately leapt out. Huang Tianyu's wind meridian talent had a miraculous effect at this moment. His figure moved like a spirit monkey, and his body was covered in the breeze. He jumped 7 to 8 meters high with a shout, just in time to avoid Xianxia's Azure Dragon from going out to sea. At the same time, Huang Tianyu also made a counterattack. The scimitars in his hands began to spin rapidly, causing a strong wind to whistle in the air. He coldly shouted, "Destroy the water!" Swoosh! The two high-speed rotating scimitars, with strong weather, transformed into two wind wheels. They drew a big arc and pinched Xianxia from the left and right. Competing with me in speed? The corner of Xianxia's mouth rose slightly. You're still a little tender. As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia's body suddenly turned into an afterimage and disappeared. The two scimitars hit the spot where Xianxia was standing earlier, splitting open two deep cracks. Not good. Huang Tianyu missed a move and hurriedly pulled back his hands, pulling back the two scimitars on the ground. However, at this moment, a shadow appeared at the corner of Huang Tianyu's eyes. When he was caught off guard and looked up, his entire body trembled. So fast! Everyone cried out in shock. Xianxia was actually faster than Huang Tianyu. In a flash, he reached Huang Tianyu's head. Huang Tianyu, who was known as a speed expert, didn't even have time to react when he was slapped on the back by Xianxia's saber. Huang Tianyu was slapped into an afterimage and heavily smashed into the ground. The impact force was so great that Huang Tianyu actually bounced back 4 to 5 meters. The entire ground shook. The tables and chairs in the surroundings were shaken to the point that they jumped up. Wow! Huang Tianyu was knocked into the air in a flat position. At that time, 2 ribs were broken and blood sprayed out of his mouth. At this moment, Kai Jianyun, Mohai, and the others rushed back one after another because the battle between Xianxia and Huang Tianyu was too short. It was only a few seconds. They wanted to stop Xianxia, but Xianxia held the back of Huang Tianyu's neck, and a flash step turned into an afterimage that pierced through the gaps between the experts. Pong! Huang Tianyu was heavily thrown in front of Xiang Zhonghua by Xianxia. Then, Xianxia kicked Huang Tianyu's leg and kicked him so hard that he knelt in front of Xiang Zhonghua. With this kick, he heard the crisp sound of his bones breaking. Xianxia broke out in cold sweat. With his strength, he could no longer understand how strong Xiang Nan was now. Xiang Nan was expressionless, but the blade of the giant saber rested on Huang Tianyu's neck, and he said calmly, "Apologize." Huang Tianyu's veins bulged with pain, but he gritted his teeth and said, "You dare to kill me?" Xiang Nan sneered as he leaned his mouth close to Huang Tianyu's ear and whispered, "What else do you think I don't dare to do?" Hearing this, Huang Tianyu's mouth trembled. He was scared. This time, he was really scared. At this moment, Huang Tianyu could no longer care about his face. He immediately turned pale and said to Xianxia, "Xianxia, I have let you down. I apologize to you. Please forgive me. Please, I don't want to die. Don't let Xiang Nan kill me." Xianxia's chest rose and fell violently, and he felt indescribably happy in his heart. Xiang Nan smiled and kicked Huang Tianyu to the side. On the other side, Kai Jianyun and Mo Hai had already rushed over angrily. Kai Jianyun laughed furiously. "Good, good, good." He looked at his follower, Huang Tianyu, who had been beaten like a dead dog by Xiang Nan. He immediately said goodbye 3 times and shouted, "You dare to move my men? Xiang Nan, I let you in today, but you can't get out." Xiang Nan looked up and smiled. He reached out with his right hand and pulled out a small wine jar from under the wine table beside him. He drank a few large mouthfuls of strong liquor into the jar. Then he shattered the wine jar, placed his saber across his chest, and shouted, "Come! If you want to fight, then let's have a good fight." This time, even Xiang Zhonghua and Xiang Fei were frightened. Xiang Fei hurriedly said, "Little Nan, don't. If the fight continues, you will really be disqualified." At this moment, Xiang Nan had already reached the limit of the tolerance of several sections. If he exceeded this limit, no matter how reasonable Xiang Nan was, the sects would probably not sit idly by and ignore him. Xiang Nan laughed loudly. "So what? Today I'll just risk everything. Killing 1 is enough. Killing 2 is enough. I can lose my qualifications for the city selection, but I can't lose our Xiang clan's dignity." As he spoke, Xiang Nan's foot had already stepped on Huang Tianyu's head. That clearly meant that the first person to kill Huang Tianyu would be killed in a battle. Many young men from the Xiang clan were stunned. Then, they took out their weapons and silently stood beside Xiang Nan. Although they didn't say anything, their actions had already shown their stance. Even if they killed each other today, they still had to accompany Xiang Nan until the end. Enough! At the critical moment when both sides were at war and a great battle was about to break out, City Lord Hongzhen finally couldn't help it. Hongzhen's face turned red from anger. He flew up into the sky and shouted, "All of you, stop! Don't you think it's embarrassing enough?" Looks like City Lord Hongzhen is really furious. With his status as City Lord, he actually scolded the swordsmanship that martial artists used to scold back then. Enough! Kai Jianyun's expression was filled with resentment as he screamed, "Is that enough?" The City Lord was furious and shouted, "You injured the Xiang family earlier, but now the Xiang family has avenged you. 1 return and 1 return will be considered as cancellation of each other." As he spoke, Hongzhen's fists burst forth with a powerful light. He actually condensed a terrifying yuan qi. He coldly said, "Do you really think that I, Hongzhen, lost the anger of a martial artist after becoming the City Lord? Today, whoever dares to continue causing trouble in my territory, I will make him pay a heavy price." Hongzhen, back then, he was a fierce general who fought bravely on the battlefield and had made great contributions to the battle. Everyone basically knew how hot-tempered he was. Now that Hongzhen's temper had risen, everyone was truly a bit afraid. At this moment, Xiang Nan held the huge saber in his hand, but didn't make a move. He was giving Hongzhen face and repaying him for taking care of him. When Kai Jianyun and the others saw that Xiang Nan was not moving, it was difficult for them to make a move. In fact, they were afraid of Hongzhen and did not dare to make a move. Hongzhen looked around at the young contestants and shouted, "All of you, get back to your seats." Xiang Nan laughed loudly and carried the giant saber behind him. "Brothers and sisters, Come to the table, he said. Kai Jianyun gritted his teeth and stared at Xiang Nan from afar. He said coldly, "Wait for me. I will make you regret what you have done during the city selection." Xiang Nan turned his head and stared fixedly at Kai Jianyun's eyes. "I'll wait for you," he said word by word. Hong Jin clenched his fists in the sky. He thought to himself, Xiang Nan, this brat has made my blood boil. Huang Tianyu lay on the ground, breathing heavily. Cough, cough, me, where's my saber? Where's my saber? On Xiang Nan's shoulder stood a small bird, with a pair of crossed scimitars in its mouth. Xiang Nan lightly flicked the little bird's forehead and said, "What do you want this damn thing for?" He took off his sabers and threw them back to Huang Tianyu. At random, one of the Xiang clan members sat down one after another, as if they had officially participated in the banquet before the city selection. The little bird stood on Xiang Nan's shoulder, its little head twisting about, its pair of small eyes looking around. It was very curious about the human world. Xiang Nan was afraid that this little fellow would steal something again. So he whispered, "Little sparrow, you have some prospects. Don't steal things in this kind of situation so that others won't underestimate us." The little sparrow seemed to not have heard it, and its little eyes rolled around randomly, looking at other people's jewelry. Xiang Nan sighed helplessly. "If you listen obediently, I'll give you a few glittering gemstones when you get out." The little bird became 100 times more energetic and immediately became much quieter. This guy could clearly understand Xiang Nan's words. If Xiang Nan hadn't bribed it, it would have pretended not to hear him. At this time, the chaotic battlefield had been quickly cleaned up by the staff, and the great figures of the sect who had come from afar were also chatting in low voices. Xiang Nan looked over and saw that the sect envoys seemed to be arguing about something, occasionally pointing at him. "Xiang Nan, I didn't expect that your progress would be so fast after not seeing you for a few days." Xiang Zhonghua finally couldn't help but grab Xiang Nan's arm excitedly and said, "Even Huang Tianyu was subdued by you." "Yes." Xiang Fei's eyes curved with laughter as she proudly said, "Doesn't our little Nan mean that little Nan is the #1 expert?" The Xiang clan youths were much happier. With Xiang Nan supporting them, would anyone dare to cause trouble for the Xiang clan in the future? However, Xiang Nan shook his head and smiled. "Just now, I was scheming without thinking. I took advantage of their carelessness to capture Huang Tianyu. Don't think that Mo Hai and the others are really so unbearable. Mo Hai, Kai Jianyun and the others are all unfathomable. I believe they must have some trump cards. Don't be careless." At this time, Hong Jun, who was far away, finally spoke as the city lord. Hong Jun nodded politely to the messengers of the 6 sects before letting go of his throat. He said loudly, "The martial arts city selection will be held in 2 days. Before that, I will briefly introduce the principles of the city selection." At this point, everyone quieted down and listened attentively to Hong Jun's reading. Hong Jun said, "First and foremost, there is no restriction on killing people in the martial arts city election. In other words, killing an opponent in the process of the city election is not against the rules. I don't want everyone to stop, but I hope that all the contestants can chant a bit of homesickness. If your opponent has no way to resist, I hope that you can forgive him." Xiang Nan nodded silently. Indeed, the martial city election was related to the future of the young people. No one would show mercy at that moment. Most of the time, if you don't kill others, others will kill you. Hong Jin added, "The second important issue is that the martial arts city election has abandoned the arena competition mode. Instead, it will host a survival mode. That is to say, at that time, all the contestants will participate in the election together. For the sake of confidentiality, we cannot disclose the exact location. I hope that all the young contestants will be mentally prepared in advance." Chaos. Xiang Zhonghua and Xiang Fei's expressions changed drastically. That Xiang Zhonghua angrily said, "This is simply targeting our Xiang clan." "That's right, that's not fair." Xiang Fei frowned and said, "Everyone knows that little Nan has many enemies. If we adopt the chaotic mode, wouldn't little Nan become the target of public criticism? Xianxia himself did not expect to face a chaotic battle mode. Right now, Mo Hai and Kai Jianyun's team hated him to the bone. It seemed that the city selection this time was much more difficult than he had imagined. Xianxia subconsciously glanced at Mo Hai's table and discovered that Li Qingchuan and the others were looking at him with a cold smile. On the other side, Kai Jianyun made a beheading gesture towards Xianxia. Once the scuffle mode was announced, the scene immediately exploded. There were too many people who wanted to kill Xianxia with their hands and fists rubbed together. On the other side, another discussion was going on with the sect messenger. At the cavalry sect, a female messenger said to the man beside her, "Senior brother, this Xianxia is very good. I'm going to recruit him into our cavalry sect. What do you think?" The person called senior brother shook his head slightly. Although this Xianxia is outstanding, he is too impulsive and reckless. He is not tactful enough. This kind of person can easily cause trouble for our cavalry sect. The woman retorted, "That's what I've taken a fancy to. Senior brother, it's been many years since we've seen such a courageous young martial artist. Furthermore, are there not enough martial artists in this world who have smooth accidents? Aren't we martial artists supposed to be happy with our grudges and kill everyone?" Hearing this, the senior apprentice brother fell into deep thought. The Absolute Saber sect on the other side had also set their sights on Xianxia, but what they were thinking was different from the cavalry sect. Within the Absolute Blade sect, a middle-aged man with a beautiful beard suddenly stood up. He shouted to Xianxia, "Xianxia, stand up!" His loud shout attracted the attention of everyone present, and everyone looked over curiously. Xianxia stood up and cupped his fists at the middle-aged man from the Absolute Saber sect. "Junior Xianxia is here." "Yes." The middle-aged man stroked his beard and smiled. "I am the third-generation elder of the Absolute Saber sect, Yu Bufan. I have something to tell you." As he spoke, Yu Bufan took out a small brocade box from his bosom and opened it in front of everyone. Inside was a scarlet medicinal pill. What was shocking was that the pill was actually enveloped in a layer of faint fluorescence. Yu Bufan smiled arrogantly and said, "Do you know what this is? This is the essence transformation pill that countless martial artists have dreamed of." Whoosh! Everyone was shocked. The origin transformation pill was a Tier 3 medicinal pill. As the name implied, the effect of this pill was to allow Xiantian Realm 9th layer martial artists to directly convert Xiantian into Yuan Qi. For a moment, countless pairs of eyes focused their greedy gazes on the essence transformation pill, unable to move away no matter what. Even Mo Hai and Kai Jianyun's faces turned red as they stared fixedly at the essence transformation pill, their eyes filled with desire. Xiang Fiki said, "Xianxia, is this essence transformation pill so powerful? Why do so many people behave abnormally after hearing these 3 words?" Xianxia narrowed his eyes and nodded silently. He whispered, "The essence transformation pill is not an ordinary Tier 3 pill. The key point is that there are dozens of spirit herbs and various ingredients needed to refine the essence transformation pill. As for these spirit herbs and ingredients, none of them can be found in our Bluestone City." Yu Bufan was very satisfied with everyone's reaction. He held onto the essence transformation pill and said to Xianxia, "What kind of martial skill did you use to charge just now? I'm willing to use this priceless origin transformation pill in exchange for your charging martial skill. How about it?" Everyone was about to go crazy with envy, especially Mo Hai. Mo Hai was a half-step origin realm expert, and what he longed for the most was an origin transformation pill. If he obtained this pill, he would be able to advance to the origin realm within one night. What does the word origin returning realm mean? This meant that he would be an invincible existence in the selection of martial arts city. Xianxia gritted his teeth and said resolutely, "Thank you, Elder Yu, for your kindness. This junior dares not accept it." If Yu Bufan's essence transformation pill was enough to shock everyone, then Xianxia's words were simply unbelievable. Who would refuse the essence transformation pill? Actually, Xianxia was also in a difficult situation. He had traveled all over Bluestone City, and he couldn't even find any ingredients to refine the essence transformation pill. He was also eager for the essence transformation pill. However, the most important thing was that Yu Bufan wanted the Azure Dragon in the Thunder Running Saber to go out to sea. Other than Xiang Nan himself, no one else could cultivate such a martial skill. If he handed over the Azure Dragon seagoing art, his lightning meridian attributes would be exposed as well. What was Huai Bai's sin? Xiang Nan was currently experiencing. Yu Bufan was stunned. He frowned and said, "You have thought it through. The 9th level of the Xiantian realm to the 1st level of the Origin Reversion realm is the first heavenly chasm of a martial artist. It is the most important period when the first weather is converted into Yuan Qi. Even some genius martial artists need 1 to 3 years to refine their qi and return to their essence. Some even need 3 to 5 years. As he spoke, Yu Bufan said meaningfully, "It's not like we haven't seen someone who has never been able to condense Yuan Qi in his entire life. I'm also willing to use a soul transformation pill, plus the qualifications of the cavalry sect, in exchange for your martial skills." The woman from the cavalry gate also stood up. "Junior sister Yu, what do you mean? Are you trying to compete with our Juedao sect?" Yu Bufan turned his head and said angrily. The woman from the cavalry sect smiled and said, "Senior brother Bufan, we came here to compete for the genius youth. Did I do something wrong?" The audience was dumbfounded. What's going on? The character was completely reversed? Shouldn't the contestants squeeze their brains and join the sect, and then go learn the sect's more powerful martial arts techniques? Why were the two sects competing for Xiang Nan's martial skills at this time? Who the hell was picking who? Someone in the spectator stands cried out in shock. Is Xiang Nan's martial skill really that powerful? Someone whispered, "We amateurs can't see the way out, but I think it should be extremely powerful. Otherwise, we wouldn't have let the elders of the two sects fight for it." The man's face turned pale when he heard this. The Xiang clan has such a powerful martial skill? That old fellow Xianxia has hidden it deep enough. At this moment, Xiang Nan was already a little unable to ride a tiger. He secretly sighed in his heart. He shouldn't have used the Azure Dragon to go out to sea so early. A single move from the Azure Dragon had even caused them to start fighting. If they used the Lightning King Seal, what would happen to those elders? "Xiang Nan, do you want to change it or not? Give me a hearty word." Elder Yu Bufan of the Absolute Saber sect gave an ultimatum. The cavalry sect's Elder Yu said softly, "Xiang Nan, there's no need to be afraid. If you trade with me, my cavalry sect will definitely protect you and protect your Xiang clan." Because of the Azure Dragon's attack, the two sects became tense. Kai Jianyun is already gloating in his heart. Let's see what you, Xiang Nan, do. If two sects want your martial skills at the same time, whoever you trade with will offend the other side. The city lord was extremely worried about Xiang Nan. He thought to himself that Xiang Nan was still young, so he really didn't have the experience to deal with this kind of situation. He hoped that he wouldn't say anything wrong. All the martial artists who harbored hatred for Xiang Nan were waiting for Xiang Nan to take action, while the insignificant others were secretly observing Xiang Nan's ability to conduct himself in the world. Was this brat just a reckless martial artist? Or was he an outstanding talent who was strong enough and had a decent brain? Finally, under everyone's gaze, Xiang Nan took a deep breath and smiled instead. He cupped his fists and said to Ju Dao sect and Iron Cavalry sect, "Thank you very much, senior." Xiang Nan is very grateful. However, if Xiang Nan hurts the sect harmony of the two seniors because of an insignificant kid like Xiang Nan, he won't be able to offend them. "Then what do you mean?" Yu Bufan's tone was unpleasant. Xiang Nan smiled and said, "Actually, the two seniors don't have to fight right now. If I, Xiang Nan, really pass the city selection by luck, then no matter which sect I join, won't I bring my martial skills into that sect?" Yu Bufan's expression eased a lot. He nodded and said, "You're right to say that." Actually, Yu Bufan knew this. He was afraid that Xiang Nan would make too many enemies and die in the martial arts city selection, so he wouldn't be able to obtain Xiang Nan's martial skill. He planned to exchange it with the essence transformation pill in advance. However, Xiang Nan's words could be considered as giving Yu Bufan a step down and taking care of the face of the two sects, so Yu Bufan had nothing to say. Elder Yu of the cavalry sect sat down with a smile and said to his senior brother, "Look, isn't this Xianxia a brainless person?" The senior brother helplessly smiled. All right. I know that junior sister has a sharp eye and is very accurate in judging people. Senior brother is willing to kowtow to you." After the banquet ended, all the contestants who were preparing to participate in the martial arts city selection were left behind, and all those who had nothing to do with the city selection left the arena. City Lord Hong Zhan said, "I left you here because the city selection will begin in 2 days. The venue for the city selection has already been selected. Then all the contestants participating in the city selection, come back with me to the City Lord's mansion. Tomorrow morning we will all head to the city selection trial grounds. Before that, no one is allowed to leave without permission. We cannot reveal the location of the trial grounds." So serious? Xiangnan's heart trembled slightly. It seemed that the venue for the city selection this time was not a small matter. The next morning, all the disciples who participated in the city selection boarded the flying ship and sailed out of the Bluestone City area. A flying ship was a large ship that relied on the power of spirit stones to fly in the air. This type of flying ship had a very high capacity for carrying people and objects. Normally, only large clans had it, and it was used for freight transportation. As for the flying ship that Xiangnan and the others were on, it belonged to the military and belonged to City Lord Hongzhen. This was their first time riding a high-end flying ship. For a time, the cabins and decks were filled with curious contestants. Inside a secret cabin of the flying ship, the messengers of the 6 sects were all present. Absolute Saber Sect, Cavalry Sect, White Sword Sect, Berserk Lion Sect, Fierce Tiger Sect, and Chihua Sect. Wang Xiaoyun and his 3 junior brothers were naturally leading the group of messengers from the Chihua sect. Wang Xiaoyun looked around at the messengers of the 5 sects and said in a deep voice, "I summoned everyone here because I have something to tell them in advance." "Oh, nephew Wang, but there's no harm in saying it." Yu Bufan's attitude was very respectful. These 3rd-grade sects would never dare to offend 2nd-grade sections. Wang Xiaoyun smiled coldly and said, "Then I'll be embarrassed. In this city selection, I want to deal with Xiangnan. If anyone dares to stop me, it will be against our Chihua sect." Wang Xiaoyun's words were quite ruthless, and they were really straightforward. If you wanted to deal with a person, then deal with it secretly. Few people would put such words on the surface. However, since it was displayed, it meant that Wang Xiaoyun hoped that everyone would cooperate. The messengers of the 5 sects looked at each other, but no one dared to refute. Elder Yu Bufan of the Absolute Saber sect couldn't help but be curious. He forcefully asked, "I wonder how nephew Wang intends to deal with Xiangnan. Could it be that you want to personally take action?" Wang Xiaoyun played with the ring on his thumb and said indifferently, "The sect has its own rules. I Chihua sect pay more attention to the rules. Naturally, I will not violate the rules to deal with the contestants. Everyone, rest assured. I can guarantee that I will not force anyone to do anything that violates the rules of your own sect." Hearing this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Although they were afraid of Chihua sect, they were still unwilling to act recklessly under the pressure of Chihua sect. Wang Xiaoyun said, "So my request is like this. Come and listen." Everyone conspired together and listened to Wang Xiaoyun's secret plan. Of course, other than Wang Xiaoyun's Chihua sect, the other sect messengers felt more regret in their hearts. Without a doubt, it was only natural for people to love him. Everyone had taken a fancy to Xiangnan. It was strange that Xiangnan had offended the wrong person. He should never have offended the Chihua sect. Xiangnan, who didn't know anything about it, was still hiding in his room and cultivating for the last time. He had first combed through all the martial skills and techniques he had learned during this period of time, and it was very important to determine what kind of martial skills to use under what circumstances. The second was to examine his own martial Dao realm. This advancement is a bit too strange. Xiangnan checked his 6th-level Xiantian realm, but he didn't know what was going on in his heart. Not to mention that he had eaten so many pills. Even if he hadn't eaten any pills, Just learning any of the powerful martial skills of the Thunder King Seal or the Rushing Thunder Saber was enough for him to break through to the 7th level of the Xiantian realm. However, in reality, the pills, together with the 2 abnormal martial skills, were still unable to break through to the 7th level. He felt the power in his body, which was about to erupt, but at this moment, it was like a sleeping tiger. He muttered to himself, "Looks like if I can successfully advance this time, it should be a big stride." Then, he continued to practice the Thunder King Seal's seal gesture, thinking in his heart, "If I can enter a sect this time, I should be able to find some ways to increase my resistance to electricity." Xianxia didn't care much about the martial skills of these sections. The reason he wanted to enter the sect was because he wanted the books of those sections. Each sect had its own collection of books. These books weren't just cultivation techniques and martial skills, but also alchemy, artifact forging, and even some precious historical documents. Xianxia recalled that of the 6 sects, Qihua sect had the oldest history and should have the largest collection of books. However, it was clear that Wang Xiaoyun could not allow him to enter Qihua sect. The remaining 5 sects belonged to the cavalry sect. They had the longest history of about 600 years. These sects had a large collection of books, and the chances of finding a way to increase his resistance to electricity were also the highest. It's the cavalry gate. Xianxia made up his mind, especially since Elder Yu of the cavalry sect had a good attitude towards him. Joining the cavalry sect was the best choice. The days passed so quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was already the day of the official city selection. In the early morning of this day, the military airship finally slowed down and began to descend from above the clouds. The flying ship crossed the boundless sea of clouds and saw everything below. All the contestants had been waiting on the deck for a long time, wanting to see where the training grounds were. Beside him, Xiang Zhonghua was suddenly shocked. He pointed downwards and shouted, Isn't that the black sharp demonic forest?" All the contestants also cried out in alarm. Down from here, within a radius of several hundred kilometers, it was all within the black sharp demonic forest's range. "My God!" Xiang Fei covered her mouth in fear, and her voice floated out from between her fingers. "We're going to conduct the city selection in the black sharp demon forest? That's a fierce place. The demonic beasts inside are rampant." That's right, the black sharp demonic forest demonic beast is rampant, and these Xiantian realm martial artists are here for the city selection? It was simply a joke. Even if he wanted to survive inside, it would be very difficult. Xianxia furrowed his brows. He had been here twice and understood the danger the most. Even if an origin-returning realm martial artist entered, there was a high chance that this black sharp demon forest would die inside. This time, isn't it a little too big? Not far away, Li Qingxuan's face was also pale. The flying ship landed at the edge of the black sharp demon forest, but it did not land. Instead, it landed 100 meters above the ground in mid-air. Looking down from here, he discovered that the people from the various clans were waiting outside the black sharp demon forest. Are they here to watch the battle? The elders of each clan arrived before us? Then what is the meaning of our so-called secret plan? Xianxia asked. At this time, City Lord Hongzhen and the messengers of several sects had already walked out. Hongzhen said, "That's right. The location of the selection this time is the black sharp demon forest. Actually, the elders of each clan can also watch the battle, and they just arrived at dawn today." "I see." Xianxia suddenly came to a realization and said, "We've been wandering in the sky for 2 days now. The reason why you didn't reveal that Black Sharp Yaosan is the election venue in advance is because you're worried that the powerful elders of the clan will make a move in Yaosan and help their clan's younger generation. Cheat." Hongzhen nodded. "Exactly." Xianxia frowned and said, "But even so, fairness is preserved. What about security? I'm afraid it's inappropriate for us Xiantian martial artists to choose in Black Sharp Demon Forest City." At this time, Elder Yu of the cavalry sect smiled and said, "The demonic beasts within the demonic forest are rampant. There are many of them at the origin realm or even the heavenly origin realm. Naturally, it is impossible for us to let you go in and die. Next, It's time to watch a good show. As he spoke, the messengers of the six sects exchanged glances with each other, and each sect took out something. The cavalry sect had a huge halberd, the absolute saber sect had a half-broken blade, the berserk lion sect had a lion's eye the size of a fist, the violent tiger sect had a long whip made from a tiger's tail, and the white sword sect had a sparkling sword. As soon as these 5 items were taken out, all the contestants present felt their breathing become difficult due to the powerful pressure of those 5 items, as if even Chen Yang had lost his luster at this moment. City Lord Hongzhen introduced. The 5 sects took out 5 low-grade, profound weapons. The moment the word low-grade profound weapon was spoken, all the contestants were so shocked that they stopped breathing. Weapons are divided into grades: mortal weapons, spirit weapons, earth weapons, heavenly weapons, profound weapons, Tao weapons, and divine weapons. According to legend, only City Lord Hongzhen had an earth weapon in the entire area covered by Blue Stone City. This was already an extremely formidable weapon. And today, 5 low-grade, profound weapons appeared together. These were simply the most spectacular weapons in the history of Bluestone City. Only the sect would be able to control a weapon with infinite power like the profound armament. In fact, Xianxia, who possessed extremely strong perception, had a premonition that the moment the 5 profound weapons appeared, the entire black sharp demon forest became silent. All of the powerful demonic beasts hibernating in the demon forest were completely silent. Finally, Wang Xiaoyun took out a weapon on behalf of Qihua sect. It was a small, exquisite pagoda. As soon as this tower appeared, the weapons of the other 5 sects were instantly suppressed to the point of dimming. Many youths cried out in alarm. The weapons of the 5 sects are all elementary-level profound weapons. The weapons of the Qihua sect can still suppress them by 1 head. They must be intermediate-level profound weapons. That's right. Wang Xiaoyun smiled faintly and said, "This is one of the most precious treasures of our Qihua sect. The Fire Cloud Pagoda is an intermediate profound weapon." The eyes of all the young people shone with envy. The Qihua sect is indeed powerful. It can casually take out an intermediate profound weapon. That's right. If I am lucky enough to enter Qihua sect, wouldn't my future be limitless? Hey, stop dreaming. The Qihua sect is a second-class sect. How can we enter as soon as we say? The young contestants exchanged words with each other, and their words were filled with incomparable desire for Qihua sect. The messengers of the Qihua sect listened very well, their faces carrying arrogant expressions. City Lord Hongzhen also smiled and said, "Yes, it is also a great honor for our Bluestone City to have Qihua sect come to a small place like ours to choose disciples. Everyone must work hard and seize this opportunity." Immediately, the contestants expressed their stance and swore that they would use all their strength to win the favor of the envoys of the various sections. "All right." Hongzhen clapped his hands and said, "Enough gossip. Let's start introducing the rules of the competition." Flying ship, Shang. The flying ship rose high again. At the same time, the messengers of the 6 sects exchanged glances with each other and threw their sects' divine weapons into the sky. The 6 mysterious grade weapons flew into the sky at the same time, releasing tens of thousands of golden rays of light, causing the hazy dawn to instantly become as bright as noon. The contestants cried out in surprise again. Immediately after, the 6 profound weapons floated in the air. The golden light they scattered directly fell into the black sharp demon forest. It was actually inside the black sharp demon forest that they drew winding long lines with light. After landing on the ground, numerous long lines rose high, forming a wall of light that was 100 meters tall. Looking down from the flying ship, the light walls were instantly as complicated as a maze. "This seems to be a lot of roads," Xianxia pondered. "That's right." Hongzhen nodded and said in a loud voice, "Throughout the ages, many martial artists have used their blood and lives to explore the black sharp demonic forest, and they have even stepped out one safe path after another. These safe paths are divided into 4 levels. They are the Xiantian Road, the Origin Return Road, the Post-Origin Road, and the Heaven Origin Road. Today, the 6 great sects used divine weapons to cut the Xiantian Road into 300 equal parts. Therefore, that Xiantian Road is your first examination place. Everyone had heard of the 4 levels of paths. As the name implied, the paths of the Xiantian realm were basically Xiantian demonic beasts, ranging from the 1st level of the Xiantian realm to the 9th level of the Xiantian realm. Inside the Origin Return Road were demonic beasts from the 1st to 5th level of Origin Return, and from the 6th to 9th level of Origin Return. Inside the Origin Heaven Road were the habitats of terrifying demonic beasts in the Origin Heaven realm, which was also the core area of the Black Sharp demonic forest. Hongjin pointed at the 300 paths below and said, "You have a total of 300 contestants. Each of you will be thrown into a path. And all you have to do is cross your own innate road as fast as you can and arrive at the 2nd examination hall. Point system will be adopted in this city selection. Those who arrive at the 2nd examination hall within 10 hours will be rewarded with 10 points. Those who arrive at the 2nd examination hall after 10 hours will be rewarded with 1 point less for every additional hour. The highest point will be 10 points, and the lowest point will be 1 point. Forward." The flying ship began to move towards the interior of the Black Sharp Demon Forest. Many contestants crowded around and looked down. Seeing the terrifying Black Sharp Demon Forest being cut into such a shape, their eyes were filled with shock. Immediately after, they flew over the area being cut and arrived at the top of a huge open space. Strangely, there were actually 300 light cages in the open space, and each cage contained a demonic beast. Hongjin said, "This is the 2nd exam hall. What you have to do is to pass through the 2nd exam hall and enter the last 3rd exam hall." However, everyone has seen the Yuan-Chi cages. Each cage contains a Xiantian 5th level demonic beast. From the beginning of the city selection, the first cage will be unlocked by the 10th hour. After that, every 5 minutes, a cage will be unlocked and a demonic beast will regain its freedom. In other words, whoever arrives at the 2nd examination hall at the fastest speed will face the least pressure. Xianxia nodded silently. If he could arrive at the 2nd exam hall within 10 hours, then even 1 demonic beast would not be unlocked. It would be as easy as crossing the 2nd exam hall. However, the longer he spent in the 1st examination room, the more demonic beasts he would face. Every hour, he had to unlock a total of 12 demonic beasts. This was no joke. Even though they were all Xiantian 5 Dan demonic beasts, once their numbers increased, they would become incomparably dangerous. The last 3rd examination room, move forward. The flying ship finally arrived at the other end of the Black Sharp Demon Forest. This place was far away from the core area, and there were almost no demonic beasts left. Hongjin said, "This is the 3rd exam hall. At that time, each of you will be given a famous brand. The 3rd exam hall will be the place for you to compete for the famous brand." Hongjin introduced that a soldier had already given each contestant a famous brand. This brand was round and could be directly absorbed into clothes by the weather. On the nameplate that Xianxia had obtained, there were 2 words written on it, Xianxia. Hongjin said, "The 3rd examination room will only be open for 24 hours. Those who do not arrive within the specified time will be eliminated. And in the 3rd examination hall, you can compete for each other's famous brands. You can get 1 extra point for each brand you snatch. After the 24-hour closure of all the exam halls, the contestants with the highest scores will be given priority to be accepted by the sect. Alright, let's go back to the end of the 1st examination hall and begin to let the contestants in." The flying ship flew back to the starting point and asked the contestants to draw a number plate. The number plate Xianxia drew was 300, which meant that he would be placed in the 300th Xiantian passage. Soon after, the flying ship flew sideways from left to right. The students' bodies were wrapped with Yuan-Chi and placed into their own passages. During this period, Xianxia quickly asked Xiang Zhonghua and the others, "How is your cultivation?" Xiang Zhonghua smiled confidently. "Don't worry. I was originally at the 4th level of Xiantian and was close to the 5th level. With little Nan's help, I am now at the 6th level of Xiantian." Xiang Zhonghua and Xiang Fei were both Xiantian 6th layer experts, while the other members of the Xiang clan were Xiantian 4th layer to 5th layer experts. Xianxia nodded. "Then I'm relieved. All right, my passageway is here. Xiangnan, I'll see you at the third examination hall. Xiang Zhonghua raised the number plate with the words 137 in his hand, and then he was thrown down, easily falling into the black sharp demon forest. Xiangnan heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Although Zhonghua and Xiangfei were only at the 6th level of Xiantian realm, this realm was more than enough to deal with 16-year-old contestants. After all, Wang Jinghai was only at the 6th level of the Xiantian realm. The last one was Xiangnan. He held a 300 number token and was landed on the 300th passageway. The city lord shouted loudly, "In order to avoid being disturbed during the city election, the venue is closed." As soon as he finished speaking, the 6 profound weapons suddenly emitted intense light. The front lights condensed into a hemisphere that actually covered the entire examination area with a boom. Within 24 hours, no one could enter the examination room, and no one could come out. All right. Hongzhen clapped his hands and said loudly, "Friends of the clans, please board the ship. Let's go to the sky and watch." The members of the various clans who came to cheer for their juniors, as well as some important figures who came to observe, all boarded the flying ship. The flying ship gradually rose above the giant hemispheric barrier of light. This screen, which covered nearly 1/3 of the black sharp demon forest's area, also had the function of projecting images. It enlarged the situation of each of the contestants below to the surface of the screen. Everyone looked down and could clearly see the situation of each contestant from the surface of the light screen. Now I declare that the Blue Stone City Martial Arts City Selection will officially begin. Along with City Lord Hongzhan's command, the martial arts city selection that everyone was looking forward to finally began. The 300 contestants below were lined up horizontally. After hearing the order to start, they all set off for the second examination hall. Mo Hai, who was called the number 1 expert of his age, looked out of the light wall on the right and nodded slightly. The person standing outside the light wall on the right was precisely the second expert, Kai Jianyun. Kai Jianyun clasped his fists and smiled faintly. "Brother Mo Hai, please step aside." Chung Jian. Mo Hai clasped his fists in return. At this moment, almost everyone's gaze fell on the two of them. They knew that the two of them were the strongest, so they were filled with anticipation towards the two of them. "Brother Mo Hai, I'm leaving first." Kai Jianyun smiled. As soon as he finished speaking, Kai Jianyun's feet condensed into a cloud of white mist. Then, with a sound from Pong, the first cloud of white mist exploded. As for Kai Jianyun, he stepped on the white mist and his body turned into a shadow as he rushed forward. "Good skill." Mo Hai broke down. That Kai Jianyun's movement technique was very peculiar. At first glance, it looked like he was stepping on an auspicious cloud, and the visual effect was astonishing. On the flying ship, everyone praised Kai Jianyun endlessly, while Kai Baohua, who was in charge of the Kai clan, had an arrogant expression on his face. Mo Hai smiled. His body was slightly bent and his feet shot onto the ground. His entire body rushed out with a whoosh, and his sprint actually brought with it a faint howl of a tiger. The spectators on the flying ship were in an uproar again. The Mo clan in Bluestone Town and the clan master Mo Hongqi were also extremely proud. All right. These two people are truly outstanding among the younger generation of our Bluestone City. Yes, old Master Kai, Patriarch Mo is so lucky. Hearing everyone's praise, the leaders of the two clans returned the greetings, but the arrogance on their faces could not be concealed. On the other side, Wang Jingyun and Wang Jinghai were next to each other, and there was only a wall of light between them. "Sister, come on. We must get good grades this year." Wang Jinghai chuckled at Wang Jingyun. His feet moved slightly, but his body rushed out at a very fast speed. "En Xiaohai, be careful. Sister will be watching you at any time." Wang Jingyun's eyes were full of doting. She took out a red silk and shot it out. A red silk was like a rainbow that pierced through the sun, seemingly continuously shooting into the distance. However, Wang Jingyun was stepping on the red silk, her entire body sliding forward. This move was very elegant. "Oh!" Mo Hongqi congratulated Wang Changhe. Little Hai was still at the Xiantian 4th layer during the election. In just a short month, he actually advanced to the Xiantian 7th layer. Wang Changhe smiled calmly. Facing the two geniuses of the Mo clan and the Kai clan, Wang Changhe wasn't worried at all. There was a mysterious confidence in his eyes. Everyone was extremely envious of Wang Changhe. Needless to say, Wang Jinghai must be able to make such a terrifying leap in strength thanks to Wang Xiaoyun. Wang Xiaoyun casually gave a few Qihua sect pills to Wang Jinghai. This was enough for Wang Jinghai to benefit endlessly. Afterwards, everyone set their sights on Xiang Nan, who was the most worthy of attention among the newcomers. However, everyone couldn't help but frown when they saw him. This had already begun for almost a minute. 300 contestants had all set off, leaving only Xiang Nan standing there motionlessly. What's going on? The city lord was puzzled. He turned around and was about to ask the Xiang clan about it. But he discovered that none of the Xiang clan's elders were there. This was also what Xiang Nan meant. The most important reason was that there was no one in charge of the Xiang clan. Old Master Xianxia was still in seclusion, and the various clans here, Wang, Mo, Li, and Kai, all harbored great hostility towards the Xiang clan. In this city election, Xiang Nan had to fight against the people from the 4 families. If the elders of the 4 families were to become angry and vent their anger on the elders of the Xiang family, then the gains would not be worth the losses. In order to prevent Xiang Nan from being distracted, the Xiang family was very considerate and did not come to watch the battle. What is this kid doing? Hong Jun was starting to get anxious. This first battlefield could be said to be a race against time. The others on the flying ship were similarly puzzled. Only Wang Xiaoyun smiled coldly. However, the smile disappeared in a flash and was well hidden. Below, black sharp demonic forest. Xiang Nan frowned as he stood in his 300th passageway. A silver light flashed in his eyes, and he could clearly see the situation of the demonic chi division with his lightning meridian attribute. Something's wrong. Xiang Nan's brows furrowed even deeper as he muttered, "Could it be that I saw wrongly? Little sparrow, go check it out." As soon as he finished speaking, the bird on Xiang Nan's shoulder immediately let out a cry and the painting flew out with a gust of wind. After circling a few times in the distance, the bird returned to Xiang Nan's shoulders. Xiang Nan whispered in the little bird's ear. Seeing that the little bird nodded, the anger on Xiang Nan's face couldn't be suppressed. When everyone saw this scene, their faces were filled with doubt. Xiang Nan cupped his fists at the flying ship in the sky and shouted, "City Lord, elders of the various sects, I want to ask why there are origin-returning realm demonic beasts in this 300th passageway." A single word shocked 1,000 waves. On the flying ship, everyone was dumbfounded. Gui Yuan? Hong Jun was the first to jump into a rage and roar, "Elders, what's going on?" The first battlefield of all the contestants should be the Xiantian passageway. Why are there origin realm demonic beasts in the passageway of Xiang Nan? How can this be explained? Forget about Hongjin, the messengers of the other 5 sects also looked at each other. The cavalry elder asked curiously, "How is this possible? We've planned the route beforehand, so we shouldn't have made any mistakes." In particular, Xiang Nan is located closest to the origin realm. That is the territory under the jurisdiction of the Qihua sect. How could the dignified Qihua sect make a mistake? Before he could finish speaking, Elder Yu suddenly woke up like a dream. She looked at Wang Xiaoyun with a questioning expression in her beautiful eyes. Everyone understood. It was just that everyone was tacit and didn't dare to say it out loud. That's right. The most dangerous area is to be suppressed by the Fire Cloud Tower in Qihua sect. This is the safest place, but everyone has overlooked one thing. The person Wang Xiaoyun hates the most is Xiang Nan. Wang Xiaoyun definitely did it on purpose. Oh! Wang Xiaoyun faintly smiled and swept his gaze down a few times before saying, "Looks like there's really been a mistake, but there's nothing I can do about it. The demonic beast's area of activity isn't fixed in the first place. This 300th passageway, seems to have been delimited into the origin returning area." Xiang Nan laughed coldly. Wang Xiaoyun said nonchalantly, Since the accident has already occurred, there is no way to remedy it. Xiang Nan, you don't have to go forward. You just have to wait until the end of this city election. You're only 16, right? You're young, and you can still participate in the next city selection. Hong Zhen was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. But what could he do? He couldn't punch Wang Xiaoyun in the face. Could he? Xiang Nan, wait a moment. Let's see if we can find a more reliable solution. City Lord Hong Zhen refused to give up and immediately went to find the messengers of the 6 great sects for a meeting. Of course, Hong Zhen was unwilling to give up. Before this, his attitude had always been to protect Xiang Nan, and he had always stood on the same side as Xiang Nan. It was precisely because he valued Xiang Nan's potential. He had to protect Xiang Nan even if he wanted to offend the other clans. Could also be seen as placing his biggest bet on Xiang Nan alone. Envoys. Hong Zhen looked at the elders of the major sects seriously and said in a serious tone, "Is there really no room for recovery? Can we open the light screen and let the contestants enter again?" "It's impossible." Wang Xiaoyun was the first to shake his head and refuse. He said, "The 6 profound weapons of our 6 sects have already poured all their spiritual energy into it. If we remove the protective barrier now, the 6 profound weapons will also be in a state of spiritual energy deficit." Elder Menuet said thoughtfully, "Nephew Wang is right. If the protective barrier is removed this time, it will take at least 3 to 5 days for the barrier to condense again." Wang Xiaoyun said, "We can't disrupt the whole plan for Xiang Nan alone." The city lord thought for a moment and said, "Even so, can we send an elder into the demon forest to bring Xiang Nan out? Then we can throw him into another path." "I'm afraid that won't be possible." Wang Xiaoyun shook his head. "During the existence of the protective barrier, no one can cross the barrier, including us sect elders." Hearing this, Hong Zhen was already somewhat desperate. He looked up at the heavens and felt endless sorrow in his heart. There was an old saying that Wuxia was destroyed by Lin Feng. Could it be that this was the fate that Xiang Nan had to endure? Bluestone Town, the Xiang Manor. In the meeting hall, all the clansmen of the Xiang Manor were present. At the top was the Xiang clan's Grand Elder. At this moment, the Grand Elder looked around and finally his gaze landed on Xiang Xiaohua. "Is Zhan Xiong still in seclusion?" Xiang Xiaohua nodded. "Father is in seclusion. He intends to break through to the heaven origin realm. I'm afraid he won't come out until he breaks through." The great elder nodded and looked at the other elders and clan stewards, asking, "Has all business been temporarily suspended?" Third elder replied on behalf of everyone, "Big brother, all business has been suspended, and the shops are temporarily closed." "Yes," the great elder nodded. "Gather all the members of the clan who have the ability to fight, and let them wait in formation. By now, the city selection should have begun. If Little Nan, Zhonghua, and the others fail to enter the sect, Wang, Li Mo, and Kai clans will definitely come and destroy our Xiang clan. We need to prepare for the worst. This time, we will live and die with the Xiang clan." The expressions of the Xiang family clansmen were resolute as they raised their weapons and shouted in unison, "Live or die with the Xiang family." Dark clouds seemed to have enveloped this troubled clan. Survival or extinction was only a single battle. Black sharp demonic forest. Hong Zhenqing exchanged his anger and grief for a long sigh. He said to Xiang Nan below, "Xiang Nan, I've wronged you. It's because we didn't plan properly. You should just stay where you are and wait for the city selection to end. There's no need to worry about burning firewood." All the spectators who watched the city selection contest had different expressions. Some sighed for Xiang Nan, while others gloated at his misfortune. Below, Xiang Nan looked up at the flying ship and said, "I refuse." "Huh!" Everyone was stunned. Hongzhen said, "There's nothing we can do about it. We've already thought of all the possibilities. There's really no way we can change another channel for you." Xiang Nan smiled and shook his head. "You understand wrongly. I refused to stay where I was and waited. Instead, I chose to continue forward." "What?" The flying ship exploded. That was the origin-returning realm passageway. All of them were origin-returning realm demonic beasts. Wasn't it suicidal for a Xiantian sixth-layer martial artist in Xianxia to venture into the origin realm? Xianxia! The city lord's eyes were red as he shouted. Now is not the time to act emotionally. Xianxia smiled and said, Thank you, city lord, for your kindness, but I have made up my mind. At this point, Xianxia thought for a moment, then knelt down on one knee towards the flying ship and cupped his fists. Xianxia's fate is hard to predict. If this is the last time Xianxia has a conversation with the city lord, there's something Xianxia wants to say in his heart. Thank you, city lord, for taking care of Xianxia. If Xianxia dies, then Xianxia will repay the city lord's kindness in the next life. I will never forget it. With that, Xianxia bit the hilt of the saber and tore off a long strip of cloth from his body, tightly wrapping his right hand around the hilt of the saber. This was a sign that he had burned the boat and sank the boat, and it also represented Xianxia's determination. He would rather die than let go of the saber in his hand. Hearing Xianxia's words, Hongzhen's eyes couldn't help but turn red. He clenched his fists tightly and thought to himself, Xianxia, if you were born decades earlier, then the two of us would definitely be intimate brothers. Seeing Xianxia's decisive departure, the messengers of the sects were all moved. Elder Menua nodded and sighed at Xianxia's back. This is a hero who attaches great importance to love and righteousness. Black Sharp Yao Sen 300th Origin Returning Passage. Xianxia held the huge saber in his hand, and his figure moved like a rabbit, jumping around in the complicated forest. His eyes flickered with lightning, and he could clearly see the situation of the demonic chi division. There was also the little bird circling in the sky, sending out a warning signal for Xianxia at any time. The initial point of the passageway was relatively narrow, and the deeper it went, the wider it became. It was like a narrow-mouthed bottle. By the time Xianxia advanced 3 to 5 miles, the surroundings were already exceptionally open. With his eyes, he could no longer see the light walls on both sides. Suddenly, a sharp cry came from the little bird circling in the sky. Coming! Xianxia, who was speeding forward, instantly stopped. He waved his long black-scaled saber horizontally in front of him, and his sharp eyes stared out through the edge of the saber. The dense bushes in front of him shook a few times, and a huge monster slowly walked out. My God! It's actually that thing! The flying ship cried out in alarm. The first origin-returning demonic beast Xianxia encountered was his old opponent, Feng Niu. Unfortunately, the wind bull that Xianxia encountered was the same one that he had encountered last time, Gue Yuani Lair. Hongzhen was shocked. Xianxia, although this demonic beast doesn't understand martial arts and techniques and has an origin-returning realm body, its realm is too different from yours. Don't fight it head-on. Just go around it. Xianxia did not have such a plan. From the anger in Feng Niu's eyes, it was not difficult to tell that even if he wanted to take a detour, this Feng Niu would not let him go. When enemies met, their eyes were especially red. The wind bull's eyes were incomparably red, and the tiny blood vessels in its eyes were about to explode. Moo! Following the roar of the wind bull, its enormous body turned into a shadow and rushed towards Xianxia. Xianxia did not dare to underestimate this wind bull. Even amongst demonic beasts of the same realm, it could be considered a powerful beast in the middle and upper reaches of the river. Xianxia dodged the wind bull's first charge with dexterity. The two brushed past each other halfway and did not touch each other. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. It seemed that his speed was really not the same as before. This time, it was useless to even use the shadow steps to dodge the first round of Wind Bull's charge. Immediately after, the furious Wind Bull turned around and a strong wind rose beneath its 4 hooves, and an even fiercer charge was about to arrive. On the flying ship, everyone held their breath. Their mood seemed to be even more nervous than Xianxia's. Xianxia quickly analyzed the situation of the Wind Bull in his mind. Although the attack method of the Wind Bull was very simple, its strength was boundless and its speed was extremely fast. It was still very troublesome. Seeing that the strong winds beneath the Wind Bull's hooves had already started to rage, Xianxia also made up his mind. To deal with this kind of thing, one had to face it head-on. Any tricks won't do it much good. Moo! The wind bull finally launched its second charge. Its body surged across the land, and the strong winds whistled beside it. It was like a living land war chariot. With the sound of the wind bull running wildly, Xianxia lowered his center of gravity and inserted the black scale into the ground. His left elbow pressed against the back of the knife. As soon as the ordinary black-scaled saber encountered the lightning attribute, it instantly soared to a high-grade spirit grade. Azure Dragon, go to sea! The weather inside Xianxia's body instantly exploded. A terrifying force urged Xianxia to rush out, turning his entire body into a ball of raging flames. This is the move. Yu Bufan gritted his teeth and said, "This brat, if you had known how good it would be to exchange pills with me. If he died, this charging martial skill would have been lost." A level 1 origin returning wind bull collided head-on with a late Xiantian 6th stage human martial artist. Pong! A heaven-shaking and earth-shattering sound of confrontation rang out. Rolling waves of air and flames spread out in a ring, uprooting all the ancient trees within a radius of 20 meters. Xianxia and the wind bull were furiously pressed together. The black-scaled blade pressed tightly against the wind bull's curved horns, while his eyes stared at the wind bull's red eyes. The two of them were stuck in a stalemate. The wind bull's hooves were constantly shaking the ground, causing the land to tremble. Xianxia stepped firmly on the ground, using the previous weather to strengthen the firmness of the ground. Even so, his pair of feet also sunk deep into the earth. The wind bull desperately increased its impact force, trying to knock Xianxia away, and Xianxia's energy storage had reached the final stage. Finally, the wind bull roared angrily and exploded with all its might. The Xiantian in Xianxia's body also instantly exploded. The last half move of the Azure Dragon, the drawing saber stance, reached the highest peak in history. With his giant black saber raised fiercely, a 10-meter-long giant crescent saber chi soared into the sky. Boom! The huge wind bull was sent flying by Xianxia. The large crescent saber chi fiercely sliced through the forehead of the wind bull, causing flames to erupt one after another. Xianxia himself was also knocked backwards by the impact of the wind bull. He stood upright and his feet drew 2 deep gullies on the ground. Looking at the wind bull in midair, it used its sturdy forehead and saber chi to fight to the death. But that saber chi was simply too ruthless. In the end, the wind bull's final defense was still pierced by the saber chi. A gale bull was actually cut in half by the crescent moon saber light in midair. Rumble, 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 rumble. He actually won. The flying ship cried out in alarm. Ha! In the distance, Kai Jianyun had just slaughtered a Xiantian 6th-layer demonic fox. He looked up at the sky with a look of pride on his puzzled face. He thought that everyone was cheering for Kai Jianyun's wonderful performance, but in his heart he said, "These people are too ignorant. Killing a demonic fox is nothing. I have even more powerful methods." On the other side, Mohai had also just killed an 8th-level Xiantian steel-backed gorilla. The gorilla was lying on the ground, and its entire head had been blown apart by Mohai. Mohai frowned slightly and thought to himself, "Aren't the spectators on the flying ship giving themselves too much face? I just killed a steel-backed gorilla. Do they need to cheer so loudly?" It seemed that his reputation was too high, so he had to keep a low profile in the future. Further away, Li Qingchuan and Wang Jingyun smiled and said in unison, "Looks like Mohai's performance was very good. It caused everyone to cry out in alarm so quickly." Xianxia came to the corpse of the wind bull and used the tip of his saber to pick out a transparent ball from the head of the wind bull. The surface of the yuan qi was still stained with blood. Oh, so lucky. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat and he used the weather to get the ball. This was a wind-type demon crystal, commonly known as a demon crystal stone. This item possessed good medicinal value. Its own sturdiness allowed it to be used for artifact refinement and pill refinement. Its value was slightly higher than spirit herbs of the same level. Moreover, demon crystal stones were the same as rare ores. Not every demonic beast had one, so the probability of them appearing was very low. He weighed the demon crystal twice and nodded. Well, although it's only a second-grade demon crystal, it hasn't reached third grade yet, but it's not bad. As he spoke, Xianxia smiled and casually tossed the wind-type demon crystal into the sky. Little sparrow, here you go. The little bird was also a wind-attributed demonic beast. It happily held the demonic crystal in its mouth and swallowed it with a raise of its neck. After swallowing the wind-type second-grade demon crystal, the little bird was in a good mood. It landed on Xianxia's shoulder and lightly touched Xianxia's face with its beak. Haha, follow me. The benefits are indispensable to you. Xianxia smiled, stepped on it, and rushed out again with a whoosh. But not long after, the little bird on Xianxia's shoulder suddenly let out a scream and rushed into the sky with a whoosh. It began to rapidly circle around an area. The screams in the little bird's mouth became more and more urgent. Xianxia couldn't help but frown deeply and said, "When we met the wind bull just now, the little bird wasn't so abnormal. What happened?" Right in front of them were still dense shrubs. As they stood in a forest with towering ancient trees, two faint green lights flickered from the depths of the shrubs. Xianxia's eyes met the pair of green lights. Rustling, the shrub shook, and a demonic wolf slowly walked out of the shrub. When the demonic wolf landed on the ground, its head was about the same height as Xianxia's, but its four limbs were strong, and it didn't make a sound when it walked. The demonic wolf did not immediately attack Xianxia. Instead, it slowly walked around and let out a muffled roar. Its eyes did not leave Xianxia's body for a moment. First level of origin return. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. It's just a demonic wolf. The threat isn't as great as the wind bull. Isn't the little bird making a big fuss? But just as he said this, the little bird in the sky became even more impatient. Xianxia was puzzled by the bird's performance, but in the next moment, he was suddenly shocked. Shit! Wolves are gregarious animals. Even Xianxia couldn't help but feel nervous. Wolves are gregarious animals. Generally speaking, a pack of wolves consists of many demonic wolves and a wolf king. Of course, they would occasionally encounter lonely wolves, but most of the time, lonely wolves would only become lonely after the previous generation of wolf kings had been expelled by the new wolf kings. Evidently, the demonic wolf in front of Xianxia was strong and strong. It was definitely not the old wolf king. The spectators also broke out in sweat. Damn it! The veins on Hongzhen's forehead twitched violently and he said impatiently, "Why did you encounter such a difficult demonic beast?" Wolves were notoriously difficult to deal with. They only obeyed the orders of the wolf king and did not know what fear was. It's the kind of beast who never gives up until he gets what he wants. The key was the difference in cultivation realms. Xianxia might be able to defeat a Origin Realm demonic beast, but how could he resist so many Origin Realm demonic beasts at once? Xianxia narrowed his eyes and slowly retreated. As for the demonic wolf, it did not attack Xianxia. Xianxia retreated and entered, while Xianxia retreated when he entered. "What is it doing?" Xianxia frowned and injected the lightning attribute into his eyes. In an instant, clouds of bright and clear demonic energy appeared in Xianxia's field of vision. "It's broken. They're actually setting up an array." Wherever Xianxia could see, there were already demonic wolves ambushed in the surrounding bushes. They formed a circle and trapped Xianxia in the middle. Wolves have always been organized and disciplined, with a clear and efficient division of labor when hunting. Xianxia couldn't wait any longer. He expected them to secretly look for an opportunity, so it was better for him to take the lead. Thinking of this, Xianxia immediately held his saber and rushed towards the wolf. He raised the saber in his hand and a 3-meter-long saber chi shot towards the wolf. At this time, the head wolf quickly retreated. 7 demonic wolves jumped out from the bushes beside Xianxia, each of them at the first level of origin return. The 7 demonic wolves were arranged in a circular pattern, 1 on the left, 1 on the right, 1 on the right, 2 on the left, and 5 on the left. Xianxia dodged the attacks of the demonic wolves on the left and right, but was bitten by the demonic wolves on the right. The sharp fangs, the origin realm, instantly pierced through Xianxia's skin, and the wolf fangs mercilessly embedded themselves into his flesh and blood. When Xianxia slashed down with his saber, wanting to chop down the demonic wolf that bit him, the demonic wolf did not hesitate to fight and quickly let go of its mouth and retreated. Raptors swing their tails. Xianxia's aura sank, and the black-scaled saber slashed out horizontally. A crescent-shaped saber aura that was close to full circle slashed out in all directions. The other 4 of the 5 demonic wolves turned around and fled. They jumped into the bush and just happened to dodge Xianxia's slash. Meanwhile, the other 2 demonic wolves that hadn't moved all this time jumped over from mid-air. Xianxia slashed a demonic wolf's shoulder and landed on the ground. Half of the blade was embedded in the demonic wolf's flesh and blood, but the other demonic wolf bit on Xianxia's right shoulder. With this bite, Xianxia almost lost his grip on the giant saber. When he used the hilt of his saber to smash down the demonic wolf that was biting his shoulder and was about to make up for it, the demonic wolf quickly returned to the bush. At the same time, Xianxia felt a burning pain in his back, but it was a sneak attack by a wolf that bit Xianxia's back. The target was Xianxia's spine. Fortunately, Xianxia had black armor to defend himself. By the time Xianxia counterattacked, the head wolf had already escaped. In the next few rounds, Xianxia suffered many losses. The pack of demonic wolves did not clash head-on with Xianxia at all. They engaged in guerrilla warfare and attacked in batches. Every time Xianxia wanted to retaliate, they would immediately retreat. On the other hand, Xianxia's body was already covered in colors, and his clothes were dyed red with fresh blood. This kind of guerrilla warfare from the wolves made Xianxia extremely annoyed and unable to defend against it. Every demonic wolf was at the first level of origin return. This made Xianxia have to use great concentration to deal with one of them. But the other demonic wolves were waiting for an opportunity to attack, always making Xianxia's concentration insufficient. Xianxia thought quickly. It was obviously unwise to use lightning to deal with the pack of wolves at this time. One lightning strike after another was an unbearable amount of consumption. And the pack of wolves was too scattered, and it was impossible to destroy all of them at once with the power of the lightning. In the end, if the weather was wasted, the results might not be too good. While Xianxia was thinking, the pack of wolves didn't wait silly. They turned into shadows and swished across the battlefield. They all retreated in one blow, regardless of whether they succeeded or not. Xianxia's robe had been torn to pieces. Blood flowed down his fist and dripped onto the ground, splitting open red flowers of blood. "It's broken." Elder Menuet's brows furrowed. Xianxia's cultivation level is too low. It's simply not enough to deal with so many opponents. Even if the wolves don't kill him, they can still drag Xianxia to death. Everyone was thinking about countermeasures quickly in their minds. Many people had come up with a solution, but their method could only be based on the premise that Xianxia must be at the origin returning realm. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly turned around and sprinted towards the starting point. His speed was extremely fast. "Ha!" Wang Xiaoyun was the first to laugh coldly. "I thought that Xianxia was so brave. In the end, he still wanted to flee in a sorry state. What about bravery? He was just pretending to be brave." Yu Bufan nodded his head. "However, even if Xianxia escapes back to the starting point now, it will be useless, right? That pack of wolf demons will follow him back." Everyone sighed and mocked, pointing at Xianxia. Something's wrong." No one could see the problem. Only City Lord Hongzhen could see it. He observed the situation below. Xianxia was running wildly in front of him, while the pack of wolves followed closely behind him. This scene suddenly reminded Hongzhen of an array method he had used to fight on the battlefield. "This brat!" City Lord Hongzhen's eyes lit up and he laughed loudly. Just as everyone was puzzled by Hongzhen's laughter, someone shouted, "Look!" Xianxia, who was sprinting at full speed, suddenly stomped right in front of him. The impact of this kick caused him to instantly turn from running wildly into retreating. Halfway back, Xianxia twisted his body and stabbed his saber into the ground. The yuan qi in his entire body surged, and then an explosive azure dragon went out to sea. Originally, the pack of wolves chasing after Xianxia could not maintain their formation because of the complicated terrain. They could only jump out of the forest and follow the road to chase after Xianxia. In this way, the 8 wolves were dragged into a straight line by Xianxia. As for Xianxia, who was running wildly, without warning, it was a counterattack from the Jedi. One moment, Xianxia was still running wildly, but the next moment, he was charging in the opposite direction. He stood against the roaring flames like a long dragon going out to sea. Under Xianxia's current situation, that imposing aura actually appeared to be so fierce and domineering. Who said that dragons were played by shrimp in shallow water? This was a blow that Xianxia had used all of his strength. When the fierce dragon went out to sea, there was actually a faint dragon roar coming from the air. 8 wolf demons lined up in a row were completely overturned by Xianxia's single move. The final drawing blade slash cut off the head of the wolf that had been pushed from the head to the tail of the wolf on the spot. The great moon saber chi soared into the sky, dazzling and dazzling. A dragon was still a dragon. No matter how awkward he had been played by the wolves before, he was still a dragon. As soon as the head wolf died, the other 7 wolves were immediately thrown into chaos. Especially now that they were still flying in midair, they had yet to land on the ground. Xianxia abruptly turned his head, his left index finger clattering against the black-scaled saber. He flicked his fingers 3 times. His fingers heavily and forcefully flicked against the blade, and a dense layer of lightning suddenly appeared on the pitch-black and shiny blade. His saber! Wang Xiaoyun's face immediately turned ashen with anger. His saber actually has a hidden attribute. It can stimulate lightning power. Everyone had been shocked by Xianxia's Jedi counterattack, but now they saw such a shocking scene. All of them were actually speechless with their mouths open. The lightning that appeared on the blade was naturally deliberately disguised by Xianxia. He wanted others to misunderstand and think that the lightning was emitted by the black-scaled saber. No wonder, Wang Changhe gasped. No wonder his saber is so strange that it can be freely upgraded. It turns out that it has hidden lightning attributes. When Xianxia ejected the blade, he immediately removed the bandage and clashed with his hands more than a dozen times with the buzzing sound of the blade. Thunder King Seal. Lightning. Pooh. Xianxia took a deep breath and spat out a huge ball of lightning through his palm print. The ball of lightning grew larger and larger, to the point that it was 10 meters in diameter, enough to cover all the wolf demons. The 7 wolf demons were struck by how lightning, all of them stiff. Xianxia moved forward with his saber in hand. He raised his saber and landed. 7 times in a row, the fierce dragon waved its tail. 7 crescent moons of saber chi cut off all 7 wolf heads. Everyone was dumbfounded, unable to find a single word to describe their current mood. Ascension 6th layer martial artist first killed Ascension 1st layer wind bull, then he killed 8 Ascension 1st layer demonic wolves. Xianxia's journey could be said to be incredibly dangerous, but he was also able to cut through thorns and thorns, adding an incomparable amount of excitement to his adventure. Damn it! How is this possible? Wang Xiaoyun cursed angrily on the spot. And in the demonic forest below, Xianxia wasn't feeling well either. Because the enemy's realm was too high, it was impossible for him to kill demonic beasts normally. Even if he found the best opportunity, he still had to use the rushing thunder saber technique to chop off the wolf head. At this moment, not only was Xianxia covered in bruises, but he was also facing the test of losing his physical strength and the previous weather. Xianxia sat cross-legged on the ground and took out a new set of robes from his storage ring. He tore open the old robes, mixed them with spirit herbs, and wrapped them around all the wounds on his body. Fortunately, there is no Wolf King, otherwise it would be even more troublesome. Xianxia muttered to himself. Looks like these 8 wolves are only a small army of demonic wolves. Only the head wolf leads, but the Wolf King is not here. Otherwise, the moment the Wolf King appeared, he would at least be a 2nd-level origin returning monster. Xianxia looked at the storage ring. There were only the last 2 2nd-grade rejuvenation pills left. Unless he had no other choice, he could not casually use them. He did not know what kind of predicament he would face in the future. Moreover, he didn't have much time left. Looking at the sky, more than 2 hours had passed. He could only rest for a while before continuing forward with his saber in his hand. In the other 299 tunnels, the contestants were also in high spirits. They used their various martial skills to display their brilliant side with all their might. Facing a Xianxia realm demonic beast that didn't use any martial techniques, this was a great opportunity for the other contestants to show themselves. However, they did not know that the 300th passageway was filled with spectacular and dangerous battles. Xiaoyun, do you see that? An envoy from Chihua's sect whispered to Wang Xiaoyun. That brat can actually use the black saber to release a strange martial skill. Wang Xiaoyun nodded silently. Everyone saw Xiang Nan's lightning king seal. I didn't expect that this brat wouldn't reveal his secret. Wang Xiaoyun gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "It must be that damned woman from the Huangpu clan who gave him the martial skill." The envoy from Chihua sect smiled sinisterly. A saber with lightning attributes and a martial skill corresponding to the saber is really not bad. If we can seize that saber, junior brother. Wang Xiaoyun waved his hand and interrupted the messenger beside him. He whispered, "Don't say such words casually." At the side, City Lord Hongzhen heaved a sigh of relief, and a smile appeared on his face again. This kid Xiang Nan always gives me too many surprises. Below, Xiang Nan was still advancing with the saber in his hand. He checked his storage ring and found that there were only 2 low-grade spirit stones left. After thinking for a while, he still couldn't bear to use them. The rushing thunder saber was a martial skill that he had created himself. It consumed more physical strength. Whether it was the rejuvenation spirit herb or the rejuvenation pill, their greatest function was only to heal wounds. Their recovery of physical strength was still relatively limited. Fortunately, he had spent less time on the first day, so he didn't need to use such a precious resource as low-grade spirit stones. After walking a bit further, a river that was hidden within the demon forest appeared. "You came in time." Xiang Nan smiled and immediately rushed in, using the cool river water to wash his body. After 2 fierce battles, Xiang Nan's body was already exhausted. At this time, he could recover some of his spirit energy by rushing into Qing Shui's body. That Xiang Nan shook off the water droplets at the ends of his hair and suddenly saw a strange plant by the river. It was a very strange thing. The trees were shorter than the trees, but the grass was taller than the grass. It was 4 to 5 meters taller, and there were red fruits on the trees. Ah, it's actually the demon origin fruit. After Xiang Nan saw the fruit clearly, he was immediately overjoyed. This was the origin returning region. The demonic beasts' realms were all very high. The dense demonic energy gave birth to something that was rarely seen in other regions. The demonic origin fruit. The demon origin fruit was a treasure that could nourish one's meridians and martial cultivation. Its greatest function was to quickly recover one's strength. This is really what you want. Xiang Nan swiftly swept his eyes over the tree. There were a total of 3 demon origin fruits on the tree. These 3 fruits were extremely precious to Xiang Nan. Just as he was overjoyed and was about to pluck the demon origin fruit, a shadow flashed past the corner of his eyes. Xiang Nan's reaction was swift. He didn't even think about it. He subconsciously dodged the attack of the shadow. But then another shadow appeared. Xiang Nan could only feel his left arm being grabbed by something, and then his entire body soared into the air and was fiercely thrown out of the river. Bang bang! The enormous projection force caused Xiang Nan to break 2 towering ancient trees in a row before stopping. He rubbed his shoulders and looked back. He saw 2 purple-furred monkeys hanging upside down on the demon origin fruit tree. The 2 purple-haired monkeys had a cluster of flame-like fur on their foreheads, and their eyes shone with a faint purple flame. Purple flame spirit monkey. Xiang Nan felt his scalp go numb. The purple flame spirit monkey was a very, very troublesome demonic beast. Although its name was spirit monkey, it was actually a demonic beast. It was a demonic monkey. Almost no one would take the initiative to provoke such a monkey. Generally speaking, the purple flame spirit monkey would not take the initiative to attack humans. But as long as it was eyeing him, it would definitely be terrible. Xianxia had seen this kind of thing in the demonic beast atlas. At this moment, he observed that the two demonic monkeys in front of him were both at the first level of the origin returning realm. Yes, the two of them must be guarding the demon origin fruit. Xianxia understood. It must be because he coveted the demon origin fruit that he angered the two monkeys. He then said to the two monkeys, "I won't move the demon origin fruit. We won't offend the water in the well." Based on the mentality that one more thing was better than one less thing, Xianxia did not want to add another battle to himself, so he turned around and left. However, he had barely taken 3 steps when he heard a sharp sound from behind him, and he hurriedly jumped to dodge. At the same time, a purple fireball almost wiped Xianxia's clothes and shot towards the land ahead with a whoosh, followed by a violent explosion. The fire wolf created by the terrifying explosion directly overturned Xianxia. Xianxia stabilized his posture in midair. He landed calmly and steadily. Turning around, 2 purple fireballs rose from the hands of the 2 monkeys. Xianxia said angrily, "I've already said that I won't touch your demon origin fruit. Don't force me to do it." On the flying ship, City Lord Hongzhen shook his head and muttered to himself, "It's useless to reason with these demonic monkeys. They're worried that Xianxia will go back to find help, so they won't let go of human martial artists easily. In order to interfere with the contestants as little as possible, City Lord Hongzhen still didn't shout these words out for Xianxia to hear. However, just as Hongzhen said, the 2 monkeys really didn't intend to let Xianxia off. A demonic monkey hooked a branch with its tail and swung it abruptly, soaring into the sky. The monkey threw 2 purple fireballs at Xianxia. Xianxia hurriedly turned around and dodged. 2 violent explosions exploded in the place where Xianxia was previously. Fierce waves of fire and air swept around, causing Xianxia's body to become unstable. Immediately after, the other monkey jumped into the sky. The 2 monkeys launched an even fiercer attack, but their hands were continuously throwing out purple fireballs. Those purple fireballs were almost in a row, one after another, and in an instant, they had thrown out a total of 16 fireballs. Xianxia sprinted wildly on the ground, jumping left and right. Fireballs chased after him one after another, exploding not far from his heels. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Rumble, 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 rumble. A river was blasted into the sky and drizzled, while the surrounding forest was engulfed by a sea of fire. Too fast. The 2 monkeys quickly threw out fireballs, giving Xianxia almost no chance to catch his breath. The tyrannical waves of fire and air engulfed Xianxia and time again, and every time they engulfed, Xianxia shot out from the waves of fire in the next instant, bringing out a rope-shaped flame. Although he wasn't at the heart of the fireball explosion, the edge waves were enough to give Xianxia a headache. The purple flames were very powerful, causing the robes that Xianxia had used to protect himself from the weather to be burned one by one. They were almost uncovered, and there were scorched black marks all over his body. "Damn it, you're too much of a bully." With a saturated sound, Xianxia turned around and slashed out with his saber. The 3-meter saber chi soared into the sky, but it was blasted into pieces by countless fireballs, and more fireballs descended from the sky. Xianxia thought to himself. He was about to flee this place, but the road ahead was blocked by fireballs. A string of fireballs rained down on him. The most hateful thing was that the 2 monkeys were able to keep their bodies suspended by the ejection force of the ball. Xianxia was helpless and could only continue to dodge. The rumbling explosions in his ears caused his ears to buzz and his brain to feel somewhat chaotic. Not good. Xianxia gritted his teeth and his mind was in a state of chaos. This was a sign of water loss from his body. He had stayed near the purple flames for too long. If he continued, he would probably go into dehydration shock. This purple flame was no ordinary fire. It was the purple flame spirit monkey's demonic fire. "You forced me." Xianxia was ruthless as he turned around and disappeared in a flash. The next moment, Xianxia's afterimage suddenly appeared in the sky behind the 2 monkeys. The weather before the flash steps was consumed was extremely terrifying. 10 times was enough to exhaust Xiangnan, because Xiangnan was unwilling to waste it, but now he had no way out. Raptors swing their tails. The black-scaled saber swept horizontally, and a large crescent blade chi appeared. However, at this moment, an earth-shattering roar appeared. The roar came from below. What was terrifying was that just this roar had actually spat out a thick air cannon. Before Xiangnan and the two monkeys could decide, the terrifying air cannon had already sent all three of them flying. Xiangnan fell into the air and looked down. He felt all the pores on his body open. He couldn't help but curse. "Fuck your grandmother!" A 7-meter-tall brown bear stood upright by the river. Earth element steel berserk bear. The second level of the origin returning realm. Xiangnan thought to himself, how could he be so unlucky? Are there any good days left? The demonic beasts came wave after wave. Before the two demonic monkeys could be dealt with, an even more terrifying monster appeared. I wonder if the explosion just now lured this damned brown bear over. However, this was not the end. The bushes on the other side moved a few times, and a huge monster also walked out. Wind bull. Xiangnan didn't know what expression to use to describe his current state of mind. Another wind bull at the first level of the origin reversion stage. Was he fated to be with the wind bull? Judging from its size, the brown bear was bigger than the wind bull. The wind bull didn't know what was going on, but it actually dashed towards the demon origin fruit tree. This action not only angered the two monkeys, but also angered the steel berserk bear. Moo! Phoenix eyes roared, her body moving like the wind. Roar! The steel berserk bear's limbs landed on the ground, and it began to run rapidly. The two big fellows collided, but the steel berserk bear used a pair of large front claws to firmly grab onto the horns of the wind bull. What a powerful impact! As expected of an earth-type demonic beast. Xiangnan was stunned for a moment. He knew how fierce Feng Niu's charge was. However, the steel berserk bear actually managed to catch the wind bull's charge in one go. Immediately after, an even more terrifying scene appeared. The steel berserk bear opened its mouth and bit onto the forehead of the wind bull, shattering the head of the wind bull. Following that, the steel berserk bear's pair of forelimbs suddenly became twice as thick. Its hair stood upright, its muscles bulging high, and it was filled with explosive power. Swoosh! The steel berserk bear actually forcefully tore the wind bull into two halves with its bare hands. Xiangnan's pupils contracted, and he felt a buzzing sound in his mind. Xiangnan rolled over in the sky and landed on the trunk of an ancient tree. Looking down, there was no demon crystal stone in the torn head of the wind bull. Looking at the steel berserk bear, it twisted its huge body a few times and walked towards the demon origin fruit tree step by step. The two monkeys were originally trembling with fear because of the appearance of the steel berserk bear, but seeing that the steel berserk bear was targeting the demon origin fruit, the two monkeys immediately went crazy. Search. Swoosh. A series of purple fireballs shot towards the steel berserk bear one after another. The steel berserk bear suddenly turned around and roared angrily. Its entire body instantly swelled. When he stood on both legs, he had already grown from 7 meters to 10 meters tall. To humans, this height was simply insurmountable like a mountain. That 10-meter-tall visual impact caused Xiangnan to immediately think of avoiding it. More than a dozen purple fireballs exploded on the steel berserk bear's body. Rumbling sounds could be heard endlessly, and the surrounding trees were destroyed in one fell swoop. Only the demon origin fruit tree was blocked by the berserk bear's body and survived. However, what was terrifying was that when the flames dissipated, the steel berserk bear stood unharmed on the spot. The hair on his body couldn't even be found to burn. Rough skin and thick flesh. His strength was boundless. These 8 words were the perfect explanation for the steel berserk bear. Monster Xiangnan grinned. The berserk bear turned around again to pick the demon origin fruit. The two demon monkeys tossed out a dozen more purple fireballs. The dense fireball exploded on the bear's back, causing it to fall 2 steps forward. This time it turned around. The violent bear's eyes were bloody red. It roared angrily as its limbs landed on the ground and it ran towards the monster monkeys. That was a 10-meter-tall body. He sprinted wildly and instantly arrived at the bottom of the demonic monkey. The two demonic monkeys hurriedly jumped into the sky and threw out a string of purple fireballs as they leapt into the air. When the berserk bear man stood up, it was like a vertical jump on the spot. That terrifying height of 10 meters caused it to jump more than 50 meters in an instant. A series of fireballs exploded on the bear's head, forming a rolling sea of fire. However, the top of the sea of flames was raised by something, and then a large claw pierced through the sea of flames, firmly grasping the tail of a demonic monkey. As it descended, the bear grabbed a monkey, swung it round, and smashed it fiercely onto the ground. If it was smashed solid this time, it would definitely smash the demonic monkey into pieces. Another demonic monkey let out a mournful cry. It actually rushed down first with a whoosh and then lay flat on the ground. The berserk bear grabbed another monkey and heavily dropped it, smashing it onto the back of the other monkey. Xianxia was shocked. He hadn't expected that another monkey would actually be willing to use its fleshly body to endure harm for its companion. The two monkeys were already on the verge of death. They looked at Xianxia in despair with pleading expressions in their eyes. The steel berserk bear raised its leg and stepped on the back of a demonic monkey. The demonic monkey was trampled on. Its entire stomach sunk deep into the ground, and its limbs and head were raised high, almost crushed into meat paste. The other monkey watched as his companion was abused, its mouth creaking in sorrow, but it was already powerless to save him. The demonic monkey stared at Xianxia with eager eyes. There were actually tears rolling in its eyes. However, Xianxia was stunned and was shocked by the love of the monkey couple just now. The love he had experienced was only the most painful betrayal. He no longer trusted his partner. The husband and wife were originally birds of the same forest, so they flew separately in the face of great calamity. What a sad and ridiculous sentence. At this moment, Xianxia looked at the helpless and sad look in the monkey's eyes. He gritted his teeth and angrily scolded the monkey. "It's not the time for you to bomb me just now. Do you need my help now? I'm telling you, don't even think about it." After saying that, Xianxia held the knife and turned around to leave. Behind him came the roar of a berserk bear and the wailing of a demonic monkey. Xianxia took a step forward. After hearing the miserable scream, his footsteps paused for a moment. He braved his scalp and continued walking. Suddenly, another fireball exploded. It must have been the monkey that used the fireball to blow up the bear to save its companion. However, the explosion this time was so weak. Clearly, the monkey's demonic power was running out. Xianxia gritted his teeth and raised his hand to slap his face. He scolded himself angrily. "Fuck! I'll make your heart soften." With that, he turned around and pointed his saber at the bear, roaring, "Let go of those two monkeys!" The steel berserk bear was grabbing the legs of a demonic monkey, preparing to tear it in half. The veins on Xianxia's forehead bulged. "I told you to let go of those two monkeys." As he spoke, he raised his hand and slashed. Saber chi whistled past and slashed heavily into the bear's chest. With this saber strike, even one of the bear's hair was cut off, but it angered the bear. The bear casually tossed the monkey aside, and a pair of blood-red eyes locked onto Xianxia. On the flying ship, everyone was speechless. No one expected that Xianxia would be so stupid as to seek his own death. City Lord Hongjin smiled bitterly. Is this brat just asking for a word of righteousness? Is he still the same for demonic beasts? Sigh! A gentle light flashed in Elder Menua's eyes. The various elders of the other sects were filled with mixed emotions. In that instant, they were really moved by Xianxia. In fact, Xianxia didn't need to find this trouble. He could have turned around and left. "If you have the ability, come at me. Let go of those two monkeys." Below, Xianxia's roar echoed endlessly in the demonic forest. The berserk bear had already landed on the ground and was running towards Xianxia. Xianxia took a deep breath and no longer regretted it. Since he had chosen to be so brave, he had to pay the price for his actions. His legs were crossed steadily, and the dense early weather poured into the black-scaled saber. The saber began to tremble unprecedentedly. This was the third move of the rushing thunder saber technique, the Berserk Dragon Battle Tide. This was also the first time Xianxia had used this move in front of others. The Berserk Dragon Battle Tide was a martial skill that grew more and more ferocious in the Vietnam War. Saber after saber chopping, saber after saber accumulated strength. The next saber was always more powerful than the previous one. With a leap, Xianxia slashed down on the bear's forehead. This slash was 3 times as powerful as before, reaching 7,800 Jin. The giant saber landed on the bear's forehead, producing a crisp sound of metal joining together. Clang! The tremendous rebound force not only sent Xianxia flying, but also numbed his entire right arm. Berserk Bear waved his left arm and easily sent Xianxia flying. It was so powerful that Xianxia felt as if he had been hit by a mountain, and his entire body was about to fall apart. Realm suppression is too powerful. City Lord Hongjin frowned. Xianxia was only at the Xiantian 6th layer, while Bao Xiong was at the Gue Yuan 2nd layer. Between the two sides, there was a difference of 5 small realms. However, Xianxia, who had broken 7 or 8 ancient trees in a row, rushed out again. He tightly gripped the hilt of his saber. Although he was heavily injured by the Berserk Bear's attack, the Berserk Dragon Battle Tide's special attributes made Xianxia's fighting spirit even more intense. His strength was burning intensely, and the uncontrollable impulse to fight in his body made him ignore his own injuries. Again, Xianxia roared and took the initiative to charge towards the Berserk Bear. A blade descended from the sky. The power of the saber reached 8,200 Jin. It was 400 Jin more powerful than the previous saber. Although the Berserk Bear was incomparably powerful and its defense was terrifying, it sacrificed its flexibility. Xianxia's saber struck the head of the bear with unmistakable accuracy. Boom! The strength of 8,200 Jin landed on the bear's head, causing the ground beneath the bear's feet to jump fiercely. However, the Berserk Bear didn't care at all, and its claws slapped towards Xianxia. At this moment, the benefits of the giant saber were revealed. The 3-meter-tall saber blocked Xianxia's entire predecessor. Moreover, the Berserk Bear did not possess the flexibility of a human martial artist, nor did it know any techniques such as changing moves or dismantling moves. This slap landed on the black-scaled saber. If it was an inferior-grade spirit weapon, the saber would probably be shattered on the spot. If it was an intermediate-grade spirit weapon, cracks would probably appear. However, the high-grade spirit weapon Black Scales was able to withstand the power of the Berserk Bear's claw. Although it still sent Xianxia flying, it still managed to save Xianxia's life. The terrifying impact of the Berserk Bear made Xianxia feel his bones groan and show signs of cracking at any moment. However, Xianxia's battle intent grew even higher, and it was almost about to soar into the 9 heavens. Third slash, Xianxia soared into the sky. He stepped on a tree trunk and ejected himself downwards. The giant saber slashed down, slicing off the head of the Berserk Bear 3 times. 8,600 Jin. The might of the Berserk Dragon Battle Tide increased by another 400 Jin. Boom! The Berserk Bear was struck into a rage, and a pair of large claws went up enough for Xianxia. Xianxia dodged with a flash step, and the 4th blade descended. Boom! 9,000 Jin. The earth trembled, and deep cracks spread out from beneath the bear's feet. Before the Berserk Bear could react, Xianxia's 5th blade slashed down. Boom! 9,400 Jin. The fur on the bear's forehead was finally cut open. Even his skin and flesh had been split open, and traces of blood flowed out. The violent bear was so angry that it almost went mad. Its huge claws swung round and smashed into Xianxia's black saber. This claw was extremely powerful, only causing Xianxia to spit out a mouthful of sweet blood at the edge of the saber. His entire body quickly fell to the ground and rebounded from the ground. Under normal circumstances, this claw was enough to make Xianxia lose all his ability to move, but the Berserk Dragon Battle Tide had caused Xianxia to fall into a berserk state. Xianxia was in a state of excitement and intense fighting spirit. He could no longer feel the pain of his injuries. The more intense the injuries were, the higher his fighting spirit became. He jumped up and quickly rushed forward. The blade dragged the ground, raising a string of dust. Sixth saber. With a single slash of his saber, he had a strength of 12,000 kilograms. It had increased by a total of 800 kilograms. The bear lowered its head and bent its upper body slightly. As for Xianxia, he stepped on the bear's shoulder and his body rose. As he descended, the seventh blade slashed down. Boom! 11,200 gene. Increased strength by 1,000 gene. Xianxia felt his blood boil. There was a buzzing sound in his mind. He could not feel any pain or fear. There was only one word in his mind. Battle! 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 The unprecedented berserk state caused Xianxia's various bodies to soar to an inconceivable height. With one claw of the bear, Xianxia actually turned sideways and dodged. Eighth saber. 12,200 gene. Increased strength by 1,200 gene. The power of the saber strike was almost comparable to the power of a saber strike from Xianxia using the power of the white flame lightning flame. On the flying ship, everyone was dumbfounded. Their heartbeats accelerated one by one, and as Xianxia slashed down with each slash, their hearts began to beat fiercely. Too violent. They had never seen such a reckless and violent fighting style. The violent bear's head was already dripping with blood. It roared angrily and scratched everywhere, but it was unable to catch Xianxia's body no matter what. Battle! 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 At this moment, Xianxia only had these three words in his mind, echoing unceasingly. Bang it! Bang this damn bear! Ah ah ah! Xianxia leapt into the sky, and he finally drew out a trace of incomparably precious white flame lightning power. He flicked his left hand 3 times on the blade. Zhang! 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 The white lightning instantly engulfed the black saber, causing Xianxia's strength to double. The power of lightning was 13,000 gene, plus the 12,000 gene just now. After removing 3 times the basic explosive power of 7,800 gene, it would be 17,200 gene of power. This was something Xianxia had no choice but to do. Although the Berserk Dragon Battle Tide had infinitely increased his combat strength, Xianxia's body was limited. If he continued burning his body like this, he would be able to burn Xianxia into a dried corpse with 2 more slashes. However, the 17,200 gene strength of this saber was definitely not something to be trifled with. The heavy saber slashed down in the sky, drawing a dense brilliance. The black blade wrapped in white lightning violently exploded on the steel berserk bear's head. This saber directly smashed the bear to the ground, and its 10-meter-tall body actually fiercely rebounded. On the ground, cracks half a meter wide spread out in all directions. The violent bear rolled its eyes, and its huge body landed heavily on the ground again. Pooh! The berserk bear smashed up the smoke and dust in the sky. As for Xianxia, he was finally exhausted. He leaned against a tree and panted violently. When the effects of the Berserk Dragon Battle Tide disappeared, the pain in his entire body caused Xianxia to grimace in pain and the corners of his eyes to twitch. My God! Elder Yu Buffan's eyes twitched. What kind of martial skill is that? It's even more powerful than his charging martial skill. No one was in the mood to answer Yu Buffan's question. Everyone was dumbfounded and their blood boiled. This battle between a man and a bear was not an exaggeration to describe it as magnificent. Below, Xianxia was leaning against a tree, and his movements were extremely difficult. Not far away, blood flowed out of the bear's head and gathered into a stream that flowed into the cracks in the ground. But very quickly, the violent bear rolled its eyes back and jumped up. The hearts of all the spectators twitched. He's actually not dead yet, Elder Yu cried out. At the side, Elder Yu's senior brother said in a deep voice. After all, Xianxia is only at the 6th level of the Xiantian realm. To be able to do so, he has far exceeded our expectations. A 2nd-level origin returning demonic beast was not that easy to kill, and the suppression of one's cultivation realm was not just a matter of words. However, after looking at Xianxia, the bear limped away. His huge body recovered to 7 meters and disappeared into the bush. Xianxia, who was leaning against the tree, did not have the slightest bit of fear in his eyes. He chuckled and thought to himself, "Consider yourself a savage bear. If you come again, I can only use the Sparrow King seal. I still plan to keep this trump card." Xianxia spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, dragging his exhausted and severely injured body as he slowly moved into the distance. He still wants to advance? Everyone on the flying ship was stunned. Time waits for no one. Ever since Xianxia insisted on going his own way and deciding to enter this path of returning to his origin, he had no intention of giving up. If you want to leave, you have to go to the end. But as he walked, Xianxia's right hand was suddenly pulled. He turned around and saw that a relatively light-wounded demonic monkey was grabbing a demonic origin fruit. Xianxia was stunned. This is the demon origin fruit that you are desperately trying to protect. Are you prepared to give me one? The demonic monkey rubbed its head against Xianxia's calf, stuffed the demonic origin fruit into Xianxia's hand, and limped to find the other demonic monkey. Xianxia held the demon origin fruit in his hand and knocked the Xianxia bottle later. He smiled and followed suit, heading into the distance. Xianxia walked for a while, but finally he was exhausted and sat down under a tree. He weighed the demon yuan fruit in the hand, a little reluctant to eat. This kind of fruit itself has the function of nourishing meridians, stabilizing the foundation of martial arts, and restoring physical strength to repair injuries. If you eat it at ordinary times, you can improve a part of the martial arts realm. If you eat it at the moment when the realm is improved, you will give full play to the maximum effect of Yayuanguo. There are few pills on the market that can directly improve the martial arts realm, which is even more precious. Xianxia did not give up putting the demon Yuangua into Neji, took out a second-grade spring elixir, and said to himself, "Now my realm has no sign of breaking through the bottleneck. I'll eat the demon Yuangua when I break through." The second grade of Huichun pill is also the treasure of Dabu. When a pill enters the abdomen, the warm power of the pill spreads all over the body, making Xianxia sing a long and comfortable song. He had eaten Huichundan many times before, but not once was as happy as this one. It was like a man dying of thirst suddenly drank a ladle of clear spring water. Well, sure enough, the weaker it is, the greater the effect it will play. Xianxia leaned against the tree trunk for a long stretch, feeling heavy eyelids and a bit sleepy. Several high-intensity battles made him tired. At this time, numerous wounds and cracks on his bones are being repaired by Huichundan at a very fast speed. Especially the healing speed of dense wounds on his body surface is visible to the naked eye. Looking up at the sky, the sun has begun to tilt to the west. The estimated time is about 7 hours. However, according to the distance I saw on the flying boat before, I just walked half of the way. No, I'm afraid it will take 14 hours to go down at this speed and get to the second examination room. Xianxia browsed deep lock. Just hope the next journey will be a little smoother. Then, he had a full rest on the tree for nearly an hour, and then he felt full of physical strength again. His injury also recovered to 7788, so he went on his way quickly. At this time, it has been 8 hours since the city election began. At this time, a loud voice suddenly came from the flying boat. "Congratulations to Mo Hai, a disciple of Mo family in Xianxia town, Xianxia city, for successfully passing the first examination hall with good results in 8 hours, adding 10 points. As soon as the voice appeared, 299 players were stunned at the same time. How fast? Some players exclaimed, "It's Mo Hai! If he is really the first to arrive at the second examination room, the second examination room. Well, this is the second examination room." Mo Hai came out of his passage and saw a very open area in front of him. The open space is huge, with a diameter of about 2,000 meters. There are many light cages locked with monsters. At first glance, these cages are arranged in a ring, one ring around the other. Mo Hai went straight to the end of the second examination room and found that there was a door in the light wall. There was a round hole on the lock. Lock! Mo Hai frowned and looked back, suddenly found that in the core of many cages, there is a stone sculpture of a fountain. The fountain statue is like a lion. There is a round hole on the lion's forehead. There is a faint light in the round hole, Mo Hai took out his famous brand and nodded. I see. He stepped forward and put his name plate into the round hole of the lion's head. When it began to shine, another voice appeared in the sky. Congratulations to King Shiqing, Kai Jianyun, a disciple of the Kai family, who arrived at the second examination hall in 8 hours and 10 minutes, adding 10 points. Ma Hai. As soon as Kai Jianyun came out, he said with a smile, I've tried my best, but I'm still 10 minutes behind you. By the way, what are you doing? Mo Hai said, to enter the third examination room, we must unlock the lock. I found that we need to use a famous brand to put it inside the lion's head for spiritual power charging. Kai Jianyun went through layers of light cages and came to the fountain. He said strangely, You almost put your whole arm in it. If a monster comes out of the cage at this time, it will be very bad. Yes. Mo Hai laughed. But it doesn't matter. We don't have to deal with these monsters. Just then, there was a clanging sound from the lion's head. Mo Hai took out the name brand which had begun to shine. He said, I calculated that it would take about a minute from the beginning to the end of charging. I'll come too. Kai Jianyun also put the famous brand in. After they were charged, they went to open the light wall leading to the third examination room, and found that the light wall can only accommodate one person in and out at a time, that is to say, everyone has to charge their own brand. Flying boat. Elder Martial Brother Xiaoyun, a disciple of Blazing Fire sect, said in a low voice, Look at Xiang Nan. His strength is much stronger than we thought. If he goes on like this, even though he will delay some time, he can finally enter the second examination room. Wang Xiaoyun flashed an imperceptible sneer on his face, lowered his voice and said, Xiang Nan wants to pass the first examination. How can it be so easy? Let's see a good play. The first examination room, channel 300. Xiang Nan, who has regained his vitality, is sprinting forward at the fastest speed. The more he falls behind, the less points he gets. At present, it is almost impossible to arrive at the second examination room within 10 hours. Well, it's not right. Xiang Nan frowned. He looked at the scene and said, Am I suspicious? I seem to have been to this place just now. The environment of Black Front Demon Forest is complex, and there are few landmark scenery that can be observed by people. However, Xiang Nan kept a high degree of vigilance when he walked in the Guiyuan passage. Because of this, he found something wrong. With a puzzled look on his face, he went on rushing out again and made a rapid progress. About an hour later, another voice came from the flying boat. Wang Jingyun of the Wang family and Li Qingchuan arrived at the second examination hall with good results in third and fourth place. And Xiang Nan frowned and stared at the scene in front of him. He gritted his teeth and said, Sure enough, I didn't read it wrong. After walking for an hour, I came back here again. He had seen the same scene for the third time in nearly 2.5 hours. Is my sense of direction too bad? Xiang Nan looked up at the sun, locked the direction before moving forward. 40 minutes later, he was back where he was. How could that be? Xiang Nan is beating drums in his heart. The 10th hour is here. During this period of time, several excellent athletes arrived at the second examination hall. But Xiang Nan is still trapped here. Xiang Nan began to be anxious. By the way, I can move horizontally and stick to the light wall, so there's no detour. He walked across a distance, found the light wall on the far left, and walked along the light wall. 40 minutes later, the south side of Xiang was as deep as water. The front, or just the environment. A normal human walking in a vast forest would indeed encounter such a situation. If someone didn't have a good sense of direction, it was very likely that they would constantly circle around an area, unable to get out no matter what. At first, Xiang Nan did suspect that he had entered such a strange circle. However, when he walked back to his original location, he knew that the situation was not as simple as he had imagined. Is there some kind of hallucinatory poisonous grass here? I've always been immersed in hallucinations. He sniffed twice, but he didn't smell anything too peculiar. He quickly recalled that this world was very big. Indeed, there were many poisonous plants and flowers that released a strange fragrance that allowed people to enter hallucinations. However, Those poisonous plants and flowers were all living in a land of great viciousness. This little black sharp demon forest wasn't enough to produce such plants. Xianxia frowned. He inserted the giant saber a foot deep into the ground, then quickly walked forward. The blade cut the ground, creating a long crack in the ground. 40 minutes later, Xianxia was stunned again. Right in front of him was actually the same place as before, and there was also such a crack in the ground there. Xianxia walked over, and the cracks in the ground that his saber had sliced just happened to coincide with them, forming a straight line. Little sparrow, fly straight, fly straight. Xianxia released the gale bird. The little bird spread its wings and soared, transforming into a strong wind that flew out with a whoosh. A short 10 minutes later, the bird's cry came from behind. Xianxia turned around and saw the little bird flying over from behind and landing on his shoulder. What exactly is going on? Xianxia was furious. If it was just a demonic beast blocking the way, it would be easy to deal with. Just fight directly. But now, his time was wasted in circles. Moreover, after a period of torment, it was already the 12th hour. Of the 300 contestants, nearly 200 had already entered the second examination hall. The second examination room. 24 demonic beasts had already been unlocked on the huge open space. Later on, the contestants did not foolishly recharge their energy alone. Instead, they waited for the others. After gathering enough people, they all rushed towards the fountain. Among them were Xianxia and Xianfei. At this moment, Xianxia was poking his brand into the lion's head. He anxiously said, "Why hasn't Xianxia come yet? What exactly happened?" Xianfei was so anxious that her forehead started to sweat. "I've been paying attention to the announcement of the flying ship. Indeed, I didn't hear Xianxia's name. The longer he stalls, the more demonic beasts there will be unlocked. Yes, the situation is getting worse and worse." Xianxia gritted his teeth and looked not far away. When he was recharging, the other contestants were fighting fiercely against the demonic beasts to buy him time. But what if Xianxia comes too late? At that time, he couldn't even find anyone to team up with Xianxia. Xianfei said ruthlessly, "Xianxia, let's stay and wait for Xianxia. If there is no one to help him, he will definitely not be able to succeed on his own." "That won't do." Someone beside him immediately cried out in dissatisfaction. "It's your business if you two want to wait. We won't stay here to accompany you." "Damn it, another demonic beast has come out of the cage. These are 25. And you two take a look. These demonic beasts can't be completely killed." As they spoke, Xianxia and Xianfei turned to look at the light screen behind them. Sure enough, every time he killed a Xiantian 5th-level demonic beast, another one would come out from the light screen behind him. Refill with numbers. In other words, even if they killed all 300 demonic beasts, there would still be 300 new demonic beasts filling in. Stay here and wait for someone? That meant endless battles, until he was killed by a demonic beast or died from exhaustion. What should we do? What exactly should we do? Xianfei was anxious. Xianxia regained some calm and took out his name tag. Waiting is not the way. Before Xianxia comes, I'm afraid the two of us will die. Forget it. Let's go. Believe in Xianxia's strength. Xianfei was also helpless. She could only clench her teeth and nod. After everyone had finished charging, she protected each other and walked towards the light wall of the third examination hall. 14 hours have passed. The 276th contestant entered the second examination hall. It was Blue Stone City, a disciple of the Su clan, Su Mei. Only a few minutes later, the announcement sounded again. Su Mei is dead. She has lost the qualifications for the city selection. The second exam hall was an endless cage. Killing a demonic beast would revive a demonic beast. If a person charged forward, the probability of completing the charge would be very low. The key point was that if they were unable to recharge their energy, they would not be able to leave the second examination hall. They could neither advance nor retreat, which meant that the contestants would have to fight the demonic beasts non-stop until they died. The spectators on the flying ship were all horrified when they saw this scene. It was already the 14th hour, and he had unlocked 48 Xiantian 5th-level demonic beasts. This is bad. City Lord Hongzhen couldn't hold his breath anymore. If Xiangnan was the last to arrive at the second examination hall, he would have to face the siege of many demonic beasts alone. How could a person, under the siege of a demonic beast, spare a hand to charge up for up to a minute? What exactly is Xiangnan doing? Hongzhen lowered his head and saw that Xiangnan was standing motionless. He was starting to feel anxious for Xiangnan. Below. Wang Xiaoyun, you bastard. Xiangnan held the knife in his hand and his eyes were incomparably red. He could already tell that he had always been lost. It was impossible for him to be a problem with the Black Sharp Demon Forest itself, but someone had done something here. Thinking with his toes, he knew that Wang Xiaoyun was definitely behind this. Xiangnan took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, I must be in a formation. I'm so stupid. Why didn't I think of it earlier? Formations were profound and unfathomable knowledge. Their profundity had even surpassed alchemy and artifact forging. Xiangnan guessed that the place he was in should have been set up with a lost array. The lost array wasn't a big one, but it was precisely because of this that there were hundreds of lost arrays in existence in the world. Unless Xiangnan was proficient in formations, or was able to tell what kind of lost formation he was trapped in. Otherwise, it would be too difficult to break through the formation. When Xiangnan thought about it carefully, he knew about 32 types of lost arrays. If he tried one by one, it would probably take too much time. Moreover, what if the lost array here was just one of the 32 that he knew? Forget it. Let's try one first. Xiangnan gritted his teeth and tried to break the formation. He first sketched out a diagram of the wandering demon lost formation in his mind. There were only two ways to break through the formation. One was to use a miracle of strength to directly destroy the entire formation region. Obviously, Xiantian Realm Xiangnan did not possess such a powerful strength. The second was to destroy the array eyes. The Liang lost formation had a total of 3 formation eyes. The 3 needle eyes changed directions every 5 minutes. This is where I got lost. This should be the core of the formation. Xiangnan stabbed the giant saber into the ground, using the saber as the center of the circle, his hands pointing to calculate the direction of the formation's meridians. The moment he entered the array was activated. He had been trapped in the lost array for 6 hours, and the array eyes had changed 72 times. Xiangnan quickly calculated in his heart that if he changed direction 72 times, then the first array eye should be 36 feet to the right and 24 feet to the front. Xiangnan immediately rushed out. He moved 36 zhang horizontally to the right and then 24 zhang forward. After finding his position, he injected the weather into his right hand and slapped it on the ground. The weather immediately pierced through the ground, but the crisp sound that should have appeared when the array hole was broken did not appear. Xiangnan frowned. Did you really calculate wrongly? Looks like the formation here is not a phantasm lost formation. Let's change it to another one. Time passed bit by bit. 99% of the people on the flying ship couldn't understand what Xiangnan was doing. Only the messengers of the 6 great sects knew that Xiangnan was trying to break the formation, but they didn't dare to say it out loud. Everyone knew that Wang Xiaoyun was in charge of passageways 250 to 300. The formation that trapped Xiangnan was definitely created by Wang Xiaoyun. City Lord Hongzhen also noticed that something was wrong. He leaned over to Elder Yu and whispered, I'm a martial artist. I don't know much about formations. May I ask if Xiangnan is trying to break the formation? Elder Yu gave Hongzhen a look of secrecy, but sighed. Is it really a formation? Hongzhen was stunned. Elder Yu's reaction had already explained the problem. Hongzhen angrily clenched his fists. He grabbed Wang Xiaoyun's collar and angrily said, You've gone too far. You actually used formations against Xiantian realm martial artists. However, Wang Xiaoyun was neither salty nor indifferent. He said, Let go of me and pay attention to your attitude. I am the messenger of Qihua sect. Also, what evidence do you have that Xiangnan is trapped by the formation? Hongzhen was furious. but he didn't know how to refute it. Wang Xiaoyun said, 10,000 steps back. Even if Xiang Nan is really trapped by the formation, what evidence do you have to say that it was the formation I set up? There are more than 10 million experts who have come to Black Sharp Demon Forest. Perhaps it is the formation left behind by our predecessors. Hong Zhen was even more speechless. Wang Xiaoyun slapped Hong Zhen's right hand away and said, City Lord, be careful what you say in the future. You can't afford to slander Qihua sect if you slander me. Wang Xiaoyun, what a villain! Hong Zhen had thoroughly comprehended this point. At this moment, everyone's gaze towards Wang Xiaoyun was no longer just filled with admiration, but deep fear. To offend such a vindictive villain was truly a disaster that could never be recovered. Right below, Xiang Nan had tried 10 different ways to break the formation, but all of them failed. It was already the 16th hour. All 299 contestants had passed the first exam hall. 30 of them died in the second exam hall and 269 entered the third exam hall. A new battle had already begun in the third exam hall. Mo Hai and Kai Jianyun's two teams could be said to be unimpeded in the third exam hall. When all the contestants saw these two teams, they could only walk around. They prayed in their hearts that they must not become the targets of those two teams. As for Xiang Zhonghua and Xiang Fei, they didn't even dare to show their faces. Without Xiang Nan's protection, the two of them did their best to hide themselves and never dared to appear. Ha 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 ha! Kai Jianyun led 10 experts around the complex jungle of the third examination hall. He shouted, Xiang clan bastards, get out of here! As he spoke, Kai Jianyun was holding a martial artist who had been beaten half to death in his hand, while in his other hand, he was holding the martial artist's blood-stained name tag. On the other side, Mo Hai's team also walked over and the two teams met. Jianyun, how many points do you have? Mo Hai asked. Kai Jianyun smiled and said, with this in hand, I just killed 10 of them. 5 famous brands were distributed to my brothers. I asked for 5 of them myself, and now I have 15 points. Please, take my life. You've already taken my name tag. Take it away. The martial artist who was pinched by Kai Jianyun had a pleading expression on his face. Kai Jianyun smiled coldly and said, you are trash. What's the point of trash living? Rather than being humiliated, it's better for me to give you a ride. Don't step into martial arts in your next life. You're not worthy. With that, Kai Jianyun held onto his sword and pierced through the martial artist's throat amidst his pleading. On the other side, Wang Jingyun, who was beside Mo Hai, frowned slightly. Yes, I just won 8 famous brands here. Mo Hai smiled. There were only 5 experts beside him, 5 fewer than Kai Jianyun. Kai Jianyun shrugged his shoulders. Xiang Nan isn't here. It's boring. Huang Tianyu, who was beside Kai Jianyun, subconsciously shrank his neck when he mentioned the word Xiang Nan. He was already scared by Xiang Nan. The two teams met and tacitly brushed past each other without interfering. The first examination room, the 300th passageway. It was already the 17th hour, and Xiang Nan had tried 5 more formations, but all of them failed. The spectators on the airship had completely abandoned Xiang Nan in their hearts, believing that it was impossible for Xiang Nan to enter the second examination hall. City Lord Hongzhen also felt helpless, but he didn't know how to vent his anger. Xiang Nan stood there in a daze and gritted his teeth. Could it be that I was trapped by Wang Xiaoyun just like that? It's a pity that I didn't learn the Thunder King Seal's Thunder Array. Otherwise, I would have smashed this place into pieces and destroyed the array automatically. Ha! Speaking of the Thunder King Seal, Xiang Nan suddenly thought of something. The formation itself was made up of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. After absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the martial artist condensed it in his dantian. There was a move in the Lightning King Seal called the Lightning Photoelectric Eye. It could see the fluctuations of the weather and yuan qi intuitively, so could one also see the spiritual qi. Xiang Nan was shocked. He immediately flicked the black saber 3 times, then refined his qi into electricity. Both of his hands were covered with a layer of electric arcs. The two hands interweaved lightning arcs and collided several times in midair, forming a seal. Then, they used their index and middle fingers to wipe their eyes. Lightning flashed in both of his eyes. Xiangnan looked ahead and saw that there were two areas on the ground in front of him. Light was spreading from one area to another. Formation eye. Xiangnan sucked in a breath of cold air. The lightning photoelectric eye could actually see the existence of an array eye. In this world, almost 90% of the array formations were made up of array eyes. If Lei Liangguang could see the array eye, wouldn't it mean that Xiangnan could break any array in the future? This huge harvest was something that Xiangnan hadn't expected. He gasped fiercely for a few breaths, but he still couldn't believe it. He shouted in shock, "Lightning photovoltaic eye actually has such a use?" Turning around, behind him on the left was the third array eye. He was even more focused, and between the three array eyes, a faint meridian path could be seen. Formation diagram. Xiangnan's heartbeat was getting faster and faster. Not only did he see the array eye, he could also clearly see the direction of the array diagram's meridians. In this way, one could clearly distinguish which was the first needle eye and which was the second and third array eye. Xiangnan was overjoyed. He raised his head and looked at the flying ship. He thought to himself, Wang Xiaoyun, you want to stop me?" Thinking of this, Xiangnan didn't dare to delay any longer. He pulled out his giant saber and rushed to the first array eye. The giant saber stabbed down, and with a crisp sound, the first array eye broke. Immediately after, the second and third formation eyes were easily broken by Xiangnan. On the flying ship, Wang Xiaoyun was dumbfounded as he watched this scene. He simply couldn't believe his eyes. "Senior brother Xiaoyun." The junior apprentice brother beside him cried out in shock. "Shut up!" The veins on Wang Xiaoyun's forehead bulged out, and his eyes were almost bleeding. He hates Xiangnan. Hate to the bone. He hated them to the depths of his soul. This kind of hatred did not only come from the grudges between the two families, but also because Xiangnan was stronger than Wang Xiaoyun. Not long after Wang Xiaoyun entered Qihua sect, he was discovered by the sect elders and nurtured. Wang Xiaoyun had always been proud of this because the formation was too profound and profound. A martial artist's energy was limited. If he wanted to cultivate the formation while practicing martial arts, it would be difficult for him to achieve anything before he was 40 years old. But Wang Xiaoyunxing, he hadn't even reached the age of 25 when he had already found the path to the formation. With astonishing attainments, he had become the youngest person to enter the Qihua sect. But today, it only took Xiangnan 9 hours to break Wang Xiaoyun's lost array. If Wang Xiaoyun knew that Xiangnan had actually broken the formation in less than a minute, he would probably be so angry that he would go crazy on the spot. The messengers of the other 5 sects looked at each other and felt inexplicable horror in their hearts. They really couldn't understand how Xiangnan, who was 16 years old, could break through the formation. Even though it was only the most basic of all the formations, it was only the most basic lost formation. At this moment, the third examination room. "Shit! I've been discovered." Xiang Zhonghua, who was hiding in the jungle, saw Kai Jianyun through the cracks in the trees. "Xiang Fei, run!" Xiang Zhonghua held Xiang Fei's hand and ran wildly. At this moment, how could these two Xiang family members have the time to seize other people's famous brands? It would be good if they could save their lives. Unfortunately, Kai Jianyun also saw Xiang Zhonghua. "Xiang clan bastard! What are you running from?" Kai Jianyun was so excited that he almost went crazy. His eyeballs were bloodshot, and he surpassed Xiang Zhonghua with a slash. Xiang Zhonghua hurriedly counterattacked. Kai Jianyun sneered and smashed Xiang Zhonghua's spear down with his sword. "Xiang clan's bastard!" Kai Jianyun grabbed Xiang Zhonghua's neck with one hand and said fiercely, "It's so hard for me to find him. Xiang Fei, escape." Xiang Zhonghua's face turned red from being pinched and he kicked and beat Kai Jianyun. However, his 6th level of origin return was a joke in front of Kai Jianyun's 9th level of origin return. "Run? Not a single one of them can escape." Kai Jianyun waved his eyes, and Huang Tianyu rushed out with a whoosh, directly stepping on Xiang Fei's head on the ground. Kai Jianyun looked up and laughed. Xianxia, Xianxia, I caught you. Let's see who else can save you this time. I will slowly torture you. You'd better hope that Xiang Nan can rush over as soon as possible and dare to kill you before I torture you to death. As he spoke, Kai Jianyun swung his sword down, cutting off Xiang Zhonghua's left ear. The first examination room. Xiang Nan's heart skipped a beat and he had a bad premonition. Could it be that something happened to Zhonghua and the others? After all, Xiang Nan and Xiang Zhonghua's blood was thicker than water. Especially in this kind of place, there was a slight sign of danger. It's broken. It's broken. Something must have happened. Xiang Nan didn't care about anything. He immediately sprinted wildly. In a manner that didn't care about the cost, he fiercely consumed his previous weather in exchange for faster speed. Zhonghua, Sister Fei, you must not die. You must wait for me. Even though Xiang Zhonghua and Xiang Fei entered the third examination hall at the 14th hour, they had already stayed in the third examination hall for 3 hours. Xiang Nan couldn't imagine whether Kai Jianyun's hatred for him had already killed Xiang Zhonghua and Xiang Fei. Xiang Nan's heart was burning with excitement. His speed had already surpassed his usual limit, and the scenery on both sides was rapidly retreating. At this moment, he had only just passed the first exam hall, 2/3 of the way. Hurry! Hurry! I want to be faster. 1 minute later, Zhonghua and Sister Fei will face a life and death crisis. Xiang Nan ran to his maximum speed, but he still felt that it wasn't enough. Even if he didn't run into a demonic beast at this speed, it would still take him nearly an hour to reach the second examination hall. The first exam hall wasn't too long. Everyone wasted their time in the first exam hall because they had to fight against demonic beasts. However, since it was already the last third of the journey, Xiang Nan did not hold back and displayed all of his speed. However, he still felt that it wasn't fast enough. Go all out. Xiang Nan gritted his teeth and flicked his left hand on the black saber 3 times in a row. Following 3 crisp collisions, he refined his chi into lightning and directly injected lightning into his legs, replacing the previous weather. At this moment, dense lightning covered Xiang Nan's legs, and the speed at which his legs were replaced instantly soared to an unbelievable height. Everyone on the flying ship saw that Xiang Nan, who was already running at full speed, had instantly soared in speed, and with a whoosh, he turned into a ray of light and rushed out. And after Xiang Nan's legs, he actually ran out a lightning tail that was about 1/2 meter long. Xiang Nan's feet landed on the ground. Every time he landed, he leaned forward and rushed 7 or 8 meters away. The speed at which his legs alternated had already turned into a phantom. Every second, his legs could be rotated 30 times. It was more than 200 meters. This speed was already close to catching up with the 500 meter per second flash step. Half of it. So fast. The spectators on the airship had already exploded. Quick! 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 Xiang Nan ignored the cost and burned his own weather. Charge! Charge! He's faster than the wind. Even the dense green grass on the ground bent over. His speed was sharper than a knife. Even the fallen leaves on the ancient trees on both sides were swept down by the strong wind, sweeping into a horizontal tornado, hanging far behind Xiang Nan. He no longer cared about anything. He directly placed the giant saber in front of him, not even dodging the obstacles. One towering ancient tree after another was sliced at the waist. Wherever Xiang Nan passed, large trees were sliced into pieces, and large flocks of birds were sent flying. The last third of the journey was only 150 li. It only took Xiang Nan a minute before he rushed out a full 12 li. This speed was 5 times faster than expected. However, his previous weather was burning too fast. I still have 2/3 of the weather left. 2/3 left. Xiang Nan sprinted forward. He immediately took out a low-grade spirit stone and stuffed it into his mouth. Spirit stones weren't meant to be eaten at all, but Xiang Nan didn't care about that much anymore. He directly crushed the spirit stones with the power of thunder and lightning, accelerating the absorption of spiritual energy. As he frantically absorbed the spiritual energy, he spat out the dried spirit stone fragments one by one. His early days were burning, and at the same time, he was desperately absorbing spirit stones. 2 minutes passed. Xiang Nan had advanced 24 miles. 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 5 minutes. Xiang Nan's long hair fluttered about, and the trees in his field of vision were rapidly retreating. They retreated too quickly, turning into blurry shadows. The cold wind could only howl in vain in front of Xiang Nan. Chi! In the opposite sky, a forest vulture appeared. It was an eagle demonic beast. It was at the first level of the origin reversion stage. After the forest vulture spread its wings were 10 meters long. It soared over and dived towards Xiang Nan. Get lost! Xiang Nan swung his great saber and a fierce dragon waved its tail. Facing the dangers of his relatives, Xiang Nan did not hold back any longer. This saber dragon's tail was actually released by lightning. The saber energy turned into saber light. Coupled with his frantic speed, the great circle blade light turned into a ray of light at an astonishing speed. Light flashed in the sky, and the forest vulture at the first level of origin return was silently sliced into 2 halves in midair. Whoosh! 1 saber. He only used 1 saber to kill the forest vulture at the first level of the origin realm. The people on the flying ship cried out in alarm. Is this Xiang Nan's true strength? So strong. The 3rd examination room. Ha 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 ha. Kai Jianyun fiercely grabbed Xiang Zhonghua's hair. His eyes were red and he smiled ruthlessly. Aren't you people surnamed Xiang crazy? Show me if you're crazy. That Xiang Nan, who only knows how to eat soft food, actually let a woman from the Huangpu aristocrat clan dismiss my grandfather's position as an elder of the Blue Stone Merchant Guild. Your Xiang clan is nothing. They're just a bunch of dogs kneeling on the ground eating shit. How dare you rob me of women and my Kai clan of business? Kai Jianyun swung his hand and slapped. The slap was extremely loud, leaving 5 purple fingerprints on Xiang Zhonghua's face. But now, Kai Jianyun glared at his blood-red eyes and roared. That bullshit Xiang Nan hasn't even passed the first examination yet. Are you still counting on him to save you? Stop dreaming. He will definitely die under the siege of the demonic beasts in the 2nd examination hall. The more Kai Jianyun spoke, the angrier he became, and he began to roar. When I thought that I couldn't personally kill that bastard Xiang Nan, my anger burned. He dares to snatch women from me. All right, I'll let him taste this today. With that, Kai Jianyun kicked Xiang Zhonghua in the stomach and sent him flying. Then he threw Xiang Fei to the ground. Fei! Xiang Zhonghua was about to tear his eyelids apart as he jumped up from the ground like a madman. Huang Tianyu and another Xiantian 8th layer expert rushed forward at the same time and pressed Xiang Zhonghua heavily on the ground. Huang Tianyu licked his lips and smiled. Take a good look. Xiang Fei struggled like a madman, but Kai Jianyun tore open her robe and revealed her belly pocket. You are not humans. Beasts. All of you are beasts. Xiang Fei shouted heartlessly. Kai Jianyun had already lost his rationality. He didn't care about Xiang Fei's fight. He just forcefully tore at Xiang Fei's clothes. The people on the flying ship were dumbfounded. Enough! City Lord Hong Zhen roared angrily. Kai Jianyun! Stop! Kai Jianyun smiled sinisterly. No one can stop me. If they dare to enter this place, they have already made up their minds to die. Hong Zhen was so angry that he shivered. He turned to look at Kai Baohua and shouted, Old Master Kai, could it be that you are just watching your grandson do something good? Kai Baohua smiled coldly and turned his head away, pretending not to hear him. Rules are rules. Wang Xiaoyun played with his storage ring and said, No one has the right to interfere with the contestant, even if the contestant is doing something that is unacceptable to heaven. Bastard! Hong Zhen roared at the sky, but he was powerless to return to the sky. Just as Kai Jianyun was about to tear apart Xiang Fei's last personal garment, Stop! A cold shout came from the other side. Kai Jianyun paused for a moment, then raised his head to look, only to see Mo Hai and the others coming over. What? Do you want to protect the Xiang family? Kai Jianyun stared at Mo Hai. Even Mo Hai was shocked by Kai Jianyun's expression. Kai Jianyun's current situation was no longer human. and he had completely fallen into a state of madness. Mo Hai frowned and said, Kai Jianyun, you can't kill without nodding your head. You are indeed going too far in doing so. What if I have to do it? The veins on Kai Jianyun's neck twitched. Mo Hai also had someone he liked, Wang Jingyun. At this moment, Wang Jingyun was standing beside him. Facing Kai Jianyun's actions at this moment, Mo Hai really couldn't remain indifferent. He could only sigh and say, Jianyun, I don't like the Xiang family either, but you have to think about it. Right now, the messengers of the major sects are watching you. If you go too far, even if you can get a good result, which sect would dare to ask for you? These words truly made Kai Jianyun fearful. Kai Jianyun suddenly calmed down a lot. He gritted his teeth and casually pulled out 2 daggers. He stabbed them into Xiang Fei's left and right shoulders and nailed Xiang Fei to the ground. Xiang Fei trembled in pain, but she didn't let out a single scream. She just glared at Kai Jianyun with hatred, as if she wanted to peel him alive. Sister, when did we start pleading for the Xiang family? A person beside him said coldly. Kai Jianyun was not the only one who hated Xiang Nan. Wang Jinghai was also the one who was speaking. Brother Jianyun, how about handing Xiang Zhonghua over to me? Wang Jinghai walked up with his sword in hand. Kai Jianyun was stunned and immediately laughed. Good job, Jinghai. He's much stronger than your sister and the others. That's what men should do. If you have a grudge, you can't take revenge on a gentleman. Kai Jianyun laughed loudly. The 2 people from the Xiang clan were lying on the ground alone and helpless, like 2 injured little beasts, allowing the 2 groups of wild beasts to mercilessly bite them. On the other side, the first examination room, the 300th passageway. Xiang Nan sprinted through the first examination hall and arrived at the second examination hall. At this moment, 99 Xiantian 5th-level demonic beasts had been unlocked in the second examination room. Xiang Nan stepped on the lightning and descended from the sky. Like a meteor, it heavily bombarded the center of the dense army of demonic beasts. Lightning shot out in all directions, spreading out into a sea of lightning. 99 demonic beasts were sent flying in a circular radius. Ha ha! Brother Jianyun, take it. Wang Jinghai kicked Xiang Zhonghua in the head and kicked him towards Kai Jianyun like a ball. Kai Jianyun laughed heartily as he soared into the air and kicked Xiang Zhonghua's head, kicking him back. The 2 of them kicked Xiang Zhonghua in the air one after another, and each kick was more powerful than the other. Immediately after, Wang Jinghai slammed Xiang Zhonghua to the ground with his whip leg. However, Xiang Zhonghua's face was covered in blood, but he still forcefully stood up and staggered. Kneel down, Wang Jinghai mocked. He rushed forward and kicked Xiang Zhonghua's legs, causing him to kneel on the ground. However, Xiang Zhonghua gritted his teeth and stood up again. Tsk tisk. Kai Jianyun also kicked. The Xiang clan is so ungrateful. He also kicked Xiangzhong to the ground. At this moment, the 2 sides had already come together. All of them were hugging their shoulders to watch the show. Xiang Zhonghua lowered his head and knelt in front of everyone. Xiang Zhonghua's eyes almost spat out fire. He swayed and stood up again, even though his leg bones were about to be kicked off. I'll make you kneel. Wang Jinghai walked up and slammed his knee into Xiang Zhonghua's chin, causing his eyes to turn pale and his mouth to spit out white foam. At any time, Wang Jinghai kicked Xiang Zhonghua and said, This is the fate of your Xiang family. You should kneel down and face us honestly. Bullshit. Xiang Zhonghua roared, his hands holding onto the Xiang family spear, and he forced himself to stand up again. Xiang Zhonghua stared at Wang Jingyun and gritted his teeth. Jingyun, even if you don't have the slightest bit of love for me, you shouldn't let me be humiliated like this in your old relationship. Give me a good one and kill me with a single knife. Xiang Zhonghua was humiliated the most in his life, and he was humiliated in front of Wang Jingyun. Oh! Kai Jianyun was stunned and said, Jingyun? Oh, right. I almost forgot if you didn't tell me. Kai Jianyun laughed. I remember that a few years ago, you seemed to have an unsuccessful engagement with Jingyun, right? Oh, everyone suddenly realized and recalled. Many years ago, when the Xiang clan was once glorious, The Wang clan betrothed Wang Jingyun to the Xiang clan's grand elder's grandson, Xiang Zhonghua, in order to curry favor with the Xiang clan. But then the Xiang clan declined, so this matter was not settled, and Wang Jingyun also threw herself into Mo Hai's embrace. Li Qingchuan patted his forehead and said, "I said, how could Big Brother Mo Hai get angry when he was in Welcome Street?" Obviously, Jingyun was only speaking to Xiang Nan with a pleasant expression. In retrospect, Brother Mo Hai should be worried that Jingyun's old love for Xiang Zhonghua would reignite, so he spoke so kindly to Xiang Nan, right? Everyone thought that Mo Hai treated Xiang Nan as his love rival, but in fact, they thought that Xiang Zhonghua was the reason. After all, the verbal engagement between Xiang Zhonghua and Jingyun was too early. At that time, everyone was still young and could not remember clearly. Later, when the Wang clan had a feud with the Xiang clan, everyone forgot about the existence of the verbal engagement. However, Wang Jingyun's expression was complicated. She looked at Xiang Zhonghua and said, "Zhonghua, although you and I had an old relationship, that's already the past. But now, even if I read a little bit about my old relationship with you, I still can't help you." As she said this, Wang Jingyun turned to look at Mo Hai. That meant that if I pleaded for mercy for Xiang Zhonghua, Mo Hai would definitely be jealous. Xiang Zhonghua smiled miserably and had nothing to say. "All I wanted was a knife, but you, Wang Jingyun, made me refuse to even give a damn if I died so happily." "You're still laughing?" Kai Jianyun smiled and walked behind Xiang Zhonghua. He stretched out his hand and directly grabbed Xiang Zhonghua's neck. "What right do you have to laugh? Kneel down and kowtow to us 3 times. I'll let you die a happy death." Xiang Zhonghua was indifferent and would never kneel. Kai Jianyun's right hand suddenly dug in. He grabbed the bone seam on the back of Xiang Zhonghua's neck. With the strength in his hand, Xiang Zhonghua's expression changed drastically. It was a kind of pain, the pain of losing heart and splitting lungs. The pain was like burning flames burning the body, and the soul was fiercely whipped. Xiang Zhonghua's painful eyes kept rolling upwards. Blood and tears flowed out from the corners of his eyes, and his entire body started to spasm. "Does it hurt?" Kai Jianyun still maintained a smile. "If it hurts, kneel down and kowtow. I will immediately let go." Xiang Zhonghua was so painful that he couldn't even say anything, and his mouth was constantly bubbling with white foam. When everyone saw this scene, they all grinned and felt their scalps go numb. When Kai Jianyun did this, he actually had a smile on his face. "Kneel down and kowtow." Kai Jianyun smiled and increased his strength. Xiang Zhonghua was already in so much pain that he wanted to commit suicide, but the back of his neck was pinched, and he couldn't even use his strength to move. However, this torture method made Xiang Zhonghua unable to faint. Xiang Zhonghua's face was already completely devoid of blood. His mouth was wide open, and his throat was chuckling, 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 chuckling. Seeing that Xiang Zhonghua was still unwilling to kneel, Kai Jianyun's strength increased again. This time, the inhuman pain caused Xiang Zhonghua's body to tremble violently. His body started to flee. This was completely unconscious behavior. It was an unconscious spasm caused by the intense pain. Wang Jinghai widened his eyes and said, "Wow! It turns out that a person's pain has reached its limit. This is how he behaved. There's something even better." Kai Jianyun smiled sinisterly as he pinched the back of Xiang Zhonghua's neck with his left hand and pressed his right elbow against Xiang Zhonghua's spine. This time, Xiang Zhonghua rolled his eyes and spat out white foam. His entire body vigorously shook. His legs and arms actually cramped and began to twist at a strange angle. The shape of the human body was almost out of the human domain. However, he still didn't kneel. The second examination room. Xiang Nan's heart was beating wildly, and he felt the pain of being stabbed by a needle. "Zhonghua! This is Zhonghua!" Xiang Nan was about to go crazy. Those damned demonic beasts had killed a bunch of them and came out one after another. At this moment, Xiang Nan had just inserted his brand into the lion's head when more new demonic beasts pounced on him. At this time, the number of demonic beasts had already reached a total of 100. No, I can't care about that much. Xiang Nan was ruthless. He took out his famous brand and flicked it 3 times on the black blade. Immediately after, his hands formed seals. Pooh! He spat out a mouthful of the weather first, and the Thunder King seal was formed with great lightning. The lightning ball rolled bigger and bigger, engulfing all the demonic beasts in front of it. How lightning had its own damage. Although it wasn't high, dealing with this group of demonic beasts was already enough. A bolt of lightning not only slowed the demonic beasts down, but also severely injured them, especially keeping them on the verge of death. New demonic beasts would not be able to enter. However, Xiang Nan had already used up all of the 2 spirit stones in his previous frantic sprint. This bolt of lightning had almost emptied out all of Xiang Nan's previous weather. He inserted one hand into the lion's head to recharge the famous brand, while brandishing his saber with the other hand to drive away the half-dead demonic beasts. As such, time passed bit by bit. Xiang Nan had used up the last of the weather to attack the demonic beasts at the expense of How Lightning. Finally, it was filled with famous brands. Shit! Zhonghua seems to be dying. Xiang Nan didn't know why he felt so strongly about Xiang Zhonghua today. Perhaps his relatives would have such an inexplicable feeling before they passed away. However, he could no longer care about it. His body turned into a gust of wind and rushed out, inserting the name plate into the light wall of the 3rd examination hall. The wall of light finally rumbled open. The spectators who saw this scene almost cheered loudly. Xiang Nan is here. He really passed through the uncrossable origin returning passage and went to the 3rd examination hall. Beautiful! Elder Yu suddenly waved his fist. On the flying ship, Wang Xiaoyun suddenly turned around and said to City Lord Hongzhen, "City Lord, did you forget to notify him?" The process of Xiang Nan passing through the end of the 1st examination hall and the 2nd examination hall was so shocking that Hongzhen was so excited that he only watched and actually forgot to announce it. Wang Xiaoyun was worried that his Wang clan would be ambushed by Xiang Nan, so he remembered that this crucial matter had not been done. City Lord Hongzhen was stunned for a moment, and then Langshang shouted, "Bluestone City, the disciple of the Xiang clan of Qingyun Town, Xiang Nan, passed the 1st examination hall in the 17th hour and obtained 3 points. Due to the delay in reporting, I hereby warn you that Xiang Nan has passed the 2nd examination hall and entered the 3rd examination hall." At the same time as Hongzhen's announcement, Xiang Nan had already rushed into the 3rd examination hall. In the distance, the group of people were abusing Xiang Zhonghua when they suddenly heard a voice from the sky and were slightly shocked. "Oh!" Mo Hai raised his eyebrows and said, "I thought he had already died in the 1st examination hall, but it's strange. With his strength, he shouldn't have come so late." Kai Jianyun laughed excitedly. "It's good that I didn't die. I just happened to kill him myself, so that I can avenge him." At the entrance of the 3rd exam hall, Xiang Nan flew like flying. He quickly muttered, "Zhonghua, Sister Fei, you must wait for me. Don't die." But looking around, the environment of the 3rd examination hall was extremely complicated. It was a mountainous area with overlapping mountains. There were mountains, rivers, and forest canyons here, and towering trees pierced into the clouds. It was as difficult to find a person with the naked eye in such a place as this. Xiang Nan's first action was to point at the tree. He sprinted all the way to the top of the tree. Then he soared into the sky and quickly swept his eyes in all directions. It was a pity that the trees were dense. Looking down from a high place, one could see tree trunks and vast forests. No one could be seen at all. At this moment, Xiang Zhonghua and the others were in a large open space in a gorge, surrounded by tall green mountains on both sides. Since Xiang Nan is here, then this trash is useless. Kai Jianyun lost interest in Xiang Zhonghua and finally let go of his cruel right hand. Xiang Zhonghua fell to the ground with a loud slap, his mouth wide open. "Zhonghua! Zhonghua! How are you?" Xiang Fei was nailed to the ground not far away by a pair of daggers. She shouted at Xiang Zhonghua with all her might, but Xiang Zhonghua was already in a blurry state of consciousness and did not respond. Seeing that Kai Jianyun was about to cut off Xiang Zhonghua's head with a single sword strike, Mo Hai shook his head and said, "Rather than us and Xiangnan searching for each other, why don't we let this Zhonghua help us?" "Oh, I understand what you mean." Kai Jianyun smiled. He bent down and poured the weather into his index finger. Then, his index finger heavily stabbed at Xiang Zhonghua's third spine. Ah ah ah. The intense pain caused Xiang Zhonghua's miserable scream to pierce through the clouds. Zhonghua! Xiang Nan immediately locked onto Xiang Zhonghua's position. He landed back on the treetop from midair. He pointed at the treetop with his toes and rushed out diagonally. Then, he pointed at another tree with his toes and rushed again. He kept jumping and shuttling between the trees. In less than 10 minutes, he arrived at the canyon. When Xiang Nin saw the scene below from a high place, he was so furious that his eyelids were about to split apart. Both Kai Jianyun and Mo Hai's teams were hugging their shoulders as they watched the show. In the middle of the two teams was Xiang Zhonghua, who was lying half dead in the blood, and Xiang Fei, who was nailed to the ground by the dagger. "Is he finally here?" Kai Jianyun also saw Xiang Nan. He raised his sword and said, "Xiang Nan, I want you to see with your own eyes how I killed your Xiang clan's bastards like a beast." With that, Kai Jianyun's sword slashed down towards Xiang Zhonghua's neck. Zhonghua! Xiang Nan's eyes were almost bleeding. However, he was still a distance away from Xiang Zhonghua in midair, so he couldn't save Xiang Zhonghua in time. At this critical moment, Xiang Nan didn't care about anything else. He immediately flicked the giant saber 3 times and his fingers were wrapped in lightning. Thunder King Seal, Tyrannical Lightning Body. With the success of the Tyrannical Lightning Body Palm, the lightning energy in Xiang Nan's body instantly exploded. This was the only martial skill that Xiang Nan could unleash at the fastest speed without expending any of his previous weather. The tyrannical lightning body caused Xiang Nan's entire body to be wrapped in lightning. He angrily rushed down from the sky, borrowing the power of the fall, as well as the speed at which his feet shot into the air. For a moment, Xiang Nan turned into a rolling, lightning meteorite, with a long tail of lightning behind him. Because of his ferocious momentum, the air was torn apart, and there was a howl in the sky that was like the cry of a ghost. "Jianyun, get out of the way!" Mo Hai raised his head and looked at the way Xiang Nan descended with shock in his eyes. His entire heart was beating wildly. What? Kai Jianyun's sword was already halfway down, and he subconsciously raised his head to take a look. In the sky, Xiang Nan was less than 100 meters away from the ground. His terrifying power was 9 times stronger than before, and when he charged to this distance, even 100 meters away from the ground, a strong wind pressure was created. 100 meters away, before Xiang Nan arrived, the wind pressure had arrived. Everyone below could feel the oppressive force descending from the sky. The gale caused their bodies to shake and they were almost unable to stand firmly. What kind of damn martial skill is this? Kai Jianyun's pupils contracted. If he killed Xiang Zhonghua again, he would definitely have time to kill him, but he wouldn't be able to escape. Kai Jianyun didn't care about killing anymore and hurriedly jumped backwards. Everyone else turned around and fled, intending to leave the scene quickly. Xiang Nan was like a meteor. It directly exploded into the crowd and landed between Xiang Zhonghua and Xiang Fei. This sprint could be said to be the strongest in Xiang Nan's history. 9 times the strength of 23,400 Jin, coupled with the terrifying inertia carried by the charge from top to bottom, caused the strength of Xiang Nan's charge to soar to over 30,000 Jin. Boom! It was like a meteor hitting the ground. This charge was actually within a radius of 3 kilometers. The ground instantly collapsed into pieces and shot into the sky like a blowout. Trees, flowers, and rocks were all unable to escape their doom. Countless things were blown into the sky, and before they could reach the highest point, they were shredded into pieces. Heaven's Kai Jianyun and the others had already fled for nearly 100 meters. They had originally thought that they would enter a safe area like this. But when he turned around and saw the spectacular scene Xiang Nan had created the moment he landed on the ground, he knew that he was thinking too much. Even before Kai Jianyun could utter the last word of his exclamation, his entire body was engulfed by the roaring waves. At the same time that Xiang Nan landed, He used the shadow steps to protect Xiang Zhonghua and Xiang Fei, saving their lives. This time, the spectators were no longer the only ones on the flying ship in the sky. Even the sect envoys who were accustomed to seeing the big scenes were dumbfounded. Kai Jianyun was engulfed by the tide. He immediately condensed the weather and erected an air shield in front of him. He hid behind the air shield and supported it with both hands. However, his body was still retreating, and he felt as if it would be torn apart in the next second. This air shield only lasted for a second before collapsing. Damn it! What the hell is this? Kai Jianyun roared and immediately erected a second air shield. Within a second, the second air shield was also shattered. He used up a lot of energy to build the third air shield, but it was still shattered. For a moment, Kai Jianyun was already in despair. He thought that he couldn't escape this misfortune, but just as he was about to rush to the Yellow Springs, the terrifying shockwave stopped. Only the gale was still howling. The shockwave that Xiang Nan used to charge into the ground was the strongest. This kind of shockwave naturally came and went as quickly as it could when it touched the ground. In the other directions, Mo Hai and the others had almost the same experience as Kai Jianyun. However, apart from Mo Hai and Kai Jianyun, the others were more or less injured to varying degrees. So much so that Mo Hai froze on the spot and looked at the mountain rocks and tree fragments flying wildly in the sky. He couldn't help but be shocked and say in his heart, if Xiang Nan's charge this time wasn't on the ground, but on us, then the consequences would be. Thinking of this, Mo Hai's forehead was already covered in sweat. On the other side, after Xiang Nan landed on the ground, he immediately disbanded the Tyrant Lightning body. This move could only last for 5 seconds in the provincial state. At this moment, Xiang Nan had exhausted all of his energy, and his remaining strength could only last for 3 seconds. Therefore, he wisely chose to conserve his strength. This time, he only used 1 second to conserve his tyrannical thunder body. At the same time, it also meant that less than half of Xiang Nan's strength was left. Zhonghua, Sister Fei, are you all right? Xiang Nan was both angry and happy. What he was angry about was what Kai Jianyun and the others had done to Zhonghua and Sister Fei. Fortunately, he had saved 2 rejuvenation pills earlier, so he wasn't willing to eat them. Xiang Nan immediately fed the 2 of them a spring restoration pill. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief in his heart. No matter what, Zhonghua and Sister Fei were saved. Looking at the scene again, there were originally some trees standing on this large flat ground, but at this moment they were blasted into a real flat ground by Xiang Nan. Kai Jianyun and Mo Hai's team probed from 2 different directions and gathered together halfway. The corner of Kai Jianyun's eyes twitched. He looked at Xiang Nan from afar and said in fear, "Why is his strength at this level? What the hell are we talking about? All of us, run for your life." The others' faces were also pale. They truly did not have the courage to endure such a terrifying charge from Xiang Nan. "Don't panic." Mo Hai remained calm. He looked at Xiang Nan in the distance and analyzed. "Feel that his aura has greatly declined. In that charge just now, I suspect that he ate some kind of pill that burned his strength, or directly burned his own dantian." "That's right." Kai Jianyun's expression suddenly relaxed a lot. "You really said that." Xiang Nan held Xiang Zhonghua and Xiang Fei in both hands and said anxiously, "Why are there only the 2 of you? Where are the other brothers and sisters?" After Xiang Zhonghua ate the spring recovery pill, his body was recovering quickly. He could barely speak, so he gasped for breath and said, "Relax, don't worry. Xiang Fei and I separated from each other earlier so that they wouldn't get into trouble." "Who? That's good." Xiang Nan heaved a big sigh of relief. Then, he suddenly raised his head and shot his eyes at the enemy in the distance. He gritted his teeth and said, "Zhonghua, Sister Fei, you guys wait. I'll go take revenge for you." Xiang Zhonghua grabbed Xiang Nan's arm and said, "Little Nan, your health is very bad. Even I can feel it. Besides, there are a total of 17 experts here. You only have 1. Xiang Fei also said, "I want revenge more than anyone else. But little Nan, you can't die. Don't be impulsive." It was good that they didn't say those words. Xiang Nan watched the two of them being tortured to such a horrible state, and they were still worried about him. He was very moved, but this kind of emotion immediately turned into anger. Xiang Nan shook his head and said in a low voice, "What's the harm of dying? It's better to die in a clean battle than to live in seclusion." After saying that, Xiang Nan ignored the two's persuasion and picked up the huge saber and walked towards the enemy. At the same time, he stuffed the demon origin fruit he had accumulated into his mouth and swallowed it after a mouthful of random chewing. As such, Xiang Nan's strength and weather had begun to recover. However, the demon origin fruit was not a medicinal pill after all. Its medicinal properties lasted much longer than the medicinal pills. However, the medicinal properties that erupted in an instant were only half of the medicinal pills. Xiang Nan's face was gloomy as he walked towards his enemies step by step. The blade of the giant saber was dragged onto the ragged ground, making a sizzling sound of friction. "All of you deserve to die." Xiang Nan gritted his teeth. "Ha ha ha. Boast." Kai Jianyun regained his courage and mocked. "You don't even look at what you're like right now. With your half-dead state, you actually dare to speak crazily." Huang Tianyu hid behind Kai Jianyun and said sinisterly, "Xiang Nan has a lot of strange moves. Just in case, let's go together with the 17 experts. Don't worry about face now." "That's right. That's what I think." Hearing Huang Tianyu's words, Kai Jianyun put on an expression that deeply touched my heart and asked Mo Hai with his eyes. Mo Hai nodded. "One-on-one. It's the same as being stupid in such a place. I agree to attack Xiang Nan together." As soon as he finished speaking, the two teams, a total of 17 people, all drew their weapons. Apart from Wang Jinghai and Mo Qi, the others were Xiantian 8th layer experts, while Kai Jianyun and Mo Hai were terrifying Xiantian 9th layer experts. Although Xiang Nan was furious, his mentality was very calm. The 17 people in front of him were no ordinary demonic beasts. Rather, they were genuine experts, outstanding amongst their peers. Not only did they know martial arts techniques, they also knew very powerful martial arts techniques. "Come with me?" Just in time. With less than half of his strength, Xiang Nan rushed towards the enemy without hesitation. On the flying ship, the man who had once served as the chief judge of the Xiang Nan town election exclaimed, "One against 17 experts? This time, Xiang Nan is playing too risky." "Yes." The city lord nodded with a gloomy face. "Furthermore, all 17 of them are at a higher realm than Xiang Nan. If Xiang Nan doesn't have a stronger trump card this time, I'm afraid it will be unlucky. Below. Brothers, go. Whoever gets Xiang Nan's head, I'll treat him to a year's worth of flower wine." Kai Jianyun ordered his 10 subordinates to charge forward. Mo Hai also nodded to his people. "Go. Be careful to adapt to the situation." The 17 of them broke out in the early weather and charged towards Xiang Nan like a torrent. Xiang Nan had originally planned to fight against them for more than 10 seconds, gathering the lightning for the Thunder King's seal lightning before deciding on a final battle. However, he didn't expect the 17 experts to attack so fiercely from the start, which made Xiang Nan lose room for maneuver. The weather had finally recovered a little, so he could only release all of his energy in one go. "Tough fight? I, Xiang Nan, am afraid of you. Come on. Let's see who's tougher." Xiang Nan heavily punched his chest with his fist, and both of his hands immediately spread out. The 17 of them all charged forward with the first wave of the weather. Although their first waves couldn't be superimposed together, their momentum was still immense when they rushed over together. On the other hand, Xiang Nan was alone. Facing a total of 17 experts who were at a higher realm than him, he also dared to move forward and released a move of the Azure Dragon into the sea. On the other side, the 17 experts had a mighty momentum, as if they were galloping over like thousands of horses. On this side, Xiang Nan fought alone against all the heroes, transforming into a fiery gale and greeting them without the slightest bit of fear. On the hillsides of the two green mountains on both sides of the canyon, there were already quite a few contestants who had rushed over when they heard the news. They all looked at this scene with horror on their faces. They simply did not believe that this was a battle between Xiantian realm martial artists. "Charge!" Mo Hai and Kai Jianyun took the lead, the weather climbing steadily. Xianxia gritted his teeth and the veins on his forehead jumped violently. Bang them! Xianxia barely managed to support himself. Seeing the surging scene, he could not help but clench his fists. Finally, the two sides were officially connected. Blue! Dragon! See! Xianxia roared and instantly collided with the other 17 experts. Kai Jianyun desperately shouted. Boom! The two sides collided. A circular wave of air spread out in all directions. However, there were no trees or rocks protruding from the ground. The wave of air could only roll away and disperse further and further away. The collision between the two strands of weather was unprecedentedly intense. However, everyone's heartbeats were about to stop. Really? I can handle it. Someone cried out in shock. Look! The two sides are in a stalemate. Xianxia alone has managed to withstand the charge of 17 experts. Damn it! So that move of Xianxia's is called the Azure Dragon going out to sea. I finally heard the name of this charging martial skill. Indeed, when Xianxia's Azure Dragon went out to sea, it was suppressed by 17 experts in the middle of the field, unable to take another half step forward. However, the same was true for the 17 experts. It's not possible! Kai Jianyun shrieked. 17 people can't beat him alone. All of you, use your full strength. Ah! The 17 experts all roared in anger. There was still room for improvement in the weather first. As for Xianxia, he had already been pressed down by an even stronger oppressive force, causing his feet to slowly slide backwards on the ground. However, he was still calm, and his eyes shone with a sharp blade-like light. Xianxia's entire right arm bulged, his muscles wriggling. He carried a tremendous amount of strength and raised a huge saber that pierced into the ground. Break! Following Xianxia's words, the Azure Dragon took shape in the second half of its attack. With a long slash, a 20-meter-tall crescent-shaped saber-chi soared into the sky. What? Yes. Kai Jianyun was going crazy. 20 meters of saber-chi. How could this be released by a Xiantian 6th-layer martial artist? When Xianxia's Azure Dragon went out to sea, the saber-chi formed in the last half of his move was much stronger than the one released in normal conditions. Just like the charge he made when he descended from the sky, the Azure Dragon went out to sea and was strong when it was strong. This time, the Azure Dragon went out to sea to bombard 17 people. The highly intense pressure caused by the confrontation between the two sides doubled the power of the drawing blade style. The drawing blade style was originally the explosive force produced by the instant the blade was drawn, but under the pressure of the 17 people, it was obvious how powerful the explosive force was. 20 meters of saber-chi. In an instant, he had knocked over 17 of the opponent's experts. Kai Jianyun, Mo Hai, Li Qingchuan, and Wang Jingyun, the four top experts, immediately released the Xiantian shield. The 20-meter-long saber-chi smashed into the shield, causing the four of them to vomit blood one after another, but they were knocked flying towards both sides. Mo Hai grabbed his younger brother, Mo Chi, while Wang Jingyun grabbed Wang Jinghai, saving the two of them from death. However, the other 11 weren't so lucky. Although the saber-chi of 20 meters was very high, it was not wide enough. It only enveloped 7 of the 11 people. 4 of them were slightly off position and were knocked sideways. However, the 7 martial artists who were facing the saber-chi didn't even let out a miserable scream. They were all annihilated by the saber-chi. The saber-chi flew 20 to 30 meters away before it spread out and dissipated into the heavens and earth. Who? Xianxia panted as he stabbed the huge saber into the ground and almost knelt down on one knee due to excessive strength. Kai Jianyun and Mo Hai climbed up from the ground not far from them. Their faces were filled with horror. They turned around and saw 7 broken limbs scattered behind them. Xianxia was panting. Kai Jianyun and the others were shocked. At this moment, a panicked scream broke the silence. Ah! Monster, monster! I won't fight anymore. I still want to live. Run. On Kai Jianyun's side, one of the few people who could be called life brothers actually screamed and threw away their famous brands to escape for their lives. One person escaped, immediately forming a chain reaction. The other experts also escaped. This time, Kai Jianyun's face was like a vegetable, as if he had been slapped on the face by Xiang Nan, and his expression was as ugly as if he was in mourning. Huang Tianyu. Kai Jianyun quickly grabbed Huang Tianyu, who was planning to escape, and angrily said, "Forget about the other trash escaping. Even you want to betray me." Huang Tianyu was so scared that his entire body trembled. "You cowardly bastard." Kai Jianyun sliced off Huang Tianyu's head with his sword. The scene was completely silent. No one had expected that this would be the end result. Then Kai Jianyun was crazy enough to start killing his own people. What was even more shocking was that Xiang Nan's Azure Dragon had directly disintegrated the strongest team in the entire city selection, leaving Kai Jianyun alone. On the other side, Mo Hai's team was relatively neat, and no one escaped. Wang Jingyun was the first to stand out. She used her hand to push Wang Jinghai and Mo Qi behind her. "You two go and watch from afar. The battle here is far beyond your capabilities." "Brother." Mo Qi looked at Mo Hai. Mo Hai nodded. "Go. There's no need to feel embarrassed." Wang Jinghai and Mo Qi exchanged glances, stomped their feet angrily, and ran off into the distance. In the end, there were only Mo Hai, Kai Jianyun, Li Qingchuan, and Wang Jingyun left. On both sides of the mountain, all the contestants were also observing the direction of the wind. The outcome of the battle between Xiang Nan and the four of them would directly lead to the final direction of the city selection. This wasn't just a battle between Xiang Nan and his enemies. It was also a battle between other contestants who wanted to seize famous brands. On Kai Jianyun's side, there were a total of 11 famous brands thrown on the ground. Both killed and escaped. As for Kai Jianyun and Mo Hai's two teams, they snatched a total of 25 famous brands. Adding on their own, there were a total of 42. Xiang Nan only got 3 points in front of him. If he could get all 42 famous brands, he would basically be first place. At this moment, Xiang Nan was panting violently. Although his physical strength and early weather had been recovering, that kind of recovery would definitely not be able to keep up with the rate of exhaustion. The current weather wasn't enough to activate the Azure Dragon's second voyage. Pa pa pa. At this moment, a burst of applause suddenly came. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and discovered that it was actually Kai Jianyun clapping his hands. Kai Jianyun recovered from the anger he felt when he killed his friend. He smiled sinisterly and said, "I really didn't expect that you, Xiang Nan, would have such a powerful strength. However, that's good. My opponent is strong, and I have my own face. If I kill you, I will be the person with the most fame in this martial city." Mo Hai and the others frowned as they looked at Kai Jianyun. Wang Jingyun whispered, "Jianyun, this brat is uncertain. He was so angry just now that he was like thunder. Now he can actually laugh out loud." Mo Hai nodded and said, "This kind of person is very dangerous. Everyone needs to pay more attention." Xiang Nan looked at Kai Jianyun and didn't say a word. He was trying his best to buy more time to recover. Kai Jianyun slowly turned the sword in his hand and stared at Xiang Nan. "You're very strong. I admit it. But do you really think you can scare me like this?" Jianyun Mo Hai opened his mouth. "Shut up." Kai Jianyun suddenly screamed again. He turned around and looked at his dead teammates and Huang Tianyu, who he had personally slaughtered. He could only imagine how high-spirited he was when he entered the city selection, but now he was left alone. Then Kai Jianyun angrily pointed at Xiang Nan. "You made me so embarrassed. I will definitely settle this debt. If I don't kill you, Xiang Nan, Kai Jianyun, swear not to be human." Mo Hai was cursed by Kai Jianyun, and his heart was filled with anger. But looking at Kai Jianyun's current state, he swallowed his anger back. Xiang Nan coldly looked at Kai Jianyun. "There's no need for nonsense. You tortured Zhong Hua and Sister Fei to this extent. No matter what you say, I will take your dog's life today." Kai Jianyun looked up and smiled. "Do you think you are the only one hiding your trump card? I also have one." Originally, this move was used to deal with Mo Hai, but now that it has become like this, I am not stingy in using it against you. As he spoke, Kai Jianyun took out 2 pills, one red and one yellow. The two pills did not have a faint fragrance but instead had a faint blood energy. When Xianxia saw the two pills, he couldn't help but frown. However, the others didn't know what the two pills were for. Kai Jianyun said, "These two are third-grade pills. One is a Mad Devil blood refining pill. It can double my overall strength in half an hour. The other one is called Earth Condensation pill. Eating it will allow me to possess the attributes of the Earth vein innate within an hour." Everyone was in an uproar. The effects of the Mad Demon blood refining pill were too powerful. His strength had doubled. As for Earth Condensation pills, they were even more abnormal. They could actually allow martial artists to possess new innate attributes in a short period of time. There was actually such a pill in the world. Being an elder of the Chamber of Commerce is beneficial. This thing must have been obtained by his grandfather, Kai Baohua. Someone muttered softly. Looking at Kai Jianyun, he swallowed both of the pills and shouted, "Today, Xianxia belongs to me alone. Only I can kill him. Whoever dares to stop me, I will be at odds with him." In order to regain face, Kai Jianyun decided to fight Xianxia one-on-one. As they spoke, everyone could clearly feel that Kai Jianyun's aura had started to rise crazily. Mo Hai said in a serious tone, "Jianyun is originally a talent for ordinary water veins. In terms of protracted battles, no one can compare to him. Now that he has added a second earth vein attribute, he has become an invincible fortress." Ha ha! Ha 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 ha! Kai Jianyun raised his head, clenched his fists, and laughed even more crazily. So much so that his first weather erupted so fiercely that even his long hair fell down, and then he was danced around like a madman by the rising first weather. "Come on, Xianxia. Didn't you have extraordinary offensive power? Now, let's try out my defenses." Kai Jianyun waved his sword and the sword made a crisp sound. The weather around the sword was more than twice as thick as before. When he walked towards Xianxia with his sword in hand, every step he took left a small hole in the ground. Earth vein talent was always known for its defensive capabilities. Kai Jianyun's 9th level Xiantian realm and the strength of the Mad Demon blood refining pill had led to this result. Kai Jianyun leapt up and descended from the sky with a sword. At this moment, everyone felt an indescribable pressure. Although Kai Jianyun looked tall and tall, when he landed, everyone felt as if they had seen the mountain descend from the sky. Xianxia had just condensed some of the previous weather, but now, he took out a portion and raised his saber to contend against Kai Jianyun. The sword chi froze on the sword body, and the saber chi froze on the saber body. At this moment, the saber and sword clashed fiercely. Clang! The swords collided with each other, making a deafening sound. Everyone cried out in alarm. Kai Jianyun's sword slashed Xianxia's legs into the ground. His legs went straight into his knees. Xianxia only felt a 10,000 gene boulder pressing down on his head, and his arms began to tremble. The key point was that Xianxia's cultivation base was insufficient. He had always used an explosive martial skill to kill enemies across borders. When he didn't have enough initial energy and energy to support himself, he could only rely solely on his lightning vein attribute. The power of Kai Jianyun's sword strike was something that Xianxia was unable to withstand under normal conditions. "Give me another one." Kai Jianyun smiled sinisterly as he raised his hand and slashed down with his second sword. Xianxia decisively pulled out his legs and quickly retreated. At the same time, he brandished his huge saber to block Kai Jianyun's second strike. This second sword smashed into Xianxia's body, forcefully sending Xianxia flying horizontally. The giant black scale saber almost flew out of its hand. Ha 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 ha! Kai Jianyun laughed wildly as he continued his pursuit. As for Xianxia, he found an opportunity in his flying. He stepped on the ground with his right foot and suddenly made a turning point in his flying. The dense weather condensed on the blade, and he slid and swept across it. The giant saber slashed horizontally, and 5 meters of saber chi came out. "Oh!" Kai Jianyun stood upright and pushed forward with his left hand. A faint earthen yellow Xiantian shield appeared. Xianxia's slash was already the strongest under normal circumstances. However, When the saber chi struck Kai Jianyun's shield, it actually collapsed. On the other hand, Kai Jianyun's chi shield was not weakened at all. Kai Jianyun casually talked about the dust on his shoulder and said, "What is this? I want the Azure Dragon to go out to sea." "What? Weather isn't enough first?" Kai Jianyun smiled faintly and said, "Do you think that because I want to regain my face, I will wait for you to slowly recover and then fight you openly?" Xianxia stared fixedly at Kai Jianyun and began to retreat slowly. He knew that Kai Jianyun's temperament was changeable and he was a complete villain. He was always on guard in his heart. Kai Jianyun laughed. "If that's what you think, then you're wrong. Who do you blame for running out of weather first? Blame yourself for not having enough cultivation realm. Why should I give in for your deficiency? You don't need the Azure Dragon to go out to sea? Then die." As Xianxia retreated, he quickly examined his own situation in his mind. If he had the chance to sit cross-legged and absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, he would be able to recover to his peak state in 20 minutes with the demon origin fruit. If he relied solely on the demon origin fruit in battle, it would take him 40 minutes to recover to his full state. Not counting his stamina, if he only counted the consumption of the first weather, the Azure Dragon would need to consume 1/10 of his first weather for a single trip to the sea. And now the weather in his body was gone. If he wanted to save enough time for the Azure Dragon to go out to sea, he would need to wait at least 4 minutes. But looking at Kai Jianyun, who was eyeing him covetously, Xianxia's mood became serious. This was not easy to accomplish, and he still had the power of the white flame lightning in his body, but this power needed to be used against Mohai. If it was used on Kai Jianyun, it would really cut off all of his retreat. Xianxia die. Kai Jianyun crossed his sword in front of his chest and shouted, "Come and try my Kai clan's most proud martial skill." As he spoke, Kai Jianyun slashed down with his sword and shouted, "Kai clan sword, break through the earth." Kai Jianyun slashed out a strand of sword chi, but the appearance of the sword chi was a bit strange. It was like a comb flying out. The crescent moon of the sword chi carried a pinion-like gas. With such a shape, the sword chi actually began to rotate in the midst of the flying shooting. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. Ordinary sword chi was horizontal and vertical, so dodging was a little easier. As long as he dodged faster than the sword chi, it would be fine. However, this rotating sword chi rotated extremely fast and was about to turn into a hemispherical shape. Its enveloping area was much wider than ordinary sword chi. It was not enough to dodge directly. Xianxia directly stepped on the ground and jumped out. With such a large movement, he was able to dodge the envelope of the sword chi. The sword chi almost touched Xianxia's right foot. "Your reaction is so fast," Wang Jingyun said curiously. The moment Jianyun's sword chi left, Xianxia had already calculated the direction and started dodging. Mohai nodded. "That's right. Most of the martial artists present are unable to react as quickly as Xianxia. It's very rare. If Xianxia hesitated for a moment, he would be struck by the sword chi." "Oh!" Kai Jianyun raised his eyebrows and said, "Again, break the ground." The second comb-shaped sword chi flew towards Xianxia. This time, Xianxia also reflected his speed. Before Kai Jianyun's sword chi could take shape, he had already determined the trajectory of the sword chi and once again dodged the sword chi with a big leap. "Break the ground." Unwilling to accept it, Kai Jianyun slashed out one sword after another with the long sword in his hand. That Kai Jianyun was already a little mad. Risking his life to have the support of the mad demon blood refining pill and squandering his previous days without stingy. The sword chi shot towards Xianxia one after another. The air was filled with whistling sounds of air breaking. The connection between the two sword chi did not exceed half a second. Could be said that the speed was extremely fast. The sword chi rushed over one after another. Even Mohai and the others in the distance saw that the area covered by this sword chi net was too close. It was almost impossible for them to dodge it. What was even more serious was that it would be better to dodge ordinary sword chi. A simple flash was enough, but facing Kai Jianyun's rotating sword chi, he had to use a large jump to dodge it. The big move meant that more time would be wasted. However, Kai Jianyun's connection between each strand of sword qi didn't exceed half a second. This kind of dense offensive was obviously not something that ordinary people could dodge. However, in this crisis, Xiangnan had instead calmed down unprecedentedly. He accurately calculated the trajectory of each strand of sword energy, as well as the time difference between the other strands of sword energy arriving at his location. Xiangnan made a big jump and jumped out horizontally. "This is too unwise," Mo Hai immediately exclaimed. "This jump is too big. Even if he dodges the first strand of sword qi, he definitely won't have time to dodge the second strand." However, the reality made everyone feel that it was unimaginable. Xiangnan wasn't just hiding from the first strand of sword qi, he was also hiding from the first and second strands of sword qi. He directly jumped onto the trajectory of the third strand of sword qi. When the third strand of sword energy was about to hit Xiangnan leapt to the right again. He made a lateral somersault and used his saber to block the ground. As a result, he dodged the third strand of sword qi, but in the process of dodging, he encountered the second strand of sword qi, and was about to collide with the second strand of sword qi. However, Xiangnan was just a short moment away from the second strand of sword qi. He was almost struck by the tail of the second strand of sword qi. In the eyes of others, Xiangnan had simply collided with the second strand of sword qi. However, the slightest difference saved Xiangnan once. Then Xiangnan leapt to the left again. This time, he dodged 3 strands of sword qi and arrived at the track of the 7th strand of sword qi. The 7th strand of sword qi was almost touching the tip of his nose. Then, he sliced the surface of the ground with his long saber and used his strength to rebound yesterday. In the eyes of others, Xiangnan had collided with the 4th, 5th, and 6th strands of sword qi yesterday. However, it looked like he had collided with them visually, but in reality he was still not even a hair's breadth. This scene was too shocking. From a distance, the sword qi Kai Jianyun hacked out covered the area in a fan-shaped manner. So's frenzied shooting could only be seen with the naked eye. Light and shadows flickered past. Xiangnanteng's jump speed was definitely slower than sword qi's, but he was able to shuttle back and forth through the countless streaks of light, dodging the speed of sword qi at a slow speed. My God! The contestants on the 2 mountain peaks sucked in a breath of cold air one after another. Then how precise was Xiangnan's calculation to reach this level? To use an inappropriate description to describe what they were witnessing right now was a person walking in the rain, yet he was able to keep his entire body dry without being tainted by a single drop of rain. Although this description was too exaggerated, Xiangnan gave everyone the feeling that it was like this. This brat! Li Qingchuan clenched his teeth and shouted. This is simply too terrifying. His evasion method is like an expert who has experienced hundreds of battles. Without sufficient combat experience, he would definitely not be able to do this. Mo Hai's expression was grave. But this kind of combat experience, which was so rich that it could be called terrifying, appeared on this 16-year-old boy Xiangnan. In fact, Xiangnan had not experienced 100 battles, not even in his previous life, because no one would be stupid enough to go to the profound sky sect to challenge Chief Disciple by Mukin. One of the reasons why Xiangnan was able to do this was because he was born to practice martial arts. He was a person born for martial arts. The other was due to his god-level lightning vein attribute. Reaction, speed, and adaptability were all top-notch. At first, Kai Jianyun was very pleased with himself. But now, not only did he have no choice but to feel his face burning. I just feel embarrassed. Just who was teasing who? Stinking bastard. You're fucking performing with me. Kai Jianyun was extremely furious. The weather in his body exploded, and he continued to chop the sword. However, this time, every strand of sword qi he chopped out was even greater than before. The sword qi from before was only 3 meters long, but the sword qi from this attack had actually reached 6 meters long. It directly doubled in magnitude. Shit. Jianyun is already panicking. Mo Hai frowned. Sure enough, even though the area covered by the larger revolving sword qi had doubled, that meant that it would take longer to accumulate energy. Xiang Nan used a jumping distance twice as long as before in order to avoid this enormous revolving sword chi. He was still looking for danger. However, don't forget that Xiang Nan's predicament didn't increase or decrease, but Kai Jianyun's speed of spending the first day was twice as fast as before. This was what Mo Hai was worried about. Kai Jianyun was not an idiot. He felt that his previous weather had passed quickly. He immediately realized this and abruptly retracted his sword. Xiang Nan stopped attacking with his sword chi, and his chest rose and fell slightly, his eyes staring at Kai Jianyun. Kai Jianyun gritted his teeth and scolded. It really is like a troublesome monkey that jumps up and down. It seems that just using sword chi to attack you is already helpless against you. How about trying this move? As he spoke, Kai Jianyun crossed his sword in front of his chest, and then his body arched, like a leopard ready to pounce at any moment. Kai Clan's sword, 3 consecutive strikes. With that, Kai Jianyun shot out like a bolt of lightning. It seems that Jianyun finally understands that only close combat can maximize his advantage. Mo Hai nodded in praise. Xiang Nan immediately jumped back and dodged the first strike, while Kai Jianyun suddenly turned halfway around. He drew a Z shape and attacked again. A long sword flashed past. Kai Jianyun brushed past Xiang Nan, and the blade of the sword slashed towards Xiang Nan's neck. Xiang Nan leaned back a lot. The extent of the leaning was so great that his head almost touched the ground behind him. Kai Jianyun's second strike missed, and the moment he rushed out, he immediately turned around again. This turn of events was almost equivalent to a double fold. It was a forward charge that instantly turned into a backward charge. Kai Jianyun's third strike was faster than the first 2 strikes, so much so that Xiang Nan had yet to recover from his big backward movement. In everyone's eyes, Xiang Nan's battle posture was too bad. It was impossible for him to dodge the third attack. Whether Xiang Nan turned his back into a backward somersault or simply jumped into the air with his feet, it was impossible for him to dodge it. However, Xiang Nan did something that no one expected. He grabbed down with both hands and directly dug into the ground. With the help of the pullback force, he instantly lay flat on the ground. Just as Xiang Nan was lying on the ground, Kai Jianyun's sword brushed past Xiang Nan's face. A strand of Xiang Nan's long, cut hair gently flew into the sky. He's dodging. Everyone felt their scalps go numb when they saw that scene. It was truly shocking. Xiang Nan stood up from the ground, still holding the saber in his hand, not saying a word. I really didn't expect. In the sky, Elder Yu praised. We were all focused on Xiang Nan's explosive martial skills. We were amazed at how powerful his martial skills were, but we ignored Xiang Nan's own combat skills. Yes. At the side, Elder Yu's senior apprentice brother answered, this kind of combat skill is so skilled that it feels like Xiang Nan is someone of our generation. Damn it. Damn it. Kai Jianyun's 3 consecutive strikes failed. He roared angrily, Xiang Nan, you coward! What kind of man is dodging and dodging? How dare you fight me head-on? Xiang Nan coldly looked at Kai Jianyun. Do you think I'm stupid? Or are you too stupid? Fighting against you head-on? Why don't you just let me kill myself? I don't believe it. The Kai clan sword. 3 consecutive strikes. Kai Jianyun said angrily. Kai Jianyun once again used 3 consecutive strikes. This type of martial skill was extremely fast. The key was that when attacking, it had extremely astonishing turning flexibility. But Xiang Nan changed the topic and the giant saber stabbed into the ground. I'll help you. What? When everyone saw Xiang Nan's actions, they were immediately shocked. They were too familiar with Xiang Nan's starting stance. Isn't that the Azure Dragon going out to sea? Everyone had forgotten one question. Just now, Kai Jianyun and Xiang Nan were fighting too brilliantly, and time slowly passed in this kind of dangerous battle. Not only had Xiang Nan dragged on for 4 minutes, he had even dragged on for 10 minutes. It was enough for him to activate the Azure Dragon twice. When Kai Jianyun saw this scene, he was stunned. Xiang Nan's saber landed on the ground and immediately charged forward. His entire body turned into a ball of fire and exploded. 3 consecutive strikes against the Azure Dragon. Moreover, the two of them were charging at each other. How much impact would the two of them have this time? Ah! Kai Jianyun screamed in shock. Boom! The two sides collided fiercely, but although Kai Jianyun's 3 strikes were extremely fast, they were not charging martial skills. It's just more flexible. But when the Azure Dragon went out to sea, it was a real charge. It relied on the destructive power of the charge at that instant. The giant saber landed on the longsword. Kai Jianyun's longsword didn't even have a title for a moment before it was knocked away by Xianxia. On the other hand, Kai Jianyun had frantically condensed the weather and formed an air shield that was half a foot thick. Ordinary martial artists condensed a layer of Xiantian shield that was so thin, and Kai Jianyun benefited from the blessing of earth element talent, allowing his defense to far exceed that of ordinary people. However, even such a frightening Xiantian shield was unable to withstand the Azure Dragon going out to sea. The giant flaming saber pressed against the air shield, causing Kai Jianyun to continuously slide backwards. The air shield was first cracked, and then shattered with a loud sound. As for Kai Jianyun, he had already condensed the second half-foot shield and continued to resist. The second layer of shield shattered, and the third layer of Kai Jianyun had just taken shape. Xianxia pushed Kai Jianyun for nearly 100 meters, and the final saber-drawing chop was about to take shape. The moment the third layer of the shield shattered, Kai Jianyun slapped his hands fiercely, and a massive amount of Xiantian energy condensed into a 1-foot-thick shield. As for Xiangxia's last move, the drawing blade slash had also arrived. A 10-meter crescent saber chi soared into the sky. After colliding with the Chi Su Chi shield, the two opposed each other. The saber chi rapidly shrunk, and the chi shield weakened layer by layer. In the end, when the air shield was used up to a thin layer, it shattered and the saber energy shrunk to only 2 meters, hitting Kai Jianyun's chest. This saber directly sent Kai Jianyun flying, causing a large amount of blood mist to fall from the sky. However, what shocked everyone was that Kai Jianyun, who had landed in the distance, had actually staggered to his feet again. The earth element's defensive power was indeed not something to be trifled with. In this confrontation between the two sides, anyone could tell that it was Xiangxia's attack that defeated Kai Jianyun's defense. Unfortunately, Xiangxia's saber strike was not enough to kill Kai Jianyun. The power was still a little lacking. The reason for that was because Xiangxia's Azure Dragon had only used the drawing blade style to provoke 10 meters of saber chi this time. It was far from the 20 meters of saber chi he had used when he was fighting 17 masters. Hee in the distance. Kai Jianyun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and staggered towards Xiangxia. There was an oblique knife wound on his chest. The knife wound stretched from his left collarbone to his right crotch. The wound was deep and bone could be seen. Instead, Kai Jianyun laughed wildly. The Azure Dragon is indeed formidable, but you can't kill me. I have double my strength and earth vein defense. I am 3 small realms higher than you. Xiangxia's Azure Dragon Saber could easily kill a first-level origin returning demonic beast. But demonic beasts didn't know any martial arts. That's the problem. Ha 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 ha. Kai Jianyun looked up and laughed. Come on. I can still fight you. As he spoke, he stuffed a Tier 1 rejuvenation pill into his mouth and stared straight at Xiangxia. Xiangxia frowned and didn't say a word. Kai Jianyun's defense was a bit troublesome. The Azure Dragon was strong when it went out to sea, but now he was only dealing with Kai Jianyun. He couldn't fully display the power of the Azure Dragon when it went out to sea. The current weather in his body allowed him to go out to sea once more, but this was still not enough to kill Kai Jianyun. Ha ha! Kai Jianyun held onto his sword and said as he walked, You can see that. You can't kill me in one move. This is your biggest problem. Xiangxia, next time, I will let your head fall to the ground. As he spoke, Kai Jianyun tore off his long shirt and directly naked his upper body. Then he made a gesture that shocked everyone. That Kai Jianyun had condensed the weather at the tip of his index finger. He had actually stabbed down 3 places on his chest in succession. Every time he poked, his index finger would pierce through his skin and flesh, and every time he poked, Kai Jianyun's face would turn a little redder. until Kai Jianyun's entire face and neck were as red as blood, and the veins on his forehead and neck jumped up and down, causing even his eyes to become congested with blood. It was like a furious beast. Everyone was shocked. Self-mutilation. Xianxia muttered these two words silently. The parts of his body that Kai Jianyun stabbed into could cause great pain. Pain was something that could be used. If the pain was too great, one would lose their ability to fight and even faint. If the pain was just right, it would greatly stimulate one's potential. Kai Jianyun, who had fallen into a state of madness, did not lose his mind. This time he learned his lesson. He directly slapped his hands and condensed an air shield about a foot thick in front of him. Then, he pushed forward against the air shield and launched an attack on Xianxia. Looks like it's not enough for the Azure Dragon to go to sea? Xianxia licked his lips and rushed towards Kai Jianyun. He raised his hand and chopped down with a knife. A streak of saber energy shot out, but in the end, it brushed past Kai Jianyun's shield. Deviated. Mo Hai was stunned and frowned. Isn't this slash a bit too much? Kai Clan's sword. 3 consecutive strikes. Kai Jianyun shot forward, increasing his speed by a large margin, instantly arriving in front of Xianxia. The last time Kai Jianyun struck 3 times in a row, he almost hit Xianxia. This time, he activated his potential and his speed surpassed Xiangnian's dodging speed. Let's see how you escape this time. Kai Jianyun roared as his sword pierced through his chi shield and struck Xiangnian's throat. Xianxia was unable to dodge Kai Jianyun's speed, so he could only raise his saber and fight. As the two of them clashed, Kai Jianyun relied on his solid foundation in the earth veins to send Xianxia flying with a single sword strike. Xianxia felt as if he had been kicked in the chest and a stream of blood oozed out from the corner of his mouth. But he still forcefully twisted his waist as he flew backwards and slashed again. Kai Jianyun easily dodged this saber chi attack. Haha! Your saber chi can't keep up with my speed. Kai Jianyun dodged the saber chi and caught up with him with his second strike. Xianxia was still flying backwards, and it was only less than 10 meters away. He could only forcefully put the giant saber across his chest and forcefully receive a second blow. The second strike hit the giant saber, sending Xianxia flying again. Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood in the air, but there was an unexpectedly sharp look in his eyes. Swoosh! Xianxia counterattacked again. Another strand of saber chi. Kai Jianyun easily dodged and caught up with the third strike. Boom! The two sides clashed, and Xianxia continued to fly backwards. That scene didn't look good. Every time Kai Jianyun chased after him, he would be able to send Xianxia flying, causing serious internal injuries to Xianxia. Every time Xianxia attacked with saber chi, it could be dodged by Kai Jianyun. This isn't right. Mo Hai frowned and asked curiously. This is not in line with Xianxia's style. He knew that his saber chi could not hit Jianyun, but he still chopped it out with a single blade. Shouldn't he have accumulated the weather first? Or should he just use the Azure Dragon to go out to sea again? Ha ha ha! After Kai Jianyun's 3 consecutive strikes ended, he immediately laughed arrogantly. Have you already injured your muscles and bones? Although you can block my sword strike with your saber lattice, you can't block the collision force. I only need 2 more 3 strikes. Even if the long sword doesn't hit you, your internal organs will shatter and die. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Taking advantage of this, Xianxia slashed out 3 more times. 3 streaks of saber chi flew past the ground. Kai Jianyun moved his body and easily dodged. I really don't know what's good for you. You've already died, and you've even done something futile. Since that's the case, I'll send you to your death as soon as possible. The second 3 consecutive strikes came. Just like last time, Kai Jianyun slashed into Xianxia's giant saber every time. Every time, it made Xianxia's injuries worse by 1 point. As for Xianxia, he was still stubborn and used his saber chi to counterattack, but he failed every time. After the second 3 strikes, Xianxia was almost unable to stand. This third 3 strikes will take your life. Kai Jianyun's eyes flickered with killing intent as he rushed towards Xianxia. This time, do you still want to counterattack with futile saber chi? If it was me, I would rather save the weather first to release the Azure Dragon to the sea. Mo Hai commented from the side and shook his head. It seems that I overestimated Xiang Nan. As he spoke, Kai Jianyun's offensive had arrived, but Xiang Nan was unusual. He jumped into the sky with a single leap. Haha, you must have been beaten silly. There's no room to dodge in the sky. Kai Jianyun drew a Z shape and chased after Xiang Nan. In the air, Xiang Nan could not dodge no matter what. However, Kai Jianyun's arrogant smile was stunned when he saw something slowly moving in the sky. Hiss! What the hell is that? Everyone cried out in unison. 20 meters above the ground, an incomparably huge saber chi was floating in the air, slowly advancing forward. Although the saber chi was only 10 meters long, it was too thick, too wide, too big. The 10 strands of saber chi were highly concentrated into one. The enormous saber chi began to buzz in the air. When Xiang Nan jumped up, he stabbed his saber into the saber chi, and then he turned around and slashed down with his saber. Jing Long Yao Ri. These 4 words came out of Xiang Nan's mouth. In that instant, a huge saber descended. It was like doomsday. Kai Jianyun's Chi Su Chi shield encountered the heaven-shocking saber chi and was cut apart by a single saber strike. The huge saber was bright, and the intense light enveloped Kai Jianyun, making him unable to open his eyes. Ah! Kai Jianyun shouted wildly as he crazily condensed the next shield. This second shield was also instantly sliced open. Immediately after, he tried to form a third shield. Unfortunately, that giant saber was too powerful. It destroyed Kai Jianyun's shield in a devastating manner, leaving Kai Jianyun with no time to condense a third shield. Saber. Fall. Kai Jianyun was beheaded on the spot. His 2 bodies were thrown far away to both sides. After the giant saber landed on the ground, the earth jumped fiercely, leaving behind an unfathomable saber mark. This Xiang Zhonghua and Xiang Fei exchanged glances, both of them seeing the disbelief in each other's eyes. It wasn't just the 2 of them. The rest of the spectators were also stunned. The visual impact of Xiang Nan's saber strike was too shocking. Just now, what happened? Mo Hai and Wang Jingyun found it hard to believe. Mo Hai and the others had just watched Xiang Nan deal with Kai Jianyun's 3 consecutive strikes, but they had not noticed the saber chi floating above their heads. The contestants on both sides of the Green Mountain saw it, but they were too far away. Kai Jianyun could not hear their cries of alarm at all. Even though the other contestants had seen the saber chi, they had not guessed that the saber chi was used like this. Kai Jianyun died just like that, dying so spectacularly. Xiang Nan descended from the sky. After landing on the ground, his body suddenly shook and he directly knelt on one knee. Fortunately, he used his right hand to support the giant saber, so he did not fall down. Jianyun! In the sky, Kai Baohua's heart-wrenching cries came from the flying ship. I'm going to kill him. I'm going to kill that bastard Xiang Nan. Kai Baohua jumped off the flying ship and landed on the light shield that enveloped nearly half of the black-edged demon. He punched his fist, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Open it! Kai Baohua screamed hysterically. Open this light barrier for me. I want to personally tear that little beast named Xiang apart. Sorry, I can't do it. City Lord Hongzhen crossed his shoulders and said indifferently. Kai Baohua was so angry that he lost his mind. He pointed at Hongzhen's nose and shouted, Did you hear me? Open it. Hurry up and open it. Didn't you see Xiang Nan kill my grandson? Hongzhen's eyes flashed with a cold light. Firstly, you are no longer an elder of the Chamber of Commerce. Take your finger away, otherwise I will immediately order you to be arrested. Second, death and injury are inevitable in the city selection. Could it be that only your grandson is allowed to kill, and no one else is allowed to kill your grandson? Previously, when Jianyun abused the Xiang family, I didn't see any reaction from you. Ah! Kai Baohua let out an unwilling roar. Below. Xiang Nan looked at Kai Jianyun's corpse out of breath and said, Zhonghua, Sister Fei, I have avenged you. Both Xiang Zhonghua and Xiang Fei recalled how Kai Jianyun had abused them earlier, but what about now? Then Kai Jianyun had already been cut off by Xiang Nan. Release the hatred. Too much hatred. Xiang Zhonghua and Xiang Fei were both happy and touched, and they couldn't help but burst into tears. He died just like that? The contestants on the Green Mountain hadn't recovered from the shock. Kai Jianyun, that's a Xiantian 9th layer expert. He's still the second strongest person in the city selection, yet he was actually killed by Xiang Nan. Everyone couldn't describe their feelings with words. Xiang Nan was only the number 1 expert of the new faction, so how could he kill the number 2 expert of the old faction? Moreover, under such a disadvantaged situation, how could such a thing happen? But it really happened. Xiang Nan, Xiang Zhonghua and Xiang Fei rushed forward excitedly and placed their hands on Xiang Nan's arms. Xiang Zhonghua was touched and said, "Xiang Nan, thank you for risking everything to avenge us." Xiang Nan smiled weakly. "They are all family members. Why are you being so polite?" Cough, cough, cough. "Not good, little Nan. Your injuries." When Xiang Fei saw Xiang Nan cough out a mouthful of blood, she was immediately shocked. "Your health is too bad." The current Xiang Nan was even worse than when he first arrived. He had already suffered internal injuries when he had suffered several consecutive 3 strikes. Especially now, his previous weather and stamina had been completely exhausted. But everyone turned around and saw that Mo Hai had already walked out with his wrist rubbed. There was also Mo Hai. Mo Hai clenched his fists and cracked his joints. He said, "Xiang Nan, there is no deep hatred between us, but this is the city selection. I will settle your grudges even if we don't talk about personal grudges. Also, don't expect me to give you a chance to catch your breath." Mo Hai turned to look at Kai Jianyun's corpse and said, "I've seen your strength. It would be unwise to let you recover." Everyone could tell that Kai Jianyun, who had been strengthened twice, had been slaughtered by Xiang Nan. Giving Xiang Nan a chance to recover was tantamount to depriving oneself of the chance to survive. Regardless of the reason, Mo Hai couldn't let Xiang Nan off. Xiang Nan gasped for breath and smiled. "Don't worry. Just now, you guys abused Zhonghua and Sister Fei together. This vengeance hasn't been avenged yet, so none of you will be able to leave." Everyone was shocked. Was this Nan courting death? How dare you boast at such a time? "I admire you." Mo Hai cupped his fists and cupped his hands. "I really admire you for being so tough at this juncture. You are a man with strong bones. If you and I had gotten along well from the beginning, then you and I should be very good friends now. It's a pity that you've taken the wrong path. I've also chosen the wrong ally. At this point, you and I are unable to turn back." Mo Hai's right hand trembled, and a battle axe appeared in his hand. The axe was 2 meters long and was a single-edged axe. Battle axes were heavier than swords. Although Mo Hai's axe was not as long as Xiang Nan's saber, its overall thickness exceeded that of the saber. Normally, a martial artist would never use such a heavy weapon. "You're wrong." Xiang Nan struggled to stand up and said, "Even if we didn't go against each other, I wouldn't be friends with you. Because even if I face an enemy, I can't just watch as the enemy is abused. Instead, I'll give him a good saber." That's right. In the end, Xiang Nan didn't humiliate Kai Jianyun in any way and directly killed him. But before, Mo Hai and the others had personally witnessed how Kai Jianyun had abused Xiang Zhonghua, but none of them had stopped him. They had not even done a single word of dissuasion. Not even a single knife had solved Xiang Zhonghua's pain. Perhaps, Mo Hai sighed. This sigh contained too much meaning. Perhaps Mo Hai regretted not helping Xiang Zhonghua, or sighed that he had become even colder after practicing martial arts. "Come on." Mo Hai raised his axe and said, "Today either you die or I die." Xiang Nan tried to stand up, but he was too weak to succeed several times. "Xiang Nan, don't move." Xiang Zhonghua and Xiang Fei hurriedly pressed down on Xiang Nan. Xiang Zhonghua gritted his teeth and a decisive look flashed in his eyes. He picked up the Xiang family spear and rushed forward, shouting, "Mo Hai, I challenge you. Hey, you want to buy time for Xiang Nan? Unfortunately, you are not qualified." Mo Hai did not intend to pay any attention to Xiang Zhonghua's intentions and headed straight for Xiang Nan. "Your opponent is me. Don't forget that Wang Jingyun used to be my fiancé." Xiang Zhonghua shouted ruthlessly. These words caused Mo Hai's body to instantly freeze in place. Zhonghua! Xiang Nan was anxious and shouted, "Don't act recklessly." Xiang Zhonghua turned to look at Xiang Nan and smiled as if relieved. "Xiang Nan, thank you for everything you've done for me, but I'm also a man, and I have my own dignity. If you still think I'm your brother, don't stop me." Xiang Nan was stunned. Xiang Fei patted Xiang Nan's shoulder and said sadly, "Let Zhonghua go. This is his personal grudge with Mo Hai. It has nothing to do with you. I am also a man and I have my own dignity." These words pierced into Xiang Nan's heart fiercely. "Zhonghua, you might die." Xiang Nan knew that he couldn't stop Xiang Zhonghua, so he could only say this. Xiang Zhonghua smiled and said, "So what if I die? If as a man, I don't even have the courage to fight for myself, then what's the difference between living and being a pig or a dog?" Xiang Nan finally sighed and nodded. "I only have one hope. I hope you can survive." Mo Hai turned around and pointed his head towards Xiang Zhonghua. "Come, Mo Hai. We are destined to have this battle." Xiang Zhonghua raised his Xiang family spear. Mo Hai nodded his head. "I didn't expect that the Xiang clan would all be men with strong bones. Zhonghua, you've won my respect." Mo Hai let out a long sigh and said, "Regarding Jing Yun, no matter what, it can be said that I stole your woman. I accept your challenge. Furthermore, I agree to leave you a chance to live. It can be considered an apology to you." Xiang Zhonghua shouted, "Stop talking nonsense. If you think highly of me, don't show mercy." As he spoke, Xiang Zhonghua rushed forward with his gun. However, compared to the previous battles, Xiang Zhonghua's strength was simply too ordinary. Mo Hai waved his axe and easily swept Xiang Zhonghua away. Xiang Zhonghua scratched the ground and rolled over 10 times in a row. He tried to stop the backflip twice but failed. Finally, the inertia of the backflip disappeared. He held his spear and stood up panting again. Mo Hai said, "Give up. You are no match for me. Cut the crap." Xiang Zhonghua gritted his teeth and roared, "Long spear, earth-splitting." His spear was wrapped by the weather and rushed towards Mo Hai with a strong force. This was the earth attribute martial skill that Xiang Nan had given Xiang Zhonghua a few days ago. It could increase his defense and the heaviness of the blow. Mo Hai raised his axe and used its side to block Xiang Zhonghua's spear. When the spear stabbed the axe, Xiang Zhonghua's Xiantian was the first to collapse, and he was bounced away. Mo Hai slid forward, his huge palm directly imprinted on Xiang Zhonghua's stomach. Xiang Zhonghua spat out a mouthful of blood and tumbled dozens of times in the air. After landing on the ground, he even wiped the ground and retreated far away. "Zhonghua!" Xiang Nan was so anxious that he shouted, "Hurry up and admit defeat. You have already proved your courage. If you continue fighting, you will die. Recover well." Xiang Fei pressed down on Xiang Nan's chest and firmly said, "Don't let Zhonghua's efforts be wasted. By the way, I still have some of the spirit herbs you gave us earlier. Quickly eat them." Xiang Fei did not have a storage ring, so the things she brought were very limited. She took out a small bag of first-grade spring return grass from her sleeve and fed it to Xiang Nan. The medicinal effects of the demon origin fruit continued. The thick and long medicinal effects were repairing Xiang Nan's injuries. At the same time, they were also restoring his natural condition and stamina. The two restorative medicines caused Xiang Nan's situation to quickly improve. "Do you still want to fight?" Mo Hai carried his axe and looked at Xiang Zhonghua from afar. "Fight? Why not?" Xiang Zhonghua struggled to stand up. Blood spurted out of his mouth and flowed down his chin. "Yes." Mo Hai's right foot touched the ground and charged forward. "Long spear, earth shield." Xiang Zhonghua hurriedly raised his spear. The long spear was wrapped in the weather, forming an oval-shaped air shield. However, with a simple charge, Mo Hai shattered the air shield and kicked Xiang Zhonghua in the chest, sending him flying into the sky. Everyone's gazes followed Xiang Zhonghua and watched as he was kicked into the sky. After spitting out a large mouthful of blood mist, he fell heavily. This could not be called a battle. It was a one-sided crushing. "Do you still want to fight?" Mo Hai looked at Xiang Zhonghua, who was lying motionlessly on the ground, and said, I promise to keep you alive, but if you keep trying, you will still die in the end. He Xiang Zhonghua climbed up twice and finally got up from the ground. He wiped the red blood from his neck and said, I didn't cough. So fragile. Yes, I saw it. Mo Hai nodded and kicked Xiang Zhonghua up, punching him in the stomach. Xiang Zhonghua hurriedly used his spear to block. Mo Hai's punch not only sent Xiang Zhonghua's spear flying, but also caused Xiang Zhonghua's right arm to crack and break in half. Xiang Zhonghua was heavily injured. He couldn't even lift the weather. Without the protection of the weather, he rolled on the ground dozens of times. His skin and flesh had been torn apart by the friction, and his entire body was covered in blood. Enough! Xiang Nan staggered to his feet and shouted, Mo Hai, fight me! This time, no matter how hard Xiang Zhonghua struggled, he couldn't get up anymore. He was too seriously injured. However, Xiang Zhonghua had also bought Xiang Nan more than 10 precious minutes over and over again. Xiang Nan gritted his teeth and swung the long saber in his hand, causing the blade to buzz. Mo Hai nodded and said, Zhonghua used his life to buy you 10 minutes. However, I am not Kai Jianyun. Xiang Nan, I will show my true strength. After saying that, Mo Hai, whose body trembled, and an unimaginably thick first day suddenly erupted. The weather was so turbulent that it was like boiling water. That's half Yuan Qi. Everyone was shocked. It's broken. Xiang Fei Xing's eyes were wide open, her face full of fear. Xiantian and Yuan Qi were not on the same level at all. The difference between the two can be said to be the difference between clouds and mud. Although Mo Hai's previous weather hadn't completely transformed into Yuan Qi, it wasn't something that Xiang Nan could contend against. Everyone had no doubt that even if Xiang Nan was at his peak state, he would definitely not be Mo Hai's opponent. Xiang Nan's expression was solemn. He had never underestimated Mo Hai, so he immediately sent out an azure dragon. Xiang Nanhua turned into a fireman and pushed towards Mo Hai with his black-scaled saber. Mo Hai, who had brought out his true strength, was not afraid at all. He actually chose to collide head-on with Xiang Nan. Fierce tiger, come out of the cage. Mo Hai let out a low roar, and Wei Yin's body grabbed onto the axe and rushed towards Xiang Nan. The martial skills of the two of them were very similar, even their names were very similar. They were purely charging martial skills. Xiang Nan's azure dragon came out of the sea with a sharp edge. It was clearly more than 1 grade higher than Mo Hai's ferocious tiger. However, Mo Hai's half Yuan Qi was more than 1 grade higher than Xiang Nan's. The two of them met halfway and collided heavily. A violent wave of energy swept through the surroundings. The two of them fought against each other with their sabers and axes. They were actually on par with each other. Xiang Nan's flames roared, desperately trying to shake Mo Hai. Mo Hai's half Yuan Qi, heavy sword without sword, was firmly and steadily unyielding. In the end, Xiang Nan's second half of the saber-drawing technique took shape. The giant saber was raised, and a huge amount of saber energy soared into the sky. Mo Hai, whose body trembled, and his battle axe was raised high under the cover of half Yuan Qi, smashing down heavily again. Boom! Xiang Nan and Mo Hai were knocked back by the second strike of the saber and axe. Both of them stepped on the ground and slid more than 10 meters backwards. Everyone felt that this was inconceivable. A powerful azure dragon like Xiang Nan went out to sea, yet it was actually only on par with Mo Hai. One had to know that even after Kai Jianyun had eaten 2 pills and risked his life, he was still unable to carry Xiang Nan's azure dragon out to sea. He was almost hacked to death. The difference between Xiantian and half Yuan Qi was actually so huge. At this moment, Xiang Nan had finally recovered from the previous weather, and because of a single move of the azure dragon, almost half of it had been consumed. Xiang Nan was injured. He gritted his teeth and raised his saber, ready to attack again. Mo Hai casually shook his shoulder and said, You know, the ferocious tiger coming out of the cage is just an ordinary martial skill. Your azure dragon coming out of the sea is useless to me. These words caused the hearts of the spectators to sink again. It was unknown when everyone had already tilted their main target of observation, or their supporters in their hearts, towards Xiang Nan's side. However, Xiang Nan heaved a sigh of relief and said, "I have seen the power of your half-yuan qi. In other words, Jing Long Yao Ri probably has nothing to do with you." Mo Hai smiled like a bell. "That's not the case. Jing Long Yao Ri is very strong. He can still hurt my skin more or less." Xiang Nan nodded. "Since that's the case, it's time for me to show my skills." Hearing this, everyone felt that what happened today had already exceeded their understanding. Watch the house? Xiang Nan had used so many frightening martial skills earlier. Could it be that those were not trump cards? Just how many tricks does this Xiang Nan have? After Mo Hai heard Xiang Nan's words, he felt as if he was facing a great enemy. He knew very well that Xiang Nan was not a person who spoke without thinking. Xiang Nan stabbed the giant saber into the ground, his right index finger pointing at the blade and clanging 3 times in a row. Shortly after, a finger appeared on both of his hands and was suddenly wrapped in a layer of lightning. What is he doing? Everyone's eyes widened. All of them were dumbfounded as they watched Xiang Nan's hands perform all sorts of strange movements. Seal! On the flying ship, Yu Bufon's eyes widened as he shouted in disbelief. Forming seals was an ancient method. Only people of Yu Bufon's age and experience had heard of it. Even Wang Xiaoyun was confused. Below, Xiang Nan's hands moved in tandem. Finally, the middle finger of his right hand moved together with the index finger, and a sword finger slashed down. Thunder King Seal, lightning falling. At this moment, before Mo Hai could see anything, he had already felt a great crisis enveloping him. He didn't know where this crisis came from, but as an expert, he had a keen sense of danger and immediately raised his axe subconsciously, blocking the axe on top of his head. At the same time, his half-yuan qi exploded. The axe began to tremble. Just as Xiang Nan's sword finger landed on the ground, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky without warning. Pa! The lightning that was as thick as an arm smashed into the axe. Without even snorting, Mo Hai was smashed into the ground by the terrifying impact. On the entire ground, Mo Hai's people could no longer be seen. Only the enormous axe lay 3 feet deep on the ground. No one said anything, not even exclaiming. The scene was strangely quiet. Originally, I didn't intend to casually use this move. Xiang Nan let out a long sigh. The previous whether he had given birth to was only enough to trigger 2 lightning strikes. The reason why he didn't choose a stronger Sparrow King was because the Sparrow King consumed 3 times as much energy as the lightning strikes. Xiang Nan didn't want to take out the Lightning King seal unless he had to, because all martial artists knew that the more cards he exposed, the less he had a means to save his life. Now that everyone had witnessed Luo Lei, they would also be on guard against this move. However, this lightning strike should be enough to deal with Mo Hai, right? However, the ground in front of him shook, and Mo Hai's enormous body jumped out from the ground. Boom! After Mo Hai landed on the ground trembled. He's this heavy? Everyone hurriedly looked at Mo Hai. Someone suddenly shouted, "Look! Mo Hai seems to have grown a little bigger." Xiang Nan had also discovered that Mo Hai's height had already reached more than 2 meters, and his body was much stronger than before. What was going on? A thick layer of Semyuan Qi wrapped around Mo Hai's body. Mo Hai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "To be honest, I really didn't expect this move of yours. However, my trump card is not only half-yuan qi, but also my cultivation technique, the revolving steel body." And this Mo Hai stretched out a finger. "It's just the first turn." Xiang Nan's brows furrowed. It seemed that the revolving steel body was a cultivation technique that could make Mo Hai's strength explode. It wasn't just a simple explosion. Even his body had become incomparably thick. Can a person weigh so much that the ground trembles when he jumps? 200 jin? 500 jin? 1,000 jin? At this moment, Mo Hai's weight was probably at least over 1,000 jin. This was already beyond the human realm. "Ha-ha! Xiang Nan, do it again!" Mo Hai picked up his axe and ran towards Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan's eyes moved and his hands quickly formed seals. Thunder King seal, lightning falling. Thunderbolt descended from the sky. Mo Hai raised his axe again. Pa! The lightning struck the axe, sending Mo Hai flying from the ground. The huge axe flew away, and the bones in his body were making a muffled sound that was overwhelming. Pong! Mo Hai's enormous body landed on the ground and he spat out a mouthful of blood. However, this did not cause Mo Hai to suffer any fatal injuries. He stood up again. Cough, cough. After Mo Hai stood up, he knocked a few times and coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood. His muscles began to spasm. Looks like a single turn isn't enough to deal with you. Mo Hai gritted his teeth and stomped his right foot fiercely on the ground. Third revolution, steel body. Second revolution. As soon as he finished speaking, the weather inside Mo Hai's body exploded. His entire body had actually grown by another circle under the gazes of the crowd, and his height had reached a terrifying 2.5 meters. Xiang Nan, who was 1.7 meters tall, stood opposite Mo Hai, who was 2.5 meters tall. His figure was already seriously out of proportion. Mo Hai was like a small mountain. What was even more serious was that Xiang Nan couldn't even use the first lightning strike. Xiang Nan thought to himself, although I had never underestimated Mo Hai, I still greatly underestimated his strength. Half Yuan Qi had already made Xiang Nan a little unable to resist. Now, Mo Hai had even taken out a 3-revolution steel body technique. Come on, Xiang Nan. Let me see your strength. Mo Hai charged at Xiang Nan. His majestic body formed an irresistible momentum as he ran, as if a small mountain had been thrown over. Especially every time he stepped on the ground, it would cause the ground to tremble. As for his 2-meter-long axe, it was swung over by him, immediately forming a fan-shaped half-Yuan Qi shock wave. The power of this axe caused a violent wind to rise. Everyone believed that Mo Hai's axe was impossible for Xiang Nan to withstand no matter what. Even if Xiang Nan used the Azure Dragon to go out to sea, and even used the dragon-shocking sunshine, he wouldn't be able to contend against it. That's horrible. Xiang Nan is dead, someone said in horror. At this moment, Xiang Nan made a move that everyone was already familiar with. Xiang Nan thrust his giant arm into the ground, his left elbow pressing against the back of the knife, launching a fierce charge towards Mo Hai. Azure Dragon going out to sea? Li Qingchuan laughed strangely. This move is useless in front of Brother Hai. Something's wrong. Wang Jingyun pointed at Xiang Nanqi and said, Look, Xiang Nan's situation is different this time. Sure enough, Li Qingchuan hurriedly looked over and immediately noticed the difference. The color of Xiang Nan's Azure Dragon had changed when he went out to sea this time. Although it was also burning with flames, the flames were mixed with strands of strange white. The huge fan-shaped shockwave that Mo Hai sent out was actually sliced in half by Xiang Nan's charge. What? Mo Hai was shocked and jumped up to smash the axe down. Xiang Nan drew his saber and raised it. The 10-meter-long saber chi mixed with the white lightning collided with Mo Hai's axe descending from the sky. Boom! The scene instantly exploded. A terrifying shockwave blew Li Qingchuan, Wang Jingyun, and the others backwards. The two of them were only standing on the outskirts and were affected by the collision between Xiang Nan and the other two. They were already in such a sorry state. Within the battlefield, Missouri Hai's axe was sent flying high into the sky. Mo Hai's enormous body continuously reversed in the air and was fiercely thrown out. Looking at Xiang Nan again, he slowly landed on the ground and didn't even take a single step back. What the hell is that? Li Qingchuan got up from the ground and cried out, Yuan Qi? No. Yuan Qi is not like this. That's right, Xiang Nan used his incomparably precious white flame burning lightning this time. He used the white flame burning lightning to replace the effect of the previous weather and activated the Azure Dragon to go out to sea. Roar! From afar, Mo Hai's furious roar could be heard. Not dead yet. Xiang Nan was shocked, and when he looked over, he discovered that Mo Hai had already rushed over with large strides. He's getting bigger again. Everyone cried out in alarm. Mo Hai's height had already reached an inhuman height of 3 meters. In particular, Mo Hai's entire body was suffused with a layer of metallic luster. It was like a humanoid weapon. This was the third revolution of Mo Hai's 3-revolution steel body. Mo Hai had really turned into a giant. His entire body was dripping with blood, but he was running like flying. The ground rumbled as his feet stepped on it. Everyone was afraid that Mo Hai's weight should have already reached an astonishing 2,000 jin. It was about the weight of 15 or 16 grown men. This scene was so shocking that even Xianxia couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Xianxia, eat my axe. Mo Hai's enormous body leapt up high and shouted, Blue Moon Slash. The 2-meter axe suddenly shone brightly. A layer of half-yuan qi enveloped the axe itself. At first glance, it looked like Mo Hai was holding a terrifying axe that was 10 meters long. That 10-meter axe was a real half-yuan qi. Before Mo Hai could land, the terrifying pressure of Mo Hai had already pushed the ground into a violent wind. Li Qingchuan and the others, who were watching the battle from close range, could only raise their hands high and use the weather to support the terrifying pressure of the wind. As Mo Hai descended lower and faster, Xianxia felt that his body was being pressed down heavily, and even his movements were not smooth. The power of this move was probably enough to kill a 3rd-level origin returning demonic beast alive. Xianxia's heart sank. If this axe falls, not only will I be smashed into meat sauce, even Zhonghua and Xiangfei, who are not far away, will probably be finished together. Xianxia gritted his teeth and fought. He flicked the giant saber 3 times, and his fingers were wrapped in the white lightning of the white flame blazing lightning. Then he quickly formed a seal with both of his hands. Thunder King Seal. Thunderbird. Chi. A little bird circling in the sky swooped down from a high place. The bird pierced through Xianxia's palm print and was grabbed by Xianxia, throwing it into the sky. The gale sparrow instantly turned into a lightning bird. The little bird's entire body was wrapped in white lightning. As it flapped its wings and flew forward, it emitted a series of crackling sounds. The tail of the bird was also elongated by the white lightning, turning into 2 threads of lightning about a foot long. Seeing this scene, everyone felt as if their brains were going to explode. Why did a new martial skill appear? What exactly happened to the bird? This was the Sparrow King Seal that was activated by the white flame lightning. The palm-sized bird collided with the 10-meter-tall axe in the air. In that instant, the sky shone with light. It was already night, and the reason why everyone could still see things clearly was because the 6 great profound weapons were shining. However, the collision between the Thunderbird and Mo Hai's battle axe shone brightly like daylight. At the intersection of the Thunderbird and the battle axe, a toroidal wave of air was blasted apart. Mo Hai's axe was shattered on the spot. It turned into debris that fell from the sky one after another. On the other hand, Mo Hai, who was 3 meters tall, fell from the sky. His enormous body heavily landed on the ground, rebounding once again and landing again. Xianxia grabbed the giant saber and stood there panting. In the distance, Mo Hai was already lying in a pool of blood. The scene was extremely quiet. Everyone was waiting for Mo Hai to get up again. After a full minute, Mo Hai's body finally moved, but he shrank. He's back to normal. Xianxia finally let out a long sigh of relief. He thought to himself that half-essence was too troublesome. If Mo Hai only had a 3-revolution steel body and didn't have half-yuan qi, he could easily deal with Mo Hai with the Thunder King Seal activated by ordinary Xiantian. With that thought in mind, Xianxia's desire for yuan qi grew even stronger. Only a martial artist who possessed yuan qi was a true martial artist. Is it over? I don't know who said that. Xianxia had defeated Kai Jianyun and Mo Hai one after another, and the martial arts city selection of the most exciting battles had finally come to an end. The contestants of the 2 Green Mountains had already pulled out their weapons and were ready to snatch each other's famous brands. And at this moment, what a useless piece of trash. A flirtatious shout rang out, followed by a flash of red light, and Mo Hai was thrown flying. Everyone hurriedly turned around and saw that there was a person standing in front of Xianxia. And that person was actually Wang Jingyun? What? Xianxia frowned. You want to fight me too? Wang Jingyun tilted her head, but there was an expression on her face that made Xianxia feel very unfamiliar. A kind of indifference suddenly appeared in her eyes. And that indifference was not something that could be created through disguise. That is to say, this indifference itself belonged to her. Her harmless appearance earlier was a disguise. Wang Jingyun chuckled. Originally, I was hoping to use Kai Jianyun and Mo Hai to get rid of you, you brat. It seems that I overestimated them, or rather, I underestimated you. In the past, Wang Jingyun was the only person in the Wang clan who wasn't so hostile to the Xiang clan. But now her performance showed everything. There was a hatred in her eyes. She hated the Xiang family more than anyone else. Xianxia took 2 steps back and began to re-examine this woman. Only now did Xianxia remember that Wang Jingyun was involved in almost everything that had happened recently. As for everything, she seemed to be participating as a bystander, and she had not personally done anything. Xianxia suddenly remembered something when he saw her acting like this. People who really want you dead don't yell in front of you all day long. Wang Jingyun belongs to this kind of person. She yearns for you to die, but she can restrain her emotions and keep smiling in front of you. This kind of person was even more terrifying than a lowly person. But, Xianxia interrupted. Do you really think you can kill me? Although I'm at the end of my rope, you're still only a Xiantian 8th layer martial artist. The meaning of Xianxia's words was very clear. I even defeated Mo Hai. Mo Hai was many times stronger than Kai Jianyun. Moreover, that Kai Jianyun was at the 9th level of the Xiantian realm, and he had even eaten 2 pills. You Xiantian 8th layer martial artist, I'm afraid you won't even be able to withstand a single move from me, the Azure Dragon. However, Wang Jingyun did not answer Xianxia's question directly. Instead, she did something that no one expected. Took off her clothes. Wang Jingyun removed her long skirt and revealed her tight suit. Do you really think that the number 1 expert of your generation is that Mo Hai? Wang Jingyun narrowed her eyes, and after taking off her long skirt, the few things she wore made Xianxia gasp. His Xianxia was shocked. Spirit-suppressing ring. On Wang Jingyun's wrists and ankles, there was a pitch-black iron ring. The spirit-suppressing ring was made from a very rare type of ore. The greatest use of this ore was to suppress the strength of a martial artist, and suppress the strength of a martial artist to a certain extent. The disadvantage of wearing this spirit-suppressing ring was that a martial artist was unable to display all of their normal strength. The advantage was that when cultivating, their strength would greatly increase. Wang Jingyun took off the spirit-suppressing ring on her left wrist and said, Do you know how much I hate the Xiang clan? Back then, your Xiang clan grew up in Bluestone Town. Our Wang clan must survive under the cover of your Xiang clan. When Wang Jingyun took off the spirit-suppressing ring from her left hand, her realm suddenly rose to the 9th level of the Xiantian realm. Wang Jingyun took off the spirit-suppressing ring on her right wrist and said, In order for my Wang clan to stand firm, my father did not hesitate to betroth me to that trash Xiang Zhonghua. No matter how unwilling I am, even though I wash my face with tears every day and night, I can't change this fact, because your Xiang clan is above others. After Wang Jingyun took off the spirit-suppressing ring from her right hand, her strength increased dramatically again, and she reached the late Greater Xiantian 9 great stages. She continued to pluck the spirit-suppressing ring from her left foot, her eyes revealing an incomparable hatred. But I have no choice. I can only endure the humiliation and secretly live, forcing a smile in front of that trash Xiang Zhonghua. In order to get some pitiful business from the Xiang clan, I can only try my best to please Xiang Zhonghua. Please every elder of your Xiang clan. After removing the spirit-suppressing ring from her left foot, Wang Jingyun's cultivation had already reached the terrifying half-step origin-return realm. Can you imagine how I spent that dark time at such a young age? She gritted her teeth as she took off the last spirit-suppressing ring on her right foot. I swear to myself in my heart, if I can turn around one day, I will definitely kill Xiang Zhonghua and the Xiang clan's dog. When the last spirit-suppressing ring was taken off by Wang Jingyun, Her realm had reached astonishing heights. Guiyuan first layer. All the contestants present, including the spectators on the flying ship, were stunned. An expert of the first level of the origin realm had appeared. They didn't expect that there would actually be a martial arts expert at the origin realm hiding in this martial arts city selection. Yuan Qi. That was definitely Yuan Qi. After Wang Jingyun took off all the spirit-suppressing rings, an aura that had been suppressed for a long time suddenly erupted from her body. That aura was pure primordial qi. Xiangnan's heart sank to the bottom of the valley, as if the sun was falling into an ice cave. Xiangnan narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "No one told your Wang clan to do this. Our Xiang clan has never suppressed the Wang clan. It was you who came to beg for a marriage on your own initiative. That was your Wang clan's choice, not our Xiang clan. It was your Wang clan that climbed to power. If you want to rise, your father, Wang Changhe, gave you to Xiang Zhonghua as his fiancé. From the beginning to the end, the Xiang clan did not interfere in this matter at all. Our Xiang clan has only passively accepted the good intentions of the Wang clan. Actually, the Xiang clan still harbored goodwill in their eyes because at that time the Wang clan was not a big clan at all, it was just a small clan that was unknown. At that time, the Xiang clan was willing to accept a proposal from the little Wang clan. No matter what, it could be regarded as a kind gesture of kindness. However, the Xiang clan did not look down on the Wang clan. Instead, they were willing to marry the Wang clan. However, in the eyes of the Wang clan, they felt that they had suffered great humiliation. In reality, this is often the case. Sometimes you feel that you treat someone well without selfishness, but they don't feel that way. Instead, they feel that their dignity has been harmed. Xiangnan said, "When your Wang clan can't do anything, our Xiang clan chose to help your Wang clan. But when our Xiang clan failed, your Wang clan chose to suppress our Xiang clan. In fact, half of our Xiang clan's downfall was caused by your own hands." Wang Jingyun screamed angrily, "Shut up! How could your Xiang clan be so kind? Aren't you willing to help my Wang clan because I'm about to become your Xiang clan's wife?" This scream of hers was directly accompanied by a Yuan Qi attack. With that scream, a wave of light swept over Xiangnan and even sent Xiangnan flying. This was just the power of her voice. Wang Jingyun took a deep breath and tried her best to suppress her rage. She said in a gloomy voice, "Those who are arrogant will be punished by the heavens. How did your Xiang clan treat our Wang clan? I want it back tenfold and hundredfold. What an arrogant person." Xiangnan was so angry that he jumped up and angrily said, "Are all of your Wang clan unreasonable people? These words should be returned to your Wang clan." Wang Jingyun laughed coldly. "What a clever mouth. Even if you can say anything today, I will not let go of any of the Xiang family. I will kill you first, and then I will kill Xiang Zhonghua. Originally, I didn't intend to do it myself." Wang Jingyun kicked Mo Hai, who was lying on the ground, and said, "I gave him the 3 revolution steel body technique in vain. Who would have thought that he would be useless? I'm so disappointed. 3rd revolution steel body, you gave it to Mo Hai?" "No." Xiangnan frowned and said, "It's Qihua sect." Xiangnan immediately understood. No wonder. In such a remote place, how could Mo Hai obtain such a powerful cultivation technique as the 3 revolution steel body? It turned out that it was Wang Xiaoyun who brought this technique out of Qihua sect and gave it to Wang Jingyun. Wang Jingyun wanted to borrow a knife to kill, so she taught it to Mo Hai. Then, Xiangnan said, "Since you hate our Xiang clan so much, why didn't you do it yourself in the beginning?" Wang Jingyun did not answer such a sensitive question. She only glanced at the flying ship in the sky with her eyes. This gaze of hers made Xiangnan suddenly understand. Wang Jingyun had always been shaping a kind of graceful appearance. She needed to maintain this kind of good image so that she could enter Qihua sect. In the future, she would continue to maintain this kind of image and obtain everyone's respect and recognition. Wasn't that the case with Xian Qingzhu from the Heavenly Profound sect? In front of outsiders, Xian Qingzhu had always maintained a non-cannibalistic appearance. She was familiar with the sinister and vicious nature behind her back. Azure bamboo snake's mouth, wasp's tail was stabbed. Neither of them was poisonous. The most poisonous woman's heart. Wang Jingyun said, "What I didn't expect was that you actually have the strength to kill Kai Jianyun and defeat Mo Hai. Since that's the case, I can't let you live, lest you become a big trouble in my heart in the future." And now Xiang Nan had nothing to say. It was a waste of words to talk nonsense with such a woman. Xiang Nan wasn't stupid. Mo Hai's half Yuan Qi was already so powerful. Wang Jingyun's pure Yuan Qi was definitely more troublesome. Xiang Nan did not hesitate at all. Even after condensing a wisp of white flame and lightning power, his hands began to form the Sparrow King seal. As for Wang Jingyun, she gently waved her right hand and a red silk started to spin around her body. The red silk had always been wrapped around Wang Jingyun's waist, and she usually released it, but after showing its true length, it was nearly 50 meters long. The entire red silk floated around Wang Jingyun and slowly rotated around her. As Wang Jingyun flipped her right hand, her Yuan Qi fluctuations suddenly began to change. Bright and dazzling Yuan Qi, mixed with a faint earthen yellow color. She was actually a spirit-grade earth vein martial artist. My cultivation technique is called the steel barrier. Wang Jingyun's eyes flashed with killing intent as she said, "The 3-revolution steel body is just a derivative technique that I randomly adapted according to the steel barrier technique." As soon as he finished speaking, the soft red silk that was slowly spinning around Wang Jingyun suddenly straightened up like a 50-meter-long sharp blade of steel. As for the hard red silk, it no longer coiled around Wang Jingyun in a circular shape, but instead began to walk in a straight line. They circled around Wang Jingyun at right angles, and every time the red silk turned, there was a crisp metallic sound. A faint metallic color appeared on the surface of Wang Jingyun's body. At this moment, Xiang Nan's Sparrow King seal took shape. The bird rushed down from the sky and was grabbed by Xiang Nan, throwing it at Wang Jingyun. The little bird turned into a completely integrated lightning bird, flapping its wings and flying towards Wang Jingyun with crackling sounds. Xiang Nan used this move to completely defeat Mo Hai after rank 3. A trace of disdain flashed across Wang Jingyun's eyes. Her right hand moved slightly, and the red silk that was as sharp as a knife and as strong as iron immediately coiled in front of her. The red silk was wrapped around her layer by layer, forming a steel wall. This so-called steel was not real steel but an attribute. Gold, silver, copper, and iron were all ores, and ores grew in the soil, all of which belonged to the soil attribute. The remote martial practitioners of Bluestone Town all thought that the earth attribute was simply to increase their defenses. However, the earth attribute was not real soil but earth elements. Gold, silver, copper, and iron were all varieties of earth elements. Legend has it that there were powerful earth vein attribute martial artists in ancient times, and they could even turn their entire bodies into invincible netherworld gold, so that they could reach an invincible height of immortality and immortality. Xiang Nan had once possessed the heavenly grade earth vein attribute. He knew too much about the power of the earth attribute. When he saw that Wang Jingyun's entire body had turned metallic, he already realized how bad the situation was. Steel barrier, city wall. Wang Jingyun indifferently spat out these words. The red silk coiled together instantly merged into one. With the crisp sound of clanging, it actually merged into a steel city wall. The Thunderbird had already arrived and landed heavily on the steel city wall. In an instant, lightning shot out in all directions, illuminating the faint night. White lightning rioted in all directions at the scene. "We must succeed." Xiang Nan looked at this scene with an extremely heavy heart. Boom! The terrifying collision caused smoke and dust to rise up into the sky. As the light in the sky gradually dissipated, the dust gradually settled. At the core of the dust, Wang Jingyun's shadow gradually became clear. "No, fall!" the audience exclaimed in unison. The Sparrow King seal had failed. Wang Jingyun's city wall was still there. It was just 3 segments that had been broken by the explosion. 1 red silk turned into 3. White flame blazing lightning was a type of divine lightning. Although its power was incomparably powerful, once it appeared, it would definitely trigger a heaven and earth catastrophe. However, the amount of lightning power Xiang Nan absorbed was too little. A bolt of lightning emitted by the lightning seed contained less than a tenth of the power of the original body of the lightning, and this tenth of the power of the lightning was only absorbed by Xiang Nan by less than a thousandth. Wang Jingyun's red silk wall gradually dispersed. With a casual wave of her hand, the 3 pieces of red silk were glued together again and turned into a complete piece. This is truly astonishing. Wang Jingyun stared at Xiang Nan. This kind of martial skill is simply unheard of. Can actually break my red silk. Fortunately, you are only a Xiantian 6th layer martial artist. Wang Jingyun raised her hand and pointed at Xiang Nan. Steel barrier viper, she said indifferently. The steel red silk suddenly shot towards Xiang Nan. As it flew through the air, it cut through the air, let out a buzzing sound. It was hard to imagine how the originally gentle silk satin could suddenly become sharper than steel blades. Xiang Nan flipped over on the spot. He held the saber in his right hand and chopped down the huge saber on the ground. He borrowed strength to increase the speed of the flip. As for the steel red silk, it was in a perfectly straight line and directly arrived at the spot where Xiang Nan was at the last instant. When the red silk's attack failed, it did not withdraw, but immediately turned around. Clang! Red silk made a turn in midair and continued to pursue Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan turned around again, and the red silk also let out a crisp metallic sound, firmly biting Xiang Nan. Living like a real viper, Xiang Nan had already been forced to retreat. His movement speed was completely inferior to that of the red silk. He could only clench his teeth and slash down with a single saber. When the giant saber hacked down on the red silk, it still let out a crisp clanging sound. As for Xiang Nan himself, he was actually bounced off by the rebound force of his saber strike. So heavy! Xiang Nan's right hand trembled. The knife just now struck the red silk, and it actually shook his wrist to the point of numbness. The red silk, on the other hand, did not even have the slightest indentation. Continued to walk straight, and in the shortest straight line it caught up to Xiang Nan in midair. Xiang Nan had no choice but to retreat and lay his saber horizontally in front of his chest. Clang! The red silk stabbed at the black-scaled saber, but this time, it knocked the saber out of his hand and flew away. The giant saber was buzzing in the air, and Xiang Nan was slanted by the impact and slammed onto the ground fiercely. Pooh! Xiang Nan opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood on the ground. Wang Jingyun's hands were shaped like sword fingers. Her sword fingers raised backwards, and the steel and red silk in the sky descended vertically again. Xiang Nan thought to himself that it was not a good idea to continue entangling with the red silk. Even if he could really risk his life and heavily injure the red silk, it would not hurt Wang Jingyun in the slightest. He had to use all of his precious lightning power on Wang Jingyun's true self. After thinking through this section, Xiang Nan gritted his teeth and took advantage of the gap where the red silk was chasing down. He immediately waved his right hand and pulled the giant saber back into his hand. Immediately after, the giant blade stabbed into the ground. Azure Dragon, go out to sea! Xiang Nan no longer had the weather to begin with. He had only used pure lightning power to activate the Azure Dragon to go out to sea this time. In this way, Xiang Nan's entire body was wrapped in a ball of white lightning. As the flames burned, the red flames also turned into white flames. This was the strongest Azure Dragon attack that Xiang Nan had ever launched. It was purer than the attack that he had used to deal with Mo Hai with only a portion of the power of lightning. Behind him, the steel red silk could no longer catch up with Xiang Nan's charging speed. The red silk simply softened and landed softly on the ground. Wang Jingyun gave up her control over the red silk. Her gaze was serious, her hands stacked together, and she gently pushed forward. Both her palms were aimed at Xiang Nan, who was charging at her. However, seeing her lips gently open, she lightly spat out a few words. Steel barrier, heavenly chong. A shockwave of yuan qi with a metallic luster shot out from between Wang Jingyun's hands. The shockwave engulfed Xiang Nan and exploded. Xiang Nan lowered his head, desperately pressing against the giant saber. Charging. Charge. Again. His speed was slowed down by the shockwave, but he still didn't stop. After the shockwave passed through Xiang Nan's body, a conical pit was blasted open on the ground behind Xiang Nan. The shape of the crater was like a meteorite flying over from the sky. The meteorite scratched the ground obliquely, leaving behind traces. The bottom of the crater was in the shape of a ring of ripples. The deepest part of the crater was actually 10 meters. However, this was not the end. Wang Jingyun spat out another yuan-chi shock wave from her hands. This shock wave once again struck Xiang Nan's body, causing Xiang Nan's charging speed to plummet a few cents, and another cone-shaped luxurious pit appeared behind Xiang Nan. The two luxurious pits were almost superimposed together, causing the ground to collapse instantly. Xiang Zhonghua and Xiang Fei were behind Xiang Nan. The cracked ditch created by the ground collapse was about to sink them. Xiang Fei hurriedly picked up Xiang Zhonghua and ran frantically into the distance. Boom! The third round of shockwaves was coming. This time, the shockwave hit Xiang Nan's body, causing Xiang Nan to feel a buzzing sound in his ears. His arms seemed to be on the verge of fracturing. Pressure. An unprecedented pressure. The pressure brought by Wang Jingyun's 3 shockwaves pushed the Azure Dragon to the peak when it encountered a strong one. Pull. Saber. Slash. Xiang Nan roared. This time, he held the hilt of the saber with both hands and fiercely pulled out the giant saber. A single slash soared into the sky. 10 meters of white saber light exploded out. Even the sky was illuminated. Although the saber light was only 10 meters long, it was not saber energy, but saber light. It was like a Xiantian martial artist could easily chop out a blade chi of 5 to 6 meters. However, after they possessed Yuan Chi, if they chopped out another blade like this, it would be extremely frightening to be able to chop out a blade light of 1 meter. The power of this saber-pulling technique was more than 10 times stronger than the one Xiang Nan used when he fought 17 times. This was the power of pure white flames and lightning. My God! On the flying ship, Elder Yu cried out in alarm. This is truly an eye-opener. The power contained in Xiang Nan's saber strike is something that even a true first-level origin returning martial artist would not be able to chop with all his might. The soul-stirring battle between Xiang Nan and Wang Jingyun was no longer something that could happen in the Xiantian realm. Just how much potential does this kid have? Elder Yu Bufan felt his scalp go numb, and Xiang Nan seemed to be endless forever. Whenever Xiang Nan encountered a stronger opponent, it was as if he could erupt with greater combat strength to fight. Then, he looked down at the saber that had attracted the attention of the crowd. Wang Jingyun suddenly hooked her right hand and the falling red silk returned to her side in an instant with a whoosh. However, seeing her arms stretch out horizontally, she clenched her fists together and wrapped her right hand around her left fist, saying, "Steel barrier, black turtle." The steel-red silk started to spin crazily around Wang Jingyun, twisting into a large red ball. This big ball completely enveloped Wang Jingyun. On the other hand, a layer of metallic yuan qi appeared on the surface of the red ball. This yuan qi had a shallow pattern, and it was actually like a prismatic turtle shell. Boom! The saber light crashed into the turtle shell. In that instant, the explosive force destroyed this area, causing countless dust to fly into the sky. With Wang Jingyun at the center of the circle, the explosive circle created a 50-meter-long hemispherical crater. The crater sprayed outwards from the center. The deepest part of the crater was more than 10 meters deep. Only in the core area where Wang Jingyun was, the ground had not been destroyed, forming an earth pillar that stood alone in the crater. As for the turtle shell, it gave off a series of crisp cracking sounds. At the beginning, there were some fine cracks on the surface. Immediately after, those cracks suddenly intensified like mirror reactions. The cracks instantly grew deeper and larger, and the entire turtle shell shattered to the ground with a loud crash. The turtle shell made of yuan qi would disappear as soon as it landed on the ground. The red silk beneath the turtle shell was also broken into pieces. Then, he looked at Wang Jingyun, who was at the innermost part. Her long hair fell down, and her body strength equipment was damaged in a few places. Even a small bruise appeared on her face. But that's all. The strongest Azure Dragon that Xiang Nan desperately launched went out to sea, Not even Wang Jingyun's skin being cut. Wang Jingyun was also stunned. She looked at the broken red silk on the ground in disbelief. While she was stunned, she subconsciously raised her right hand and aimed it at Xiang Nan. Steel barrier, Tian Chong. Boom! A terrifying shockwave instantly struck Xiang Nan's chest. Like a broken kite, Xiang Nan rolled and flew backwards in the air, swaying up and down, spraying out a mist of blood. After landing on the ground, Xiang Nan's aura stopped for more than 10 seconds. His entire body was torn apart, and 7 bones in his body were completely broken. In particular, 6 of the ribs on his chest that had suffered a head-on collision had been broken in a row. The most serious one was his right arm. This was the hand he used to hold a weapon. The arm bone was broken, and the bone even pierced through his skin, revealing a bone spike with a dense white bone. Xiang Nan lay motionless on the ground, his consciousness somewhat chaotic. In his heart, he let out a sigh. Did he fail? In the end, he still couldn't survive the martial arts city selection. I have already used the power of the white flame lightning without reservation, but I am still no match for Wang Jingyun. I only sigh that my realm is too low and useless actually. It was no wonder that Xiang Nan was only a small 7th-level body-tempering martial artist when he was reborn on Xiang Nan's body. In less than 2 months, he had risen from the 7th level of body tempering to the 6th level of Xiantian. This speed had already shocked everyone. The battle between him and Wang Jingyun had been in a state where the weather had been depleted from the very beginning and his physical strength was about to be exhausted. He could only say that he had the intention to kill the enemy and was powerless to return to the heavens. Xiang Nan smiled bitterly in his heart. He didn't expect that he would die at the hands of a woman for 2 lifetimes. One was Xian Qingzhu, and the other was Wang Jingyun, who was on par with Xian Qingzhu's viciousness. Zhonghua! At this moment, Xiang Fei's heart-wrenching screams suddenly came from afar. Xiang Nan sprawled on the ground and turned his head. What he saw made his eyes tear apart. In the distance, Wang Jinghai, who had always been invisible, was currently grinning sinisterly as he pulled out a long sword from Xiang Zhonghua's heart. Xiang Nan did not know where the strength came from. Although his ribs and right arm were broken, he stepped on the ground and rushed towards Xiang Zhonghua. Seeing such a scene, Wang Jinghai, who was laughing sinisterly, was so frightened that his eyes widened and he turned around and ran away. Actually, the current Xiang Nan no longer had any fighting strength, and his ability to pounce over was his final limit. However, in Wang Jinghai's heart, there was an inexplicable fear of Xiang Nan. As soon as he saw Xiang Nan coming over, his mind was thrown into a mess and he began to flee regardless of everything. Zhonghua! After Xiang Nan landed on the ground, he rolled a few times and held Xiang Zhonghua in his arms with his left hand. Wang Jinghai's sword strike was right in the middle. At this moment, dark red blood was gushing out of Xiang Zhonghua's heart. Xiang Nan's eyes immediately turned red. When he thought of how Xiang Zhonghua had risked his life to buy time for him to fight against Mo Hai, Xiang Nan's tears rolled down his cheeks. Xiang Xiang Zhonghua forced a smile, but that smile was incomparably desolate. I'm so unwilling. Xiang Zhonghua panted and cried. I don't want to. I really don't want to die. Brother. Don't talk. Don't talk. Xiang Nan panicked and began to randomly grope through the storage ring. Regardless of what spiritual herbs he caught, he only continued to fill Xiang Zhonghua's wound. Xiang Zhonghua shook his head. I'm sorry, Xiang Nan. You tried so hard to protect us, but in the end we dragged you down. However, we once gave up the Xiang clan and chose to flee. It's you, cough cough. It's you and Second Master who put aside their past grudges and generously accepted us. And this time, Xiang Zhonghua's face was incomparably pale, and his eyes were covered with a layer of ashes. However, the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. But this time, I didn't escape. This time I chose to fight alongside you. I didn't escape. I escaped. Hey. Following Xiang Zhonghua's last miserable laugh, his body suddenly softened and his aura disappeared. Zhonghua! Xiang Fei covered her face and cried in sorrow. Zhonghua, brother. Don't die. Don't die. Xiang Nan hugged Xiang Zhonghua and thought of how Xiang Zhonghua had risked his life to buy him time to fight Mo Hai. He thought of what Xiang Zhonghua said. I am also a man and I have dignity. Xiang Nan felt the pain in his heart. In the end, I still couldn't protect Zhonghua. Gradually, Xiang Nan could no longer hear all the sounds, and only his own heartbeat could be heard. Pung pung. Pung pung. The greatest grief in the world was to see his loved ones being slaughtered. But he was helpless. At this moment, Xiang Nan felt that the world had lost its colors. This time, I didn't escape. Xiang Zhonghua's last words before his death began to ring in Xiang Nan's mind. And it was as if thunderclouds had suddenly exploded from the horizon. Xiang Nan slowly stood up. He expressionlessly looked at the siblings and muttered to himself, I was betrayed by my beloved woman and robbed of everything that originally belonged to me. And this life. Everyone's ears were wide open, desperately trying to hear what Xiang Nan said. But they were too far away, and Xiang Nan's voice was too weak. In this life, I have obtained something more important than talent. That is, kinship. But you! Sorrow to the extreme, anger to the top. A force sprouted in Xiang Nan's body, and the force began to erupt. The medicinal properties of the demon origin fruit were instantly raised to its limit by Cui. The terrifying medicinal properties were like volcanic eruptions, and they wildly flew around Xiang Nan's body. All the wounds on his body began to heal at a visible rate, and even the bone spikes that had stabbed out of his skin had actually retracted. An indescribable, imposing aura appeared on Xiang Nan's body. That imposing aura was burning. Xiang Nan's long hair fluttered in the air as it sprayed from top to bottom. The bottleneck of the 6th level of the Xiantian realm had finally been broken through. Late Greater Xiantian 6. Xiantian 7th layer. That power was still rising. Xiantian 8th layer. Xiang Nan didn't seem to have noticed his own realm at all. He cried and only thought of the scene before Xiang Zhonghua died. Who said that men weren't easy to tear up? Heavens! Look, Xiang Nan's strength is soaring. Everyone cried out in surprise. Xiang Nan's imposing aura was so fierce that it even blew the broken sand around him. But in this life, Xiang Nan grievously clenched his fists. In this life, you have deprived me of even my most precious relatives. Ah ah ah. Xiang Nan let out a heart-wrenching cry, which echoed through the jungle and echoed between heaven and earth. Xiantian 9th level. Even Wang Jingyun was stunned. She blurted out, This is impossible. This doesn't make sense. As she spoke, Wang Jingyun raised her hand and struck a steel barrier. Tianchong. The shock wave instantly engulfed Xiang Nan. However, after the shock wave passed, the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, and a figure slowly became clear within the smoke and dust. Xiang Nan lowered his head and stood where he was, with 2 long scratches beneath his feet. At that moment, Xiang Nan suddenly raised his head and his eyes shone again. He clenched his fist and recalled the black-scaled saber. He roared angrily, Wang Jinghai! I'll peel you alive. Wang Jinghai saw Xiang Nan's eyes. He saw an indescribable smell in Xiang Nan's eyes. The smell frightened Wang Jinghai to the point that his soul was shattered, and even his heart was on the verge of convulsing. Sister! Save me! Save me! Wang Jinghai was scared out of his mind and desperately grabbed Wang Jingyun's right hand. Hide well! Wang Jingyun felt as if she was facing a great enemy. With a flip of her right hand, the broken red silk on the ground fused again and turned into a 50-meter-long steel red silk. Xiang Nan gritted his teeth, almost bleeding. There was nothing in his eyes anymore. Only Wang Jinghai. In his heart, there was only the sinister smile that Wang Jinghai had when he pulled the sword out of Xiang Zhonghua's heart. Xiang Nan raised his saber and rushed over with a flash. Steel barrier Viper. Wang Jingyun hurriedly raised her sword finger, and the steel red silk twisted continuously, chasing after Xiang Nan. However, after a martial artist had just advanced, there was a large explosive period. This explosive period would decline with the stabilization of the realm, and then return to normal. Xiang Nan was in such an explosive period especially his explosive period, a super explosive period that had crossed 3 consecutive small realms. Wang Jingyun's red silk, which was wrapped in yuan qi, was unable to catch up with Xiang Nan. Lightning flashed everywhere under Xiang Nan's feet, dragging a long tail of lightning as he ran faster and faster. When Wang Jingyun saw this, she was so anxious that she could only use a stronger martial skill. However, when she saw her fingers clasped together and her index fingers stretched out, she tangled together and shouted, "Steel barrier, Great Snake King!" The red silk that was powerless to catch up with Xiang Nan suddenly stiffened. The entire red chip actually began to erupt with a ring of air waves. Immediately after, the steel red silk twisted into the shape of a snake, and with a whoosh, it turned into an illusion and rushed towards Xiang Nan. Especially when the red silk was charging forward, it was actually enveloped in a faint shadow, like a giant python. However, this shadow was still too shallow, and most people could not even see it clearly. The Great Snake King's speed and power far surpassed that of the viper. It caught up to Xiang Nan in an instant, and the snake head bit towards Xiang Nan's waist with a single bite. There was nothing else in Xiang Nan's eyes. He stared at Wang Jinghai all the time, but he pinned his saber behind him and blocked the bite of the red silk. However, this collision actually pushed Xiang Nan's speed backwards and knocked Xiang Nan into the sibling's side. "Wang Jinghai, I want your dog life." Xiang Nan raised his hand and slashed down. Wang Jingyun quickly put away the red silk and said, "Black turtle." The red silk wrapped around Wang Jinghai like crazy. Xiang Nan's saber chopped down, but it did not split open the red silk parcel. Xiang Nan's eyes turned red as he shouted, "Body tyrant lightning body." Boom! Terrifying lightning flashed wildly around Xiang Nan's body, and his strength was rising. Double, 5 times, 6 times, 8 times, 9 times. After Xiang Nan had risen 3 small realms in a row, his tyrannical body lightning body had also greatly increased. The tyrannical body lightning body, which originally could only provide 23,400 gene of strength, had actually soared by 30,000 gene. However, this was only strength. Xiang Nan also had a stronger weather, stronger chi condensation and lightning, and the power of lightning. No one could stop Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan, who was in the tyrannical body thunder body state, jumped up and slashed down with his saber, cracking the village that had been sliced by the red silk and turning it into pieces on the ground. "Sister, I don't want to die." Wang Jinghai screamed as his soul was exposed. How could Wang Jingyun have the leisure to attack Xiang Nan? As long as she could not instantly kill Xiang Nan in a second, her younger brother would die on the spot. "Let's go." Wang Jingyun's right hand condensed yuan qi and pushed Wang Jinghai into the air. This push speed was extraordinary. That was pure yuan qi. Wang Jinghai was pushed into a remnant shadow and shot into the air. Xiang Nan drew his saber and chased after him. He stepped on the sky and ran out of thin air. The long tail of lightning behind him outlined a beautiful light in the air. Trample through the air? Wang Jingyun's heart skipped a beat as her pupils contracted. "Xiang Nan, stop!" Wang Jingyun really did not expect this scene. She hurriedly returned the red silk to its original state and another great snake king chased after it. Xiang Nan's speed was extremely fast, but the great snake king was even faster. In a short moment, it caught up with Xiang Nan, and the terrifying snake head fiercely swallowed Xiang Nan's face. Xiang Nan didn't even look at red silk. His eyes were bloodshot and he only stared at Wang Jinghai, who was flying higher. "Get lost!" Xiang Nan slashed down with his saber, and lightning shot out in all directions, cutting the red silk into 2 halves. Wang Jingyun was already at the first level of origin return. The effective distance of her origin chi far exceeded that of the previous weather. This allowed Wang Jingyun to control the red silk from afar. She flipped her fingers like a madman, and the red silk fused into one, continuing to bite Xiang Nan. However, Xiang Nan, who was in the tyrannical body lightning body state, was unstoppable. Every time the great snake king caught up to him, it would be cut off by Xiang Nan's saber. Again, 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 again. Nothing could stop Xiang Nan's determination to kill Wang Jinghai. Wang Jinghai had already shot into the sky and was almost close to the light barrier. "Brother! Save me! Save me!" Wang Jinghai shouted with tears in his heart. Everyone was stunned by this scene. On the flying ship, Wang Xiaoyun descended and stood on the light screen. He looked anxiously at his younger brother, Wang Jinghai, and at the same time saw Xiang Nan, who was chasing him reluctantly. Before and after, this chase had only lasted for a short second, less than 2 seconds. Everyone couldn't keep up with their reactions. They only saw Xiang Nan and Wang Jinghai, two phantoms, rapidly advancing in the air. Pa! Wang Jinghai finally flew to the end and smacked the metal on the light shield. "Brother! I don't want to die, brother!" Wang Jinghai screamed in shock. Wang Xiaoyun was also anxious. His eyes were bloodshot as he desperately slashed at the light shield. The yuan qi on the sword body exploded, and each strike sent yuan qi flying in all directions. However, the light shield was formed by the 6 sects working together. Even if Wang Xiaoyun revoked the power of the Fire Cloud Pagoda, there were still 5 other sects' profound weapons supporting him. It's impossible to split. "Xiang Nan!" Wang Xiaoyun gritted his teeth and shouted, "You dare! What do I not dare to do?" Xiang Nan had already caught up. He gritted his teeth and shouted angrily at Wang Xiaoyun. Then, he raised his saber and landed on Wang Xiaoyun. With a single saber strike, Wang Jinghai was sliced at the waist. Wang Jinghai, whose body had been sliced in half, was still stuck to the light screen, slowly sticking to the ground as he fell. Wang Xiaoyun saw his younger brother being beheaded with his own eyes. He was so angry that he even used his fists to smash the light shield. "Xiang Nan, I want your dog life. I want your entire clan to be buried with Jinghai. I want to kill all of your Xiang clan's bastards." Xiang Nan was also furious. He put his face close to the light shield and looked at Wang Xiaoyun at close range. He roared, "Come on, get down. I'll kill you with one blade. Damn it, come on. You. Wait for me. Wait for you to come out." Wang Xiaoyun pointed at Xiang Nan, his fingers trembling with anger. "Jinghai!" Above the flying ship, the Wang clan's clan head Wang Changhe's sorrowful roar could be heard. Wang Changhe was extremely grieved and his mind was already in a mess. He waved his hand and shouted sternly, "Wang clan, listen to my orders. Follow me back and annihilate the Xiang clan now. We can't let the Xiang clan off with a single plant or tree. We can't leave a single person alive. I want everyone from the Xiang clan to be buried with Jinghai." The Wang clan's crowd was furious, and the 20-odd Uncle Generation origin returning experts released their surging yuan qi in unison. "Let's see who dares." City Lord Hong Zhun took out a big halberd from his storage ring, and with a loud boom, the golden halberd stood on the ground. A ferocious yuan qi erupted from the halberd, causing the entire flying ship to shake. "Everyone, calm down." Seeing this, the messengers of the other sects hurriedly stepped forward to make things right. On one side was the city lord of Bluestone City, while on the other was the Chihua sect's Wang Xiaoyun's clan. The sect messengers definitely couldn't just watch the show. "Don't stop me." Wang Changhe's eyes turned red. He pointed at City Lord Hong Zhun and angrily said, "Hong Zhun, get out of the way. No one can stop me today. I must destroy the Xiang clan. What if I don't?" Hong Zhun raised his right hand, his face as cold as frost. "Drink!" Thousands of capable soldiers shouted in unison on the entire flying ship, their momentum quite shocking. "Hong Zhun, remember your identity. You have no right to interfere in the personal grudges between our two families." Wang Changhe's tone was slightly lowered. Indeed, Hong Zhun did not dare to offend the Chihua sect easily. But the reverse was true. The Chihua sect did not dare to do anything to Hong Zhun either. Although Hong Zhun was only the city lord of a small bluestone city, he represented an official force behind him. "Who said I have no right to interfere?" Hong Zhun Lang Sheng shouted. "As the lord of a city, a large-scale selection event like the city selection must be hosted by me. As long as Xianxia is not eliminated, no one can touch him in the slightest. What is the definition of the rights of a city lord? The world of martial arts had its own set of rules. Struggles between martial artists and between clans would not violate the laws of the empire. Even if one martial artist killed another martial artist cruelly, the military still had no right to capture the murderer. Since the duty of a soldier was to protect their country, the scope of their rights lay in protecting civilians and hosting large-scale activities in their own region. In other words, if you two martial artists fight in the wilderness and destroy each other, the city lord will not care. However, if you fight in the civilian world, once your battle has affected ordinary civilians, the military can directly use force to suppress it. Therefore, if the Wang clan wanted to destroy the Xiang clan, the city lord definitely could not control it. The Xianxia was still a contestant of the city election, so the city lord had the right to protect Xianxia and his clan. Don't challenge my bottom line again and again. City Lord Hongzhen was about to lose his temper. His face was ashen and his eyes swept across the crowd. From the beginning until now, your clans have been making trouble. I, Hongzhen, have always maintained a peaceful attitude. But you guys have repeatedly touched my bottom line. Do you really think that I, Hongzhen, am a dry eater? Hongzhen raised his halberd and shouted, "Where is the Bluestone garrison?" Roar! More than 1,000 soldiers raised their weapons and roared heaven-shaking. Hongzhen shouted, "Surround the flying ship. Before the city election is over, no one is allowed to leave the flying ship. Otherwise, we will kill them on shot. If anyone dares to charge into the army, immediately gather 100,000 bluestones to suppress them. Order!" More than 1,000 soldiers shouted loudly with their true arms, quickly surrounding the entire flying ship. It could be said to be impervious to the wind. This kind of battle frightened Wang Changhe, and many sect envoys remained silent. Everyone felt fear in their hearts. It was too big. This time it was really too big. Hongzhen's face was ashen as he scanned the crowd. Seeing that everyone was silent, he shouted to the crowd below, "Continue with the city selection." At this moment, no matter how much resentment the Kai clan and Wang clan held towards Xianxia, no one dared to block their own lives to fight against the military. The moment Xianxia killed Wang Jinghai, he had already removed his tyrant body lightning body to preserve his strength. Xianxia stared at Wang Xiaoyun's eyes. His left hand was attached to the light barrier, and his right hand pointed downwards with a knife. "Inside the light barrier is my world," he said coldly. "Wang Xiaoyun, open your dog eyes and take a good look. How did I tear down your Wang clan's last trace of dignity?" After saying that, Xianxia released his left hand and his body naturally descended. Below, Wang Jinghai's elder sister, Wang Jingyun, was standing there in a daze. Her eyes were wide open, but there was no color in them. It was as if the moment Wang Jinghai was killed by Xianxia, Wang Jingyun's soul had also been cut off. However, in the next moment, as Xianxia's figure drew closer and closer to Wang Jingyun's eyes, the lower she descended. The deathly gray look in Wang Jingyun's eyes suddenly glowed with a mournful killing intent. "Ah!" Wang Jingyun's shrill cries resounded throughout the valley. Her long hair danced in the wind, and her entire body seemed to have transformed into a crazy witch. "Xianxia, if you dare to kill my younger brother, I will make you pay with blood." Xianxia landed on the ground with a huge saber in his hand. His eyes were still as sharp as knives through the smoke and dust. "You must commit your own sins. You must not live. Those who bully our Xiang clan, you must kill them without mercy." The enmity between the Xiang clan and the Wang clan has reached an uncontrollable level. Either you die or I die. The Wang clan had personally provoked this grievance. They had originally thought that the destitute Xiang clan was the fish on the table and could be slaughtered. Unexpectedly, the Xiang clan had a Xianxia. When the Wang clan discovered that the Xiang clan had begun to resist, and even had some results, all the Wang clan members were unreasonable and unacceptable. "You only allowed my Wang clan to avenge your kindness and break down your Xiang clan. You only allowed our Wang clan to kill your Xiang clan, yet your Xiang clan actually also dare. Also, Hands! Xiangnan did not hesitate at all. At this moment, he had just advanced to the 3rd level in a row, and his strength was becoming violent. In addition, he was filled with hatred. He immediately caught up with Wang Jingyun with his saber and rushed towards Wang Jingyun. The current Xiangnan was no longer the Xiantian 6th layer Xiangnan. His strength was already beyond comparison. Wang Jingyun's eyes were filled with tears as she waved her hand and shot the red silk out. The steel red silk rattled in the air, making an ear-piercing sound of metal bending. Xiangnan had already prepared for this. He was facing an azure dragon out to sea, bringing his charge to its limit. Wang Jingyun's eyes flashed with hatred as she screamed, "Steel barrier! Black turtle! Black turtle?" All the spectators had suspicious expressions on their faces. The steel red silk coiled into a large bowl in the air, covering Xiangnan, who had just charged. Many spectators couldn't understand why Wang Jingyun did this. Wang Jingyun covered Xiangnan with a big bowl of black turtles. There was no point in doing so. The black turtle was only a defensive martial skill. Even if it could stop Xiangnan, it could not do any harm to Xiangnan. On the other hand, Wang Jingyun didn't get any benefits from doing this. She was just wasting her yuan qi. Could it be that she is buying time? But, Elder Yu asked curiously, what is her purpose in buying time? Shit! Wang Xiaoyun was shocked. Other people didn't understand what Wang Jingyun wanted to do. But Wang Xiaoyun knew it best. Wang Xiaoyun said anxiously, "Jingyun, don't do anything stupid. As long as you keep your life, it's enough. Xiangnan will be dealt with by me. I will definitely let him die." However, Wang Jingyun turned a deaf ear to Wang Xiaoyun's words. There was only a monstrous hatred in her eyes, and she only wanted to personally kill Xiangnan. Immediately after, Wang Jingyun made a gesture that shocked everyone. Wang Jingyun used her sharp fingernails to cut open her wrists. Blood immediately spurted out, and she even used her yuan qi to speed up the flow of blood. Along with the pressure of yuan qi, her hands were truly flowing with blood, spraying into the sky like 2 fountains, transforming into a rain of blood that sprayed all over her body. The more blood she lost, the paler Wang Jingyun's face became. This is Elder Yu exchanged glances with his senior brother. He looked at Wang Xiaoyun in unison and said in unison, "Blood sacrifice." In this world, there were no fewer pills and martial skills that could be used to increase one's strength. For example, Xiangnan's explosive martial skills, such as Kai Jianyun's blood refining pill. However, there were very few methods that could directly raise one's cultivation realm, and the blood sacrifice unique to Qihua sect was one of them. "This is ruthless." Elder Yu's expression was solemn as he said, "The blood sacrifice of the Qihua sect is usually used to flee for one's life at a critical moment. Releasing the blood sacrifice can directly raise a martial artist's cultivation level within a day. But after a day, the side effects of the blood sacrifice will come." Elder Yu's senior brother nodded and said, "For the next year, any martial artist who has used the blood sacrifice will not be able to cultivate martial arts and will weaken into an ordinary person." The price of not being able to cultivate martial arts for an entire year was enormous. Not to mention ordinary people, even experts from Qihua sect wouldn't dare to use blood sacrifices. If your enemies are eyeing you and taking advantage of the fact that you have become an ordinary person for an entire year because of the blood sacrifice, wouldn't they be able to capture you easily? As she watched, the blood on Wang Jingyun's body started to boil, and her realm also began to rise rapidly. Even the spectators on the flying ship could clearly see that Wang Jingyun's aura was constantly growing. The sound of metal colliding with metal could be heard from the steel barrier. It was Xiangnan attacking the barrier. The time that Wang Jingyun had gained allowed her to rise from the first level of origin return to the second level of origin return. Immediately after, her 1.7-meter tall figure suddenly grew larger, turning into a 3.5-meter tall figure. Her body was no longer suffused with a metallic luster. Instead, she had turned into a metallic woman, as if she had made a human sculpture out of pure metal. The bone-chilling metallic face made it impossible to see through Wang Jingyun's expression. Everyone cried out in shock, "My God! The second level of origin return was a powerful existence that could crush the first level of origin return in all directions. At this moment, in the distance, a fierce collision sound came from the inside of the black turtle shell made of red silk. Immediately after, the entire turtle shell split into two, and a streak of heavenly saber chi soared into the sky. This was the final move of the Azure Dragon, the drawing blade style, to increase the pressure to its limit. The vigorous weather made Xianxia ignore the gains and losses. Once he broke through the turtle shell, the next moment, another Azure Dragon went out to sea and fiercely charged towards Wang Jingyun. Wang Jingyun's metal face remained expressionless. She raised her hand and pointed at Xianxia. Her throat emitted an ear-piercing sound that was as sharp as metal friction. She said, "Steel barrier, evolution style, greedy snake." In this way, a piece of land seemed to be absorbed by a dragon, as it was sucked away from the ground by an invisible force and transformed into a pillar of earth that flew towards Xianxia. The loose earth pillar suddenly rolled, and with a clang, it turned into a giant metal python. The giant metal python was as thick as a bucket, and its length had reached a terrifying 10 meters. It let out a giggle of metal bending. What? Her cultivation technique actually has a second stage. Everyone was stunned. Chihua sect was worthy of being a second-rate sect. He actually possessed a cultivation technique that could evolve. Such a cultivation technique was truly rare. Previously, Wang Jingyun had always used a red silk as her weapon, but now she could actually turn the soil into metal. This metal python was countless times stronger than that tiny red silk. Xianxia's charge directly smashed into the steel python's head. As soon as the two sides exchanged blows, Xianxia was immediately sent flying by the giant metal python. The Azure Dragon was actually unable to hold on for even a moment. The difference was too great. The realms of the two sides were too great. Xianxia had already been sent flying, and the giant steel python did not hesitate at all as it continued to chase after Xianxia, who was flying backwards. This python's speed was extremely fast. It was actually more than 3 times faster than Xianxia's flying speed. Xianxia felt that his entire body was about to fall apart, but he still gritted his teeth and forcefully twisted his body in the backward dirt, pointing his back towards the ground. He casually drew his saber. The moment he collided with the steel python, an unprecedentedly terrifying pressure appeared. The strongest saber-drawing Xianxia had used was the reverse. It did not charge into the sky, but into the ground. This saber strike struck the giant steel python's head. Clang! Along with the deafening sound of the collision, the steel python was slashed by the unprecedentedly powerful saber. It tilted its body downwards and charged directly into the ground with a pu sound. On the ground, there was a pitch-black hole in the air. "You hid!" Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and their hearts skipped a beat. However, almost at the same time that everyone cried out in alarm, Xianxia suddenly let out a pu sound from behind. The earth flipped and the giant metal python actually rushed out from the ground behind Xianxia. The python opened its large metal mouth, and its 4 sharp snake fangs flickered with cold light. From top to bottom, it tilted and dived towards Xianxia. At such a close distance, even though Xianxia had the strongest reaction ability in the world, his body was unable to keep up with it. It was impossible for him to dodge. He could only raise his black scale saber and place it between himself and the python. The python opened its mouth wide and pushed Xianxia backwards with its upper and lower jaws against the blade. Xianxia gritted his teeth and injected a large amount of pre-weather into his feet in an attempt to stabilize his retreat, because Wang Jingyun was right behind him. However, Xianxia's actions were useless. Regardless of whether it was the difference in cultivation realm or the difference between the weather and yuan qi, Xianxia was no match for Wang Jingyun. Even though Xianxia had risked his life, he still couldn't stop. It was as if he was a person who wanted to push a mountain with both of his hands. Xianxia gritted his teeth. Seeing that he was unable to contend against the python, he clenched his saber tightly and took a flash step, turning into an afterimage that quickly retreated. The speed of the flash steps had already surpassed that of the python, causing Xianxia to lose the oppressive power of the python. At the same time, Xianxia held onto the giant saber and directly chopped down Wang Jingyun. This was the benefit of the speed of the shadow steps. Even Wang Jingyun could not see Xianxia's position clearly. When she realized that Xianxia had disappeared, she felt a fierce blow coming from her back. Clang! The 3-meter black-scaled saber slashed at the 3.5-meter-long metal Wang Jingyun's back, bouncing Xianxia back. Wang Jingyun, on the other hand, was only hacked and moved forward slightly by half a step. This was also the disadvantage brought about by the speed of the flash steps. The speed of the flash steps allowed Xianxia to attack the enemy unexpectedly, but it was because the flash steps were too fast. It was so fast that Xianxia didn't even have time to use his martial skill. Therefore, it was impossible to unleash a martial skill when attacking the enemy with the flash steps. He could only slash it flat. Obviously, Xianxia's slash was not a threat to Wang Jingyun at all. Jumping clown. Wang Jingyun tilted her head slightly and spat out these harsh words. After Xianxia bounced back and landed on the ground, his body was slightly bowed, both of his hands holding the huge saber horizontally. His feet were still sliding backwards on the ground, but on his body, it was Peng who gave off a fierce first day. Rushing Thunderblade, Berserk Dragon battle tide in the surging weather, Xianxia stopped, charged, and slashed the giant steel python. The python circled around Wang Jingyun and fiercely collided with Xianxia. Clang! Xianxia was unsurprisingly bounced away after hitting the head of the snake with his saber. The python continued its pursuit. Xianxia actually stepped into the air and used the rebound force to charge towards the python again. Clang! The second strike sent Xianxia flying without stopping for a moment. The two head-on clashes had caused Xianxia's blood vitality to become unstable and his hands to tremble. However, the giant steel python did not show any signs of deterioration. Stupid! That Xianxia clearly knows that he is no match for the python. Why did he continue to attack the python again and again? If this continues, Xianxia will probably not be able to hold on for a few more times and his body will be knocked to pieces. In the eyes of many people, Xianxia was practically courting death, doing meaningless acts. However, other onlookers could see the way. A sect envoy whispered, "Look, does this change in Nan's aura look like the state he was in when he fought against the steel berserk bear?" Since the berserk dragon battle tide was not a one-off skill, it was very difficult for everyone to recognize it. Clang! The third slash was much more powerful than the first two slashes. However, this was still not enough to resist the greedy snake that was stimulated by the second level of origin returning chi. The python smashed Xianxia to the ground and rebounded backwards. Pooh! Xianxia opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, and there were already signs of excessive blood loss. A martial artist's body was incomparable to an ordinary person's. A martial artist absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and the recovery speed of his body was also beyond ordinary people's reach. They could quickly recover from their wounds, and at the same time, their ability to regenerate blood was equally astonishing. However, no matter how fast Xianxia's blood regenerated, it would not be able to withstand the continuous loss of blood from his continuous battles. "Are you still coming?" Wang Jingyun's voice was ice-cold and ear-piercing. She hooked her right and the python continued to chase after Xianxia. Rather than asking for Xianxia's opinion, she was asking to humiliate Xianxia. Xianxia's small bows suddenly fell to the ground and he suddenly accelerated in the fierce backsliding. He rushed forward and chopped down on the python that could not be chopped down no matter how hard it was. Clang! Fourth saber. Clang! Fifth saber. One saber was more powerful than the other, and one saber was stronger than the other. The blood vessels in Xianxia's entire body burst out, as if they could split open and spit blood at any moment. The muscles in his arms were twitching from the violent collision. Even the black-scaled saber was almost unable to withstand such a terrifying impact force, causing the blade to begin to show fine cracks. Something suddenly occurred to Xianxia's mind. He immediately injected the powerful lightning vein attribute power into the blade, and the black-scaled saber advanced on the spot. Earth Soldier. The black scales grade was increased by Xianxia's lightning vein power, and both of them rose. Previously, this saber had always been at the peak of the spirit stage. Now that Xiangnan's realm had risen, it had raised that black scales Chui to earth stage. The black saber had undergone a slight change. The originally reflective black material had now become even darker. It was like a piece of charcoal, and even its luster had disappeared. The fine cracks on the blade were automatically repaired. Clang! Xiangnan rushed forward and hacked again. The sixth slash was unprecedentedly fierce. This slash actually slashed down the invincible steel python for a moment. Again. Seventh blade, eighth blade, ninth blade. Xiangnan repeatedly slashed out with even stronger saber power, and again, like a warrior who would never give up until he achieved his goal. When Wang Jingyun saw this scene, her ice-cold and bone-piercing face finally underwent a slight change. She said in a deep voice, "How is this possible? The power of his saber is increasing again and again." The ninth blade was not enough. Again, the 10th blade, the 11th blade, and the 12th blade. Again. 13th blade, 14th blade, 15th blade. Fresh blood had already seeped out of Xiangnan's skin. His tiger's mouth had also been torn apart. Even the capillaries in his eyes had exploded due to the violent collision of his body. At first glance, it looked like 2 lines of blood and tears had flowed out. This 15th strike was already Xiangnan's limit. Ah! Xiangnan leapt into the air and descended from the sky. The giant saber finally unleashed its strongest attack. The 16th blade. Clang! The giant steel python had its head lowered by Xiangnan's saber strike, and its huge body was smashed into the ground. The power of this slash had actually caught up. Xiangnan's strongest attempt to break through the black turtle earlier had been the azure dragon's trip to the sea. "It's useless." Wang Jingyun lightly spat out these words and raised her right hand. The giant steel python once again charged out from the ground behind Xiangnan. Xiangnan narrowed his eyes. He did not turn around to deal with the python, but rushed straight towards Wang Jingyun. "Azure Dragon, go to sea!" Xiangnan perfectly connected the Berserk Dragon Battle Tide to the Azure Dragon Sea. By borrowing the power of the 16th blade of the Berserk Dragon Battle Tide, the Azure Dragon that he had unleashed had already surpassed everyone's expectations. The moment he charged forward, the blade that pierced into the earth and crazily advanced actually opened a huge crack between Xiangnan and Wang Jingyun. Even the soil on both sides of the mountain was being pushed by Xiangnan's charge, causing the top of the mountain to tumble continuously, and 2 earth mounds to rise up. When the Azure Dragon went out to sea, there was no strongest, only stronger. All the spectators who were watching this final battle held their breaths. No one knew how terrifying the might of the Azure Dragon would be this time. Wang Jingyun also saw how extraordinary this saber strike was. So much so that she, who had always been the dominant species, chose to give up the steel python and defend with all her might. Wang Jingyun clapped her hands together and shouted, "Steel barrier, evolution style, black tortoise." Just by the name, one could tell how powerful this defensive martial skill was. The one Wang Jingyun used was called the Mysterious Turtle, but this time it directly turned into the Black Tortoise. At the same time that Wang Jingyun released her Black Tortoise, the giant steel python chasing after Xiangnan instantly loosened into a handful of lus and fell to the ground. At the same time, a large amount of soil rose from beneath Wang Jingyun's feet. The soil turned into a large bowl and covered Wang Jingyun. The bowl also had turtle shell-like patterns flashing on its surface, but its color was actually black. Boom! When Xiangnan's Azure Dragon went out to sea, its huge blade struck the black tortoise shield. The entire big bowl-shaped shield was actually pushed back by Xiangnan. The big bowl was knocked upside down on the ground, and as it retreated, it arched up an increasingly tall earth mountain. The higher the earth mountain, the greater the resistance, and the speed of retreat began to decline. Xiangnan's Azure Dragon reached its peak when it went out to sea. Without hesitation, it drew its saber and slashed. Rumble! A 10-meter-long saber chi soared into the sky. This saber chi was not huge, but it did not mean that it was weaker than the saber chi that was nearly 20 meters long, but rather much stronger. This was because this saber chi was condensed from the 16 sabers of the Berserk Dragon battle tide, and it was compressed into saber chi by the high pressure of the weather. The saber chi had even begun to shine. At first glance, it looked like a saber light. Kakaka. The surface of Wang Jingyun's black tortoise shield was struck by such a terrifying saber strike, but it was only a crack. All the spectators who were looking forward to seeing a miracle immediately let out their anger. It's still too different. Too much. Elder Yu's senior brother shook his head. The weather and Yuan Qi fight first. This gap is truly insurmountable. No matter how powerful Xiang Nan was, he was not a god. The difference between the weather and Yuan Qi was not something that could be surpassed just by desperate efforts. On the other hand, Wang Jingyun only hooked her finger and the cracks on the black tortoise shield were repaired by herself. However, Xiang Nan did not give up. Azure Dragon, go out to sea. Just as Wang Jingyun was about to tear off the black tortoise shield, Xiang Nan actually launched another Azure Dragon Sea excursion. Boom! The ferocious blade slammed into the black tortoise shield, pulling out the saber from the ground, and 10 meters of sword chi rushed into the night. The small cracks on the black tortoise shield were easily repaired by Wang Jingyun again. However, Xiang Nan was still releasing the Azure Dragon to the sea for the third time. This guy! Yu Bufan was speechless. Did he use the Azure Dragon out of the sea as if it were a flat chop? He simply didn't want to die. Boom! 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 Xiang Nan continuously used the Azure Dragon to go out to sea from all directions, charging at the black tortoise shield time and time again. However, every charge would cause damage to the black tortoise shield to be repaired by Wang Jingyun in the next moment. In everyone's eyes, this scene was already the end of the battle. No matter how unwilling Xiang Nan was, it was impossible for him to break through to the black tortoise shield. If he continued to fight, he would only be stalling for a little bit of time. You don't want me to come out? Inside the black tortoise shield, Wang Jingyun said indifferently, I'll wait until you're exhausted. Xiang Nan turned a deaf ear to anyone's criticism and did not think about it or look at it. He only gritted his teeth and tightened his grip on the huge saber in his hand, charging at the black tortoise shield time and time again. He maintained his saber strength in the Berserk Dragon battle tide. The 16th blade was already his limit, and he didn't dare to take another step forward. At this moment, Xiang Nan was almost exhausted. Although his saber power was still fierce, his entire body was like a balloon that was about to run out of air. It's finally coming to an end. Everyone shook their heads and sighed with emotion. Even though Xiang Nan worked hard, he was unable to turn the tide of the battle. Xiang Nan was at the end of his rope. Ah, something's wrong. Look! Suddenly, on the flying ship, Elder Yu shouted, Look at the sky! When everyone heard this, their expressions changed drastically as soon as they saw what was in the air. Saber Chi. Saber Chi still lingered in the sky. Because Xiang Nan's attacks were too fast, the Azure Dragons used them one after another, and there was practically no gap between them. This caused everyone to collectively overlook one thing, and that was the blade chi from the Azure Dragons drawing blade slash had stayed in the sky for too long. 10. A total of 10 strands of saber chi. A total of 10 streaks of saber chi that had been slashed out by the drawing saber. What? Wang Jingyun suddenly noticed this, as she shifted her gaze away from Xiang Nan and shot a glance into the sky. 10 dense saber chi that was 10 meters tall were arranged vertically and horizontally in the sky. At this moment, Xiang Nan had already jumped into the air. Wang Jingyun was stunned, but it was too late. Xiang Nan raised his saber high and let out a furious roar. In the sky, 10 strands of saber chi buzzed and trembled, and then they merged together with a loud boom. A dazzling saber chi that was 50 meters in radiance rose out of thin air. The power of the saber chi was so strong that it gave off a feeling of penetrating the heavens and the earth, as if the saber chi was above the heavens and below the earth. As for Xiang Nan, he thrust his saber into the saber chi. At that moment, he tilted all the remaining white flame lightning power in his body and injected 50 meters of saber chi into his head. The saber chi bloomed with white light, shining brightly in all directions. Poor me. All of my previous weather, all of my stamina, and all of my remaining white flame lightning power. This is my last blow. I will risk my life, my dreams, and all my hatred. Xianxia raised his head to look at the sky and took a deep breath. Then, a sharp light appeared in his eyes. Shocking. Dragon. Shine. Sun. 50 meters of saber chi accompanied by white lightning was slashed down by Xianxia. This slash became the brightest demeanor in the history of the martial arts city selection. At the same time that Xianxia struck out, his entire body was exhausted and he fell down from the sky. He didn't even have the strength to adjust his posture to welcome the fall. Countless pairs of eyes stared at the earth-shattering saber chi. Countless hearts were beating rapidly at this moment. Bang! Bang her! The contestants on the surrounding mountain peaks were boiling with blood as they clenched their fists and shouted. Bang her! The spectators from the other towns on the airship also shouted. Bang her! Countless people shouted loudly. Everyone was lit up by such a spectacular scene. Xianxia covered her face, tears falling down her cheeks. Bang her! Take revenge for Zhonghua! Bang her! In the distance, the young disciples of the Xiang clan shouted, For the Xiang clan! The giant saber finally descended, like a galaxy descending from the sky. The unshakable black tortoise shield finally clashed with the heaven-shocking saber chi. The black tortoise shield only lasted for less than a breath before it exploded. Inside, Wang Jingyun finally revealed a frightened expression. Aawa! Shield break, blade drop. The 50-meter-tall saber chi slashed down, cutting Wang Jingyun into countless pieces of broken limbs. Puff Xianxia fell heavily to the ground. He lay on his back, facing the sky, and said angrily, Zhonghua, I have avenged you.